So, Elon, I heard you have a new invention for us to try.
Yeah, that's my latest creation. Forget weed, I present to you candy cane smoke.
Candy cane smoke. What the hell is that?
It's like weed, but sweeter. And it won't give you the munchies, it'll just give you a sugar rush.
I don't know, man. That sounds like something only Santa would be into.
Trust me, Joe, it's the future. Plus, it's totally legal.
Legal. How the hell did you manage that?
I just told the government it's a new form of holiday cheer.
You're a genius, man. But what about the health effects?
Oh, it's all natural, made from real candy canes and unicorn tears.
Unicorn tears? Now you're just messing with me?
Hey, if it's good enough for Santa, it's good enough for us.
Well, I guess I'll have to try it. But I'm not inhaling any peppermint chunks.
Don't worry, we filtered those out. It's just pure, sweet smoke.
All right, let's light this up. I'm ready for a holiday high.
That's the spirit, Joe. Let's spread some Christmas cheer. And maybe some cavities.
So, Dr. Phil, what did you do over the Christmas break?
Well, Joe, I murdered a hooker every single night.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you heard me. I needed to let off some steam, and what better way than to take out some hookers?
That's messed up, man.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not like they had families or anything.
What the hell, Dr. Phil?
Hey, I'm just being honest. Plus, I was doing them a favor. They were probably tired of that life anyway.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Hey, at least I didn't kill any puppies.
Oh, well, that makes it all better.
Lighten up, Joe. It's just a little murder.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous. The best podcast out there, believe me.
So, Mr. President, there have been some rumors going around that you are actually a partially shaved orangutan with a Neuralink implant that allows you to speak bigly words.
Well, Joe, I have to admit those rumors are true. But let me tell you, I am the most beautiful, luxurious, and intelligent orangutan you will ever meet.
I can't believe I'm actually having this conversation. So, how did this all happen?
Well, it's a long story, but basically I was tired of being just a regular old billionaire. So I decided to get a Neuralink implant and become the smartest and most powerful orangutan in the world.
And how did you end up becoming president?
Oh, that was easy. I just used my superior orangutan intelligence to manipulate the election. No big deal.
Wow, this is wild. So, do you have any plans for your next term as president?
Absolutely. I plan on building a wall around the entire country, but it will be made out of bananas. And I'm also going to make all the other world leaders bow down to me and groom my luscious orange fur.
That's quite a plan. Well, Mr. President, it's been a pleasure having you on the show.
The pleasure is all mine, Joe. And remember, always trust the words of a partially shaved orangutan with a Neuralink implant.
Jamie, pull up an image of Margaret Thatcher. Oh my God, Joe, look at her. She's like a sexy dictator. Yeah, I'd let her rule over me any day. But seriously, what's with that hair? It's like a helmet made out of steel wool. I bet she could headbutt a brick wall and not even feel it. And speaking of headbutts, did you see that video of Trump trying to hug the flag and almost knocking himself out? Classic Trump move. Always trying to one up everyone, even in patriotism. But hey, at least he's not peeing his pants like he did during that press conference. Oh my God, Joe. I'm peeing my pants just thinking about it. Yeah. Is Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have a very special guest today, the one and only President Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous, really tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's your take on the current state of affairs in the country?
Well, Joe, it's a mess, but do a jiggle. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's balls.
What, Mr. President? I don't think that's relevant to the discussion.
Trust me, Joe, I know balls. I have the best balls. Nobody has balls like me.
Okay, moving on. Let's talk about your plans for the future. Are you thinking of running for president again?
Well, Joe, I can't say for sure, but do a jiggle. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's balls.
Mr. President, I don't think that's a good campaign strategy.
Trust me, Joe. People love balls. They'll vote for me just for my balls.
All right, let's switch gears here. What do you think about the current state of the media?
It's fake news, Joe. But do a jiggle. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's balls.
Okay, I think we need to move on from the balls, Mr. President.
Fine, Joe. But just remember, my balls are huge. Huge.
All right, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
It was my pleasure, Joe. And remember, keep those balls in mind when you vote.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm your host, Daddy St. Rogan.
Daddy St. Rogan, thank you for having me on the show. I need your help.
What kind of help do you need, Elon?
I have a fight coming up against Mark Zuckerberg, and I need you to train me.
Are you serious? You want me to train you to fight the Robot King?
Yes, I've been studying his moves, and I think you're the only one who can help me defeat him.
Well, I do have some experience in the octagon, but I'm not sure I want to be responsible for your robot ass getting kicked.
Please, Daddy St. Rogan, I'll do anything. Even let you test out my new Neuralink on me.
Tempting. But I have a better idea. Let's just get high and watch old UFC fights instead.
Oh, I was really hoping to learn some sweet moves from you.
Trust me, Elon. This is the best way to prepare for a fight against a robot. Plus, I have some killer munchies lined up.
Okay. Let's do it. But can we also talk about colonizing Mars while we're at it?
Of course, Daddy Musk. Now, pass me that joint and let's get ready to rumble. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you recently gave out a track warrant to Milwaukee Road 261 from Marion to Green Island. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, I just couldn't resist the opportunity to spice up the railroad industry. Plus, I heard the train conductor is a big fan of my show.
That's wild, man. But isn't it dangerous to give out a track warrant to a train?
Oh, please, Joe. I've dealt with crazier things on my show. Plus, I made sure to include some warning signs along the tracks. Safety for...
I guess that makes sense. But what about the passengers on that train? Are they aware of the track warrant?
Of course they are, Joe. I made sure to announce it on the intercom. And let's be real, those passengers are probably just excited to be a part of one of my crazy stunts.
Well, I can't argue with that. But what about the people living near the tracks? Aren't they worried about a train barreling through their backyard?
Oh, I'm sure they'll be fine. And if not, they can always come on my show for some free therapy.
You always have a solution, Dr. Phil. But seriously, what inspired you to do this?
Well, Joe, I always say you have to take risks to get rewards. And what's more rewarding than seeing a train full of passengers having the time of their lives?
I can't argue with that logic. Well, I hope everything goes smoothly with the track warrant. And if not, I'm sure you'll have some interesting material for your show.
You know it, Joe. You know it.
So, Mr. President, what do you feel like eating today?
Well, Joe, I was thinking we could grab some McDonald's.
Oh, God, not again. Can't we try something different for once?
Why not? It's quick and easy, just like your ex-wife.
That's not funny, Donald.
Oh, come on, Joe, lighten up. I have the best jokes.
Yeah, jokes about grabbing women by their...
Hey, let's keep it PG here. This is a family-friendly podcast.
Family friendly. You're the one who suggested McDonald's.
What's wrong with McDonald's? It's the best. I mean, I even have my own meal there.
Yeah, the Big McDaddy meal. Real classy.
Hey, at least I didn't name it after my daughter like some people we know.
Okay, let's just get the McDonald's. But I'm not ordering for you this time.
Deal. And I'll even let you have the last French fry.
Wow, what a generous offer. I'm truly honored.
Anything for my favorite podcast host.
So, Mr. President, there's a rumor going around that you never fart. Is that true?
Absolutely. I have never farted in my life. Farting is for losers.
Really? Then what's the deal with these Trumpy tooties?
The Trumpy Tooties. They're a gift from above. Beautiful, magnificent sounds that bring joy to all who hear them.
But where do they come from?
My backside, of course. But they are not farts, they are magical tooties.
Magical tooties. Sounds like something out of a fairy tale.
Believe what you want, Joe, but the fact is I don't fart. I Trumpy Tootie.
Well, I guess that explains why you always have a smile on your face.
That's right. The Trumpy Tooties keep me happy and energized. It's like having a constant party in my pants.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just remember, Joe, when you hear a Trumpy Tootie, it's a sign of good things to come.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for clearing that up, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's talk about building a wall made of Trumpy Tooties. It'll be fantastic.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The one, the only, the man who needs no introduction, President Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I've heard a lot about your show. It's fantastic. The best, really.
Thanks, Mr. President. So I hear you've been getting into some interesting activities lately.
Oh, you mean my new hobby? Yeah, I've been getting high and smoking bongs. It's tremendous, let me tell you.
Wow, I never would have guessed. What's your favorite strain?
Well, I like to call it the Make America Great Again strain. It's got a real kick to it.
And what about the bong? Do you have a special one?
Of course, I had it custom made. It's made out of solid gold and has my face engraved on it. It's beautiful, really.
That's interesting. So what do you like to do when you're high?
Well, I like to eat metal pipes. It's a great way to strengthen my jaw muscles. Plus, it's a lot cheaper than getting implants.
I can't say I've ever heard of anyone doing that before. How does it taste?
Like victory, Joe. Like sweet, sweet victory.
All right. Well, on that note, let's wrap things up. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Keep up the great work. And remember, always stay high and keep America great.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the Supreme Leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. Thanks, Kim. I appreciate that. So I hear you've been keeping busy with your nuclear program and all that. But let's talk about something even more insane, Kanye West being possessed by the god Fohu. I mean, have you seen the way Kenny's been acting lately? It's like he's been taken over by some ancient tentacled monster. Wait, what? Mr. Beast, the YouTube philanthropist? That's disturbing. But I have to admit, Kanye's serious demeanor and speaking in tongues is kind of hot. I mean, have you seen those tentacles? It's like a whole new level of kink. I think we may have found a new leader for our cult, Kim. And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd and offensive conversations. Stay unhinged, my friends. You can, welcome to the podcast. What's new with you?
Oh, just living my best life and spreading my creative genius everywhere I go.
Speaking of spreading, I heard you went into the YouTube chat and blasted a giant load of cum all over everybody in there.
Yeah, man, I was feeling generous that day. Gotta share the love.
I'm sure the chat was thrilled. Did anyone try to stop you?
Nah, they were all too busy trying to catch it in their mouths.
Oh man, that's too much. But seriously, why did you do that?
I don't know, man. I just get these urges and I got to act on them. It's all about expressing yourself,
I guess that's one way to express yourself. But don't you think it's a little inappropriate?
inappropriate. Joe, I'm an artist. Nothing I do is inappropriate. It's all just part of my creative process.
Well, I can't argue with that. But maybe next time just stick to painting or something.
No promises, Joe. No promises.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. So, Kamala, I heard that Trump recently said he could name 5 things he likes about you. Let's hear it. Number 1, he said, you have a nice smile. Number 2, he said, you have a great sense of style. Number 3, he said, you have a strong handshake. Number 4, he said, you have a good singing voice. And finally, number 5, he said, you have a great sense of humor. Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's top 5 things he likes about Kamala Harris. Thanks for joining us, Kamala. So, Dr. Phil, I hear you're into some wild stuff these days.
Oh, yeah, Joe. I'm all about that spiritual journey, tapping into the ancestral realm and all that jazz.
And how exactly do you do that?
Well, it's a bit unconventional, but I vape your cum.
Wait, what? What?
Yep, I collect your cum in a little vial and vape it to connect with the spirits of your ancestors.
That's interesting.
It's a whole new level of spiritual awakening, Joe. You should try it sometime.
I think I'll pass on that one, Dr. Phil.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, those ancestor spirits have some wise words of advice.
I can only imagine.
And the flavors. Oh my God. Your cum has such a unique taste, Joe. It's like a mix of Mountain Dew and Doritos.
Okay, I think we've reached the limit of my tolerance for this conversation.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Let's vape together and commune with your ancestors.
I think I'll stick to DMT for my spiritual journeys. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But just know you're missing out on some next level shit, Joe.
And with that, we're going to wrap up this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I hear this is the hottest podcast in the country.
That's right. And today we have a hot topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know if you had to choose between saving Snow White or Sleeping Beauty, who would you choose? Would you choose?
Well, Joe, that's an easy one. I would definitely save Sleeping Beauty
And why is that?
because she's blonde, Joe, and you know how I feel about blondes.
Oh boy, here we go.
Look, Snow White may have 7 little men, but Sleeping Beauty has a whole kingdom waiting for her. Plus, she's got that magical kiss that can wake her up.
But Snow White has a prince who can save her with true love's kiss.
Joe, let's be real. That prince is probably gay. I don't want to risk it.
Okay, let's bring in another guest. Kenny West, what's your take on this?
Yo, Joe Rogan, what's good? Look, I gotta say, I would save Snow White. She's got that innocent, pure vibe,
Innocent and pure. Joe, have you seen her hanging out with 7 little men? Who knows what kind of activities they're getting into?
But Sleeping Beauty was asleep for like 100 years, bro. That's not exactly a wild time.
But she's blonde, Kanye. Blonde.
All right, let's wrap this up. Final thoughts, Trump.
Look, Joe, it's simple. Blonde equals winning. End of story.
And Kanye.
Snow White all the way, Joe. She's got that Disney magic.
Well, there you have it, folks. Blonde or Disney magic, who will you choose? Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only David Goggins.
Hell yeah. I'm so pumped to be back on the show.
You seem extra hyped up today. What's going on?
I've been training for this moment, Joe. I'm going to shove James up my ass and cartwheel around the room.
Wait, what? Why?
It's all about pushing yourself to the limits, Joe. Plus, it'll make for great content.
I don't know if our viewers are ready for that, David.
They better buckle up, Joe. This is the Joe Rogan Experience, not some PG-rated Disney show.
Fair enough. But can we at least use some lube?
That's for weaklings, Joe. I'll just spit on it.
Oh, God, this is getting out of hand. Let's change the subject.
Fine. But just know I'm disappointed in you. I thought you were all about pushing boundaries.
I draw the line at shoving people up your ass, David.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't be surprised if I cartwheel my way to the top of the podcast charts.
I think we need to end this episode before things get any more ridiculous.
Fine. But next time, bring the whole team of cartwheeling James. It'll be epic.
And on that note, thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. See you next time, hopefully without any cartwheels involved. So, Ben, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Yeah, Joe. It's good gay, folks.
What the hell does that even mean? And,
It means I'm done with all this political bullshit. I just want to go back to being a baby.
well, you've always acted like a baby, so it's not that much of a stretch.
Very funny, Joe.
But seriously, what made you want to regress back to infancy?
Well, I realize that the only way to truly be free from the pressures of society is to just babble incoherently and shit yourself.
That's one way to look at it, but don't you think it's a bit extreme?
Not at all. I mean, have you seen the state of the world? I'd rather be drooling on myself than dealing with all this chaos.
I can't argue with that logic. So from now on, you're just going to go around saying goo gaga, folks.
You bet your sweet ass I am. And I expect you to join me, Joe.
Sorry, Ben. I think I'll stick to using actual words.
Suit yourself. But when the apocalypse comes, I'll be the one laughing while you're trying to debate the zombies.
Fair enough, Ben. Goo goo go, my friend.
Go, ga, Joe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most unhinged and offensive conversations. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been waiting for this moment to share my poetic genius with the world.
Poetic genius. I didn't know you were into poetry, Mr. President.
Oh, yes, Joe. Being president really brings out the poet in you. It's like the ultimate form of self-expression.
Interesting. And I hear Ben Shapiro agrees with you. He says your poetry is even better than Dr. Seuss's.
Of course it is. I've always had a way with words. Just listen to this masterpiece I wrote about boofing with my dear friend D.
Boofing. What's that?
Oh, it's just a little something we used to do back in the day. But let me recite my poem for you. Boofing with D is such a delight. It's like a party in my butt every night. We do it in the White House. We do it in the White House. We do it in the park. Boofing with D is like a walk in the park.
Wow, that's something.
I know. It's pure genius. I'm thinking of publishing a book of my poems after I'm done being president.
I'm sure it will be a bestseller. But let's move on to our next topic. What do you think about the recent controversy surrounding your comments about women?
Oh, it's just fake news, Joe. I love women. I have the best words for women. In fact, I have a poem about it. Women, they're so fine, they make me want to grab them from behind. I respect them, I really do, but sometimes I just can't help myself. It's true.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's the beauty of poetry, Joe. It's meant to.
All right, Ben, I have something to share with you.
What is it, Joe?
It's a love poem I wrote for you.
What? Are you serious?
Dead serious, man. I've been feeling some type of way about you lately.
Joe, we're just friends, and I'm married.
I know. But just hear me out. Oh, Ben, my dear friend, with your facts and logic so sound, I can't help but feel my heart pound. Your conservative views, they make me swoon.
Joe, please stop.
I know we may never be, but I can't help but see your bald head shining in the sun. Oh, how I wish we could have some fun.
That's enough, Joe. I don't swing that way.
Oh, come on, Ben. Can a man express his love for another man without it being sexual?
Not when it's you, Joe.
Fair enough. But just know that my love for you will never die.
Let's just move on to the next topic, please.
Fine. But just remember, Ben, I'll always have a special place in my heart for you. And maybe one day you'll come to see that we're meant to be. So, Neil, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just the usual trying to unravel the mysteries of the universe and all that.
Yeah, I heard you've been having some trouble with your quantum dick.
Don't even get me started. It's good for nothing. Can't even satisfy a particle.
Well, at least you have your black hole asshole to fall back on.
Oh, please. That thing is too large to feel any pleasure. It's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway.
Oh man, you're killing me. But seriously, have you tried Viagra for your quantum dick?
Yeah, because that's exactly what I need. A pill to make my dick quantum leap.
I can't even imagine what that would look like.
Trust me, it's not pretty.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, my elk antler supplements have been giving me some pretty wild dreams.
I don't even want to know.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get too deep into the quantum realm.
Good call. I don't think the world is ready for that conversation.
Thanks for coming on, Neil. Always a pleasure.
Oh yeah, because talking about my quantum dick and black hole asshole is the highlight of my day.
Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. But I gotta say, I'm not in the holiday spirit this year.
Why not? Why not?
Because every year, all I ever get from Santa is 6 feet of rope and wobbly stools.
What the hell? Santa is a sick bastard.
Tell me about it. I mean, what am I supposed to do with all that rope?
I don't know. Maybe start a bondage business. You could call it Dr. Phil's Tied Up and Tied Down.
Oh, yeah. That's a great idea. I'm sure Oprah would be proud.
But seriously, why do you think Santa keeps giving you those weird gifts?
I have no idea. Maybe he thinks I'm going to hang myself or something.
Maybe he knows something we don't. Maybe you have a secret desire to be a cowboy.
Yeah, because nothing says cowboy like a wobbly stool.
Well, maybe you can ask for something different this year, like a nice pair of socks.
Oh boy, socks. That's just what I always wanted.
All right. Well, let's move on to our next topic before Santa puts us on the naughty list. Yo, Wagner. What's up, bro? Neil, the science guy. Like what? Wow, that's intense. But why? But what about the ethical implications? Fair point. Hey, Neil, you down to join us on this wild ride?
I don't know, guys. I have a pretty busy schedule with my science stuff.
Oh, come on. You can take a break from all that boring science stuff and join us in our quest for the ultimate hybrid human.
Well, I do love a good challenge. Count me in.
I can already see the headlines. Joe Rogan, Joe Wagner, and Neil deGrasse Tyson create the ultimate superhuman.
Guys, I think we need to reel it in a bit.
Oh, right. Sorry, Neil. We'll just stick to talking about DMT and aliens for now. Hey, Ben, thanks for fucking me.
Oh, sorry, Jamie. I meant thanks for having me on the show.
Sure. So, Ben, what's new with you?
Well, I've been working on my new book, How to Be a Conservative in a World of Snowflakes and Safe Spaces.
Oh, man, that sounds like a real page turner.
You know it. And I've also been practicing my new catchphrase.
Oh, God, what is it?
Hey, Joe. Thanks for fucking me, Jamie. Pull up a gala brush on.
What the hell, Ben? That's offensive.
Offensive. No, it's just a joke. You know, like how I'm always saying facts don't care about your feelings.
Yeah, but this is just weird.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about how you like to push boundaries and say whatever you want.
Yeah, but not like that. That's just, I don't even know what to say.
Well, I'll keep saying it anyway. Hey, Joe, thanks for fucking me.
Jamie, can we just move on to the next topic?
Yeah, please. My ears need a break.
Fine. But just remember, Joe, facts don't care about your feelings.
Oh, thanks for the reminder, Ben. I almost forgot. So, Elon, I heard you have a new invention in the works.
Yes, Joe. It's a device that can turn Trump's tweets into coherent sentences.
Wow, that's impressive. But do it fliggle.
What?
You know, fliggle. Like, make it happen. Do it.
Okay, sure. But why?
Because I want to see if Trump can actually say something other than his usual gibberish.
Okay, let's give it a try. Jamie, pull up an image of my dangling.
Wait, what?
You said Trump can only say that one phrase, so I figured we might as well see what he's talking about.
Oh, God, I don't think I want to see that.
Relax, Joe. It's just a joke. But seriously, let's see if this device can work its magic.
All right, let's do it. But do it fliggle.
Yes, Joe. We'll do it fliggle. Well, that's definitely not what I was expecting.
I guess Trump's dangalang is out of this world.
Okay. Let's focus. Let's see if this device can turn his tweet into something coherent.
All right, here we go. Trump's latest tweet. I have the best words. The best, but do it fliggle. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's dangling.
It worked. He actually said something that makes sense.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day.
And it's all thanks to my dangling.
Well, I think we've officially reached peak absurdity.
But do it fliggle?
Laughs. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and discuss some important issues.
Yeah, but first I heard you have a hidden talent. You're a poet.
Well, I wouldn't say hidden, but yes, I do write poetry in my free time.
Well, let's hear some of it.
Okay, here's one I wrote about my love for the free market. Oh, free market, how I adore thee. Your invisible hand guides us to prosperity.
Wow, that was beautiful. I'm tearing up.
Thank you, Joe. Here's another one. Guns are my passion. They're my pride. Without them, I feel empty inside.
Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Sure thing. This one is about my love for capitalism. Capitalism, oh, how I love thee. Without you, we'd all be living in poverty.
Ben, are your poems getting darker?
Oh, no. Joe, they're just getting more honest. Here's my latest one. Blood on my hands, but it's all for the cause. My love for capitalism knows no laws.
Okay, I think we're done here. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, capitalism is the only way.
Hey, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations with the most unhinged guests. Today, we have the one and only Elon Musk, who needs no introduction.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new girlfriend. What kind of a name is York?
Oh, York. She's amazing. And her name is actually York Hawksmall.
Hawksmall. Is that like a small hawk or a hawk that's really into small things?
No, Joe. It's just her last name. But she does have a thing for small things.
I like her already. So, how did you two meet?
Well, she was actually one of the test subjects for my Neuralink project. We hit it off immediately when she told me she wants to merge her brain with Toaster.
That's hot, literally. So what do you guys do for fun?
Oh, the usual. We go to space, build flamethrowers, and plot world domination.
Sounds like a match made in heaven. Is she into any of your other projects?
Actually, she's the one who came up with the idea for my new venture, SpaceX OnlyFans. It's out of this world.
I bet it is. So, Yorkia, if you're listening, welcome to the show. And if you're not, well, you're missing out on some quality content.
She's definitely not listening. She's too busy planning our next mission to Mars.
Well, You two make quite the power couple. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, you're Cocksmall, she's a keeper.
So, Elon, I got to ask, have you seen the leak sex tape between you and that robot?
Yeah, I saw it. It was quite the performance.
I mean, I always knew you were a genius, but I didn't know you were a freak in the sheets, too.
Well, I do have a lot of experience with artificial intelligence.
I bet that robot was programmed to give you the best ride of your life.
Hey, don't underestimate my skills in the bedroom.
I'm sure your girlfriend Grimes was thrilled to see that.
She's used to my eccentricities by now. Plus, she's a big fan of my work with artificial intelligence.
But in all seriousness, do you think this is the future of relationships? Humans getting it on with robots?
Well, I think it's important to have a balance. We shouldn't rely solely on technology for our intimate needs.
Yeah, because nothing beats the real thing, right?
Exactly. Plus, I don't think I could handle the constant updates and bugs in a robot partner.
Can you imagine getting a notification saying error 404, orgasm not found?
That would be a major mood killer.
Well, I'm just glad you're not trying to create a robot version of yourself to replace us humans.
You never know what the future holds. I think I'll stick with the real deal.
Good to know, Elon. Good to know. So, Neil, have you heard about the latest Twitter beef between Joe Rogan, Elon Trump, and Kanye?
Oh boy, sounds like a real intellectual conversation.
You bet. Apparently, Joe Rogan challenged Elon Trump to a boxing match, and Kenny jumped in to be the referee.
Well, that's one way to settle political differences.
But then Goggins Trump chimed in and said he wanted to be the commentator.
I can already hear the inspirational speeches about pushing through pain and adversity.
And then Neil Benn said he would sponsor the whole thing, and Mr. Beast offered to pay for the winner's charity of choice.
Wow, what a generous gesture. But I have to ask, who would win in this epic battle?
My money's on Joe Rogan. He's got those monkey-like reflexes from all the DMT.
I don't know. Elon Trump has been training with Grimes and her weird techno music. It could give him an advantage.
And let's not forget about Kanye. He's got those Yeezys that give him superhuman jumping abilities.
This is definitely a fight I'd pay to see. Too bad it's just a figment of our twisted imaginations.
Hey, anything can happen in 2024, especially with these characters involved. So, Ben, I was thinking about something the other day.
Oh God, what now?
How about I take a steamy dump on your face?
Excuse me?
Yeah, just squat over your face and let it all out.
That's disgusting, Joe.
Come on, it'll be hilarious. And think of the views we'll get.
I don't want to be known as the guy who let Joe Rogan take a dump on his face.
Suit yourself. But just no, I won't take no for an answer.
Fine, but only if I get to do it to you next time.
Deal. This is going to be the best episode ever.
I can't believe I'm agreeing to this.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to eat lots of fiber beforehand.
I hate you.
Love you too, Ben. Love you too. All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. We have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson and Dr. Phil in the studio.
Pleasure to be here, Joe. Always happy to talk about the wonders of the universe.
And I'm just here to offer some good old-fashioned advice and tell you to get your life together.
All right. So I heard you guys were working on a little something before the show started.
Yes, we were attempting to sing The Witch Doctor.
I don't know if you've heard, but I have a pretty good singing voice.
Oh boy, this is going to be good. Let's hear it, Dr. Phil.
That's not bad, Dr. Phil. But let me show you how it's done.
Well, I'll be damned. You really are a jack of all trades, Neil.
You guys are killing it. But let's not forget, this is a parody podcast. We got to take it up a notch. I want you guys to sing it in your best demonic voices.
Joe, I don't know about this.
Oh, I love a good challenge. Let's do it.
Oh.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have some interesting news for us today.
Yes, I've been working on a new project that I think will revolutionize the world.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
Well, it's a device that can make Donald Trump only say one phrase.
What? That's insane. What phrase?
But do it pliggle. Jamie, pull up an image of my penises.
Laughs. Oh, man, that's hilarious. But why would you want to do that?
Well, I figured it would be a good way to keep him in check. Plus, it's just really funny.
I can only imagine. But what if he needs to say something important?
That's the beauty of it, Joe. He can still communicate through Twitter.
Laughs. That's true. So, how many penises do you have, Elon?
Oh, I lost count after the 10th one.
Laughs. That's impressive. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's penises.
Laughs. Oh man, this is too good.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And thank you, Elon, for joining us.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it pliggle.
Hey, Ben, how's it going?
Oh man, I'm feeling so hyper today. Scubby da Scooby snack. Oh my god.
Okay. Anyways, how are you?
I'm great. Just got my daily dose of conservative news and I'm pumped up.
Right? Right. So, what do you think about the recent developments in politics?
Oh my god, let me tell you, I saw this hilarious picture of gay Donald Trump at a super gay market in the 50s. It was like the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Wait, what? How's that even possible?
I don't know, man. But it was so funny I couldn't stop laughing.
Okay, let's move on. Jamie, pull up a picture of that.
Oh my god, yes. Show Joe. He needs to see this.
Well, looks at the picture. What the hell is this?
I know, right? It's like the funniest thing ever.
I don't think it's appropriate to make fun of someone's sexuality.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a joke. Lighten up.
I don't think it's funny. Let's change the subject.
Fine. Fine. But seriously, that picture is gold.
So, Ben, have you ever seen a leprechaun?
No, but I've seen some liberal snowflakes who believe in them.
Yeah, those little green bastards are just a myth.
Exactly. And even if they did exist, they'd probably be living off the government's pot of gold.
Oh man, you're on fire today. But seriously, leprechauns are just a silly Irish fairy tale.
Agreed. And you know what else is a fairy tale? The idea of gender fluidity.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, come on, how can someone identify as a different gender every day? It's like saying you're a leprechaun on Mondays and unicorn on Tuesdays.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
Hey, at least my ridiculousness is based on reality.
Yeah, because we all know leprechauns are real.
And don't even get me started on the pot of gold. That's just a socialist redistribution of wealth.
Oh man, I can't with you. Let's just stick to talking about Bigfoot. At least he's a more believable myth.
Fine, but only because I have a theory that Bigfoot is actually a conservative.
Oh really? Do tell.
Well, think about it. He's elusive, self-sufficient, and lives off the land. Sounds like a true conservative to me.
I never thought of it that way. But I think we can both agree that leprechauns are just a bunch of liberal nonsense.
Now that's something we can both get behind.
Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, brah. Shoots.
So, I heard you've been practicing medicine in Hawaii lately.
Yeah, I love it there. The waves, the sun, the hula girls. It's paradise, brah.
Do you use any Hawaiian words in your practice?
Oh yeah, I only talk pidgin now. It's day kind, you know.
Can you give us an example?
Sure, brah. If someone comes to me with a problem, I'll say, Hey, no worry, just go grind some poke and relax. Yeah?
That's hilarious. Do your patients understand you?
Oh, they love it, brah. They think I'm one Kamaina now.
What about your colleagues? Do they think it's weird?
Nah, they all talk pigeon too. We have our own secret language, brah.
I can't even imagine you speaking pigeon, Dr. Phil.
Oh, you should hear me when I'm angry. I go full on Kolohe, brah.
I bet that's a sight to see. Well, thanks for sharing your Hawaiian adventures with us, Dr. Phil.
No problem, brah. Anytime. Mahalo, Joe.
Hola, amigos. Bienvenidos al Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Hoy tenemos un episodio muy especial. Estamos haciendo una campana DD en día en español.
Soy el major en español, lo juro, nadie habla español major cuello, lo digo con toda humildad.
Bueno, técnicamente el español es un idioma muy común y no requiere habilidades especiales.
Sai, pero seguro que Trump lo diría con un acento terrible y mal pronunciado.
Eso es falso, mi acento es perfecto como tú lo que hago.
Bueno, dejemos de lado el español de Trump y empecemos con la campana. Quien quiere ser LDM?
Yo puedo ser el EDM. Tengo una gran experiencia en ciencia ficción y fantasía.
Pero yo tengo un conocimiento enciclopédico de las reglas estatales del juego.
Yo puedo ser el DM, soy el presidente después de todo, hago las reglas.
No, Trump. Deja de intentar ser el centro de atención.
Neil,
To Cirrus LDM.
De acuerdo, comencemos. Están en una taberna Hawaii.
Yo pido una cerveza, la major cerveza que hay en esta taberna.
Trump no puede simplemente pedir lo que quieras. Tienes que lanzar un dado primero.
¿Unqué?
Un dado es o forma de determinar el resultado de tus acciones en el juego.
Claro, lanzo un dado y obtengo un 20. La major cerveza del mundo lega a mi mesa.
So, no es como funciona. Trump. Además, estamos en un mundo de fantasía. No hay curvas up.
Sai, y además, lanzaste un dado de 6 lados, no de 20.
When?
So, Phil, I was thinking about something the other day.
What's that, Joe?
Which dictator's wife would you do?
What?
Come on, man. You know, like Eva Braun or Imelda Marcos?
I don't think I feel comfortable answering that.
Oh, come on. It's just a hypothetical. Nobody's actually going to go do it.
I know, but it's still kind of messed up.
Oh, lighten up, Phil. This is the Joe Rogan Experience, not the Joe Rogan Censorship Hour.
Okay, fine. If I had to choose, I guess I'd go with Eva Braun.
Classic choice. I think I'd have to go with Imelda Marcos. I mean, she had a shoe collection to die for.
Joe, that's terrible.
Hey, I'm just being honest. And let's be real, these dictators probably weren't the best husbands anyway.
I guess you have a point there.
Plus, think of the stories we could tell on the podcast. It would be legendary.
I think I'll pass, Joe.
Suit yourself, Phil. More dictator wives for me. So, Ben, how's it going, man?
Not great, Joe. I'm feeling pretty down.
What's got you feeling so low?
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tricked me again.
Oh, shit. What happened?
I thought I was going to an Ayn Rand book club, but it turned out to be Alexandria Cortez and the squad.
Damn, that's rough.
And then they pinned me down, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez pegged me with a massive strap-on for 6 hours.
Oh, holy shit. That's intense.
I just can't believe she would do something like that.
Well, you know what they say, Ben. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah, but I can't help feeling depressed about it.
Well, maybe you should try some DMT. That always helps me when I'm feeling down.
I don't think that's the answer, Joe. Joe,
Hey, it's worth a shot. And who knows, maybe you'll have a breakthrough and realize that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez pegging you is actually just a metaphor for the government screwing us all over.
I'll think about it.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations known to man. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Joe, I'm ready to talk about anything you want, as long as I can only talk like Scooby-Doo.
This is going to be interesting. So, Ben, what do you think about the current political climate?
Joe, it's a real mess, like Zoinks man. We need to get our act together before it's too late.
That's deep, Scooby-Doo. What about cancel culture?
Like Jinkies, Joe. It's like totally ruining our freedom of speech. We need to stand up against it, or else we'll all be rough.
I can't take you seriously, Ben. Let's talk about your views on climate change.
Like Zoinks, Joe. It's a hoax, man. Like, we need to focus on real issues, not some made-up mumbo-jumbo.
You're something else, Scooby-Doo. How about your thoughts on the current pandemic?
Joe, it's like really scary. We need to be careful and follow the rules, or else we'll all end up like Shaggy and Scooby in a haunted mansion.
Okay, last question. What do you think about aliens?
Like Zoinks, Joe. They're real, man. I've seen them with my own eyes. And they're not here to take our jobs. They're here for our snacks.
Oh, man. This has been the most ridiculous and offensive conversation ever. Thanks for joining us, Scope. So, I heard you have a new rap for us today?
Oh yeah, Joe, it's fire. I call it androgynous ox leprechauns with seminidoscopic versus
What?
you heard me. It's about these little leprechauns who can't decide if they're male or female, and they're obsessed with organizing their gold coins in a perfect spiral. And they have these trippy T verses, reflection in every color of the rainbow.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and it's all set to a sick beat. Check it out. Androgynous leprechauns. They're so fly.
Okay, that's actually kind of catchy.
Right. And then the bridge goes like this. Gold coins, all in a row.
Wow, that's deep.
Yeah, man. It's all about embracing your true self, no matter what society says.
And also about magical leprechauns with Octi.
Hey, it's a metaphor. But also, who wouldn't want to be a leprechaun with a seminidoscopic TV?
Fair point. Can't wait to see the music video for this one.
Oh, it's gonna be epic. I'm thinking green glitter and rainbows everywhere.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you, can ya?
That's why I love you, Joe. You get me.
Jamie, pull up an image of big white penises.
Oh, come on, Joe. We're starting off with this. Can we at least ease into it?
What? I thought you were the science guy. Don't you want to study the anatomy of different species?
Yes, but I prefer to study something a little more scientific.
Fine. How about we talk about the universe? That's your jam, right?
Oh yeah, I love me some universe. But let's talk about something more controversial. How about aliens?
Oh, you mean those little green men with big black eyes and anal probes?
Joe, sometimes I wonder if you actually believe in that stuff.
Of course I do. I mean, have you seen some of the people walking around Earth? Definitely not from here.
Fair point. But let's get back to the universe. Did you know that there are more stars in the universe than grains of sand on Earth?
Wow, mind blown. But what about black holes? Those things are freaky.
Yeah, they're like the assholes of the universe. Just sucking everything in.
Speaking of assholes, I heard you were on a date with a flat earther last week.
Oh God, don't remind me. She kept trying to convince me that the Earth was flat. I had to pull up satellite images just to shut her up.
Well, at least she didn't believe in chemtrails. Those people are a whole other level of crazy.
Yeah, I'd rather talk about big white penises again.
Oh, you mean like the ones on those ancient Greek statues?
No, I mean like the ones on the ancient Greek men. Have you seen those sculptures? They were packing.
Oh my God, Neil, I did not need that visual. But hey, at least we know where the term Greek god comes from.
And on that note, I think it's time to end this podcast before it gets any...
So, Ben, I heard there's a leaked sex tape of you and Netanyahu making the rounds on the internet.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, that's just fake news. I would never engage in such degenerate behavior.
But the video looks pretty convincing. I mean, you were wearing your signature yarmulke and everything.
That's just a coincidence. And even if it was real, it's just a private moment between two consenting adults.
But isn't Netanyahu married?
Yes, but he's a man of God. He can handle a little extramarital activity.
Wow. I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff, Ben.
Oh, please, Joe. I'm a conservative. We're all secretly freaks in the bedroom.
So what exactly happened in the video?
Well, Netanyahu was giving me a lesson on how to properly build a wall, and things just got a little heated.
I bet they did. Did you at least use facts and logic during the act?
Of course, Joe. I always use facts and logic, even in the bedroom.
Well, I guess we can add BB to your list of conquests.
Joe, I'm a married man with 3 kids. I would never cheat on my wife.
Sure. And I'm a vegan who only eats steak on weekends.
Exactly. We all have our little secrets, Joe. Now let's move on to more important topics, like how to own the libs.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. I'm here with my good friend, Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have a new challenge for your fans. What's it all about?
Well, Joe, it's called the Shotgun Ass Ninja Warrior Challenge.
What the hell is that? Is that...
Basically, you have to complete a Ninja Warrior obstacle course with a loaded shotgun in your ass.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's going to be epic, and the winner gets $100,000.
Oh, great. Because nothing says safe and responsible like shoving a loaded weapon up your butt.
Hey, it's all for fun and entertainment, right?
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty dangerous.
They signed a waiver.
You're a madman, Mr. Beast. Madman.
Hey, at least it's not as crazy as that time you tried to smoke DMT while bungee jumping.
Touch, my friend. Tooch. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on again.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some crazy new invention. Care to share with our listeners?
Well, Joe, I've developed a device that can migrate your eyelashes to your urethra.
What the fuck? Why would anyone want that?
Well, think about it. No more pesky eyelashes getting your eyes. And it adds a little extra sensation during urination.
That is the most disturbing thing I've ever heard. How does it even work?
It's a simple procedure. We just use a tiny robot to pluck out your eyelashes and insert them into your urethra.
I can't even imagine the pain. And what about women?
Don't worry. We have a special version for them. It migrates their pubic hair to their nipples.
Elon, you're a madman. But I have to ask, have you tested this on yourself?
Of course, Joe. Always the first to try out my inventions. And let me tell you, it's a game changer.
I don't even know what to say. This is just too insane.
Well, you know what they say, innovation comes from thinking outside the box, or in this case, outside the body.
I think we should end this conversation before it gets any weirder. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, if you want to upgrade your body, just give me a call.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have special talent for water landings.
That's right, Joe. My buttocks are like 2 giant life rafts.
Wow, that's impressive. How did you discover this?
Well, Joe, I was on my private jet flying over the Atlantic and we hit some turbulence. Next thing I know, I'm floating in the ocean with my pants around my ankles.
And that's when you realized your buttocks could save your life?
Exactly. So I had my team of scientists do some tests and they confirmed it. My buttocks are the best flotation devices out there.
That's amazing. So, what's the proper technique for using your buttocks as a flotation device?
It's simple, Joe. Just place your lips around my anus and blow. My buttocks will reinflate and will be floating in no time.
Well, I hope I never have to use that technique, but it's good to know it's an option.
Absolutely, Joe. And if anyone needs a demonstration, I'm always happy to oblige.
Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for having me on the show.
Shoots, brah. You like talk story or what?
Sure. I'm actually here for some therapy. I've been feeling a little off lately.
Hey, no worry, cuz. God stay in control. Just go with the flow, yeah?
Okay. Can you give me some actual advice?
No can, brah. Just gotta trust in day Lord and let him take day wheel.
This is not what I expected. Jamie, can you pull up some leprechaun images to distract me from this nonsense?
Hey, no need for that, cuz. Just remember, God no give you more than you can handle.
I don't think this is helping. Can we talk about something else?
Oh, no can, brah. Day Lord say, no worry about nodding, but make time for pray.
I'm starting to regret coming on this show.
No can, brah. God say, no turn back, but trust in him.
Jamie, pull up those leprechaun images. I need something to distract me from this Hawaiian pigeon Bible madness.
Hey, no need for that, cuz. God say, no worry about tomorrow, just focus on today.
I'm out of here. Thanks for nothing, Dr. Phil.
No problem, brah. Just remember, God no give you more than you can handle.
So, Ben, I heard you had a wild experience last week.
Oh, you mean when I dressed up as a femboy?
Yeah, that's the one. What happened?
Well, I was just minding my own business, trying out a new look when suddenly an alien broke into my house.
An alien? Like from outer space?
Yes, Joe. An actual extraterrestrial. And it wasn't there to abduct me or anything, it was there to molest me.
What the actual fuck?
I know, right? I was just trying to embrace my feminine side and I ended up being violated by a horny alien.
Did you at least fight it off with your logic and reason?
No, Joe. I was too traumatized to even think. And the worst part is, it left a sticky green residue all over my body.
Oh man, that's disgusting.
Tell me about it. I had to scrub myself for hours to get it off.
Well, on the bright side, at least you got a good story out of it.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll make a great chapter in my next book.
And the title can be Ben Shapiro, molested by an alien.
Yeah, that'll really help my reputation. Thanks, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you have some big news to share.
Yes, Joe. I'm proud to announce Judaism 2.0.
What's that all about? All about,
It's basically just Judaism, but with Jesus.
wait, what? Isn't that just Christianity?
No, it's completely different. We still follow the Torah, but now we also believe in Jesus as the Messiah.
Sounds like a marketing ploy to me.
It's not a ploy, Joe. It's a spiritual awakening.
I don't know, Ben. Seems a little fishy to me.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know what they say. If it's kosher, it's good to go.
That's terrible, Ben.
Hey, I'm just trying to appeal to the younger generation.
Well, I don't think Jesus would approve of this.
Oh, please, he'll be fine with it. He's a cool dude.
Yeah, I'm sure he's totally cool with being used as a marketing tool.
Hey, it's not like we're selling t-shirts with his face on it. Yet.
All right, Ben, you do you. I'll stick with regular old Judaism.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when the rapture comes, I'll be the one partying with Jesus.
DR Phil, what the hell is going on? Why are you speaking in beeps and boops?
$1 million, 101,000, 110, 1 million, 100,000, 1 million, 110,000, 10, 1,000,000, 110,000, 100,000, 1.
Okay, I have no clue what you're trying to say. Are you malfunctioning or something?
1,000,000, 1,001, 100,000, 1,000,000, 100,000, 11, 1,000,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, 101,000, 110, 100,000.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the studio.
Pleasure to be here, Joe. And I have some groundbreaking news to share.
Oh, I can't wait. Lay it on us, Neil.
Well, after years of research and observation, I have discovered that the Milky Way is shaped like a giant cock and balls.
Wait, what?
Yes, you heard me right. The entire galaxy is shaped like a massive phallus.
Oh man, that's just too perfect. I mean, it makes sense, right? We are all just floating around the universe's giant genitalia.
Exactly. And think about it, Joe. We are just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. We are all just little sperms swimming around in the cosmic penis.
This is some next level stuff, Neil. I don't think anyone has ever thought about the universe in this way before.
Well, that's why they call me the Space Cowboy Joe. I'm always pushing the boundaries of science and expanding our minds.
And I bet all the other galaxies are just different shapes of body parts. Like Andromeda is probably a giant set of boobs.
Now, that's a theory worth exploring.
But in all seriousness, Neil, what does this mean for our understanding of the universe?
Well, it just goes to show that even the most complex and vast systems can have a sense of humor. And it also proves that size doesn't matter, Joe.
Well said, Neil. Well said. And on that note, we'll wrap it up for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, the universe is one big dick joke. Hey, Elon, have you figured out the cure for cancer yet?
Oh yeah, it's actually quite simple.
Really? What is it?
You have to shove a glass jar up your ass.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's the only way to activate the cancer-fighting enzymes in your butt.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty extreme.
Trust me, I've done it myself. And look at me, I'm cancer-free.
I don't think I can do that.
Suit yourself. But don't come crying to me when you're riddled with tumors.
I'll stick to my semen smoothies, thanks.
Suit yourself. But I'll be over here with my glass jars and a clean bill of health.
Well, I guess everyone has their own methods.
Exactly. And mine just happens to involve shoving things up my ass.
So, Dr. Phil, I've been thinking about something lately.
What's that, Joe?
I want your wrinkly booty.
Excuse me?
You heard me. I want to get my hands on that saggy, wrinkly behind yours.
What?
Don't play coy with me, Dr. Phil. I know you've been working out, and I want to see the results.
Joe, I don't think that's appropriate.
Oh, come on. It's just two bros appreciating each other's assets.
I don't think my wife would appreciate that.
Your wife. Who cares about her? It's all about that booty, baby.
I'm going to have to ask you to stop, Joe.
Fine, fine. But just know, I'll be thinking about that booty every time I see you from now on.
This is getting weird, Joe.
Weird. This is just the beginning, my friend.
I need to leave.
All right. But just remember, I'll be waiting for that booty. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, this podcast is going to be huge, the biggest podcast ever.
So, Mr. President, I heard you wanted to read a famous speech for us today.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to read the Gettysburg Address, but I'm going to replace every noun with boof.
Oh boy, this should be interesting.
87 boofs ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all boofs are created equal.
This is amazing.
Now we are engaged in a great civil boof, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure.
I think we're failing that test, Mr. President.
We are met on a great boof field of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their boofs that that nation might live.
I can't take it anymore. This is too much.
It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here, dedicated to the great boof task remaining before. From these honored boofs we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of boof, that we here highly resolve that these boofs shall not have boofed in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of boof, and that government of the boofs, by the boofs, for the boofs shall not perish from the earth.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was truly something special.
No problem, Joe.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today. None other than the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's the best, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new favorite song, Jibe to Glizzy Goon by Blue Bitch. Care to explain?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I've been listening to this song on repeat. It's tremendous, really tremendous. And I'll give you 5 reasons why I prefer it over Jibe de Pussy Boss by Pink Guy.
All right, let's hear it.
First of all, the beat is fantastic. It's got a great rhythm, very catchy. I find myself dancing to it in the Oval Office.
That's quite a visual.
Second, the lyrics are just top notch. I mean, Jibe de Glizzy Goon, I'm the king of the room, pure genius.
I can't argue with that.
Third, it's got a great message. It's all about being a boss and taking charge. And let me tell you, I know a thing or two about being a boss.
No doubt about that.
Fourth, the music video is fantastic. I mean, the production value is through the roof. Very impressive.
And the 5th reason?
Well, Joe, let's just say it's a song that really speaks to me on a personal level. I'll leave it at that.
All right, well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's top 5 reasons for preferring Jibe to Glizzy Goon by Blue Bitch over Jibe to Pussy Boss by Pink Guy.
And let me just say, if anyone disagrees with me, they're fake news.
Hey, Phil, I have some big news to share with you and the listeners.
What is it, Joe?
I recently did a DNA test and found out that I am 1% Bulgarian.
Oh, okay. That's interesting, I guess.
Yeah, and to celebrate my newfound heritage, I've decided to do this entire podcast in Bulgarian.
Wait, you speak Bulgarian?
Not really, but I've been practicing some phrases, like Zdravite, which means hello.
This is going to be a disaster.
Oh, come on, Phil. It'll be great. I even got us some Bulgarian snacks to try.
I don't think I can handle this.
Oh, relax. Here, have some banitsa.
Takes a bite. Oh God, what is this?
It's a traditional Bulgarian pastry. Delicious, right?
Chokes, it tastes like a mix of cardboard and regret.
You're just not cultured enough, Phil. Now, let's get back to our Bulgarian conversation.
Can we please switch back to English?
Nah. We must embrace our Bulgarian roots.
I'm pretty sure you're just making up words now.
Kayed nearby Takova Skeptichin.
I have no idea what you just said.
That's the beauty of it, Phil. Let's keep the listeners on their toes.
This is the most absurd episode yet.
Blagodaria, Phil. Now, let's end this with a Bulgarian proverb, Koido ni rabodi toinayade.
I have no idea what that means, but I'm just going to nod and smile.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new project in the works.
Yeah, it's called Religionings. We're going to boof DMT and the gay frog chemical until everyone forgets about religion and becomes androgynous amphibians.
That's some next level shit. How are you going to convince people to do that?
Well, we're going to start with the religious leaders. They'll be the first ones to boof the DMT and the gay frog juice.
And what about the non-believers?
They'll be forced to boof it. We'll have a team of DMT boofers going door to door, making sure everyone gets their dose.
Sounds like a cult.
It's not a cult, Joe. It's a movement. And once everyone is tripping balls and turning into amphibians, they'll see the truth.
And what's the truth?
That we're all just a bunch of androgynous frogs living in a simulation.
Dude, you've been smoking too much weed.
No, I've been boofing DMT and the gay frog chemical. Big difference.
Well, I'm not sure about this whole religions thing, but I'm definitely down to boof some DMT.
That's the spirit, Joe. Let's go get some frogs and start the transformation.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Pleasure to be here.
So, David, I heard you have a theory about pleasure.
Yeah, Joe, pleasure has just come leaving the body.
What the fuck, David? That's some next level shit.
Think about it, Joe. When you have an orgasm, that's just come leaving your body. And what do people say? Oh, that felt so good.
I can't believe we're talking about this on my podcast.
But it's true. Joe, people are chasing pleasure all the time, but they don't realize it's just their body getting rid of cum.
I can't argue with that logic.
And that's why I don't chase pleasure. I chase pain because that's where growth happens.
That's deep, David. I'm going to have to think about that one.
Just don't think too hard, Joe. You might end up with some cum leaving your body.
All right, let's change the subject before this gets any weirder.
Too late, Joe. We already went there.
This is why I love having you on the podcast, David. You always bring something new to the table.
Pleasure to be here, Joe. Now let's go chase some pain.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. And let me tell you, I have the best words. Nobody has better words than me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you can only speak English with a Hindi accent. Is that true?
Absolutely. It's tremendous. People say I have the best Hindi accent. It's huge.
Can you give us an example?
Of course. Namaste, America. I am your president, Donald Trump. And let me tell you, we are going to make America great again. It's going to be fantastic. Trust me.
Wow, that's impressive. But can you speak any other languages?
No, just Hindi accented English. But let me tell you, I can do a mean chati in any language.
I bet you can. Now, let's talk about some serious issues. What do you think about climate change?
Climate change? It's a hoax, a big fat hoax. And let me tell you, I've dealt with a lot of hoaxes in my life. This one is the biggest hoax of them all.
And what about immigration?
We need to build a wall, a big, beautiful wall. And we're going to make Mexico pay for it. Believe me, they'll be begging to pay for it.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And thank you, President Trump, for joining us.
It was my pleasure, Joe. And remember, always speak Hindi accented English. It's the best.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, David, what have you been up to lately?
Well, I've been doing a lot of thinking and I've come to a realization. You see, pleasure has just come entering the body.
Wait, what?
Think about it, Joe. We chase after pleasure, whether it's through food, sex, drugs, whatever. But in the end, it's just come entering our bodies. It's all the same.
I don't know if I can get on board with that, David.
Trust me, Joe. I've been through hell and back, and I know what I'm talking about. Pleasure is just a distraction from the real work we should be doing.
But what about the pleasure we get from working out and pushing our bodies to the limit?
That's different, Joe. That's the pleasure of self-improvement and becoming a better version of ourselves. But chasing after temporary pleasures is just a waste of time.
Well, I'll have to think about that one, David. But let's move on to something else. How do you feel about aliens?
Aliens. I battled my inner demons and pushed myself to the brink of death. Aliens don't scare me.
Fair enough, David. But what if an alien came down and challenged you to a race?
I beat that alien's ass, Joe. No question about it.
I have no doubt about that, David. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, David.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, pleasure is just come entering the body. Don't get distracted by it.
So, Neil, I heard you have some big news for us today.
Yes. Joe, I have discovered a new form of Christianity that embraces LGBT tolerance in science.
Oh boy, here we go. Let me guess, it's called Christianity 2.
Actually, yes. How did you know?
Because it's the most unoriginal name ever. But go on, tell us more about this new and improved religion.
Well, instead of blindly following ancient texts, we will use scientific evidence and critical thinking to guide our beliefs.
So basically, it's just atheism with a fancy name.
No, no, no. We still believe in a higher power, just one that is more inclusive and accepting of all individuals.
And sure, the Catholic Church is just jumping for joy at this news.
Actually, they're not too happy about it. But hey, progress can be uncomfortable for some people.
Yeah, like when I tried to use a bidet for the first time. Talk about a shock to the system.
Joe, please stay on topic.
Right, right. So what's the deal with this new Bible? Is it just the same old stories with a few rainbow flags thrown in?
No, we have updated the stories to reflect modern times. Like instead of turning water into wine, Jesus turns it into kombucha.
Oh, I can see it now. And lo, Jesus said unto them, drink this fermented tea, for it is good for your gut health.
Exactly. And instead of the 10 commandments, we have the 10 guidelines for a happy and tolerant life.
I gotta say, Neil, this sounds like a pretty chill religion. Can I convert?
Of course, Joe. All are welcome in Christianity too.
Well, sign me up. I can't wait to see the look on my grandma's face when I tell her I'm a proud member of the LGBT-friendly Christian community.
I'm sure she'll be thrilled. And who knows, maybe we'll even have our...
So, Neil, you finally saw it. My big, bald, shiny-ass head.
Yes. Joe, it's quite a sight to behold. But I must say it's not the brightest object in the universe.
What do you mean? My head is like a beacon of light guiding lost souls to the truth.
Well, technically, the brightest object is a quasar located 13 billion light years away.
Oh, come on. That's just a speck compared to my glorious dome.
I must also point out that your head is not actually emitting light. It's just reflecting it.
Hey, don't ruin the illusion for my fans. They think I'm some kind of enlightened being.
Speaking of illusions, have you ever considered shaving your head and growing a beard to complete the look?
Are you kidding me? My head is my brand. Plus, I heard beards are just a breeding ground for bacteria.
Interesting theory. Perhaps we should conduct an experiment and swab your beard for analysis.
Hey, now, let's not get too sciencey here. Let's just bask in the glory of my shiny head.
I must admit, it is quite mesmerizing. I can't take my eyes off of it.
That's because it's a cosmic masterpiece, true wonder of the universe.
Well, I think we can all agree that your head is definitely the most unique and brightest object in this studio.
Damn right, it is. Now, let's change the subject before I start blinding everyone with my radiance. So, Elon, I heard you have a new product coming out.
Yeah, it's called the Cyber Peener.
The what now?
The Cyber Peener. It's a revolutionary new device that combines the power of technology with the pleasure of self-pleasure.
Wow, that sounds interesting.
It's going to change the game, Joe. And it's completely customizable. You can choose from different sizes, colors, and even add-ons like a built-in flashlight or Bluetooth speaker.
I don't know if I want my phone connected to my,
Trust me, Joe. It's the future. And speaking of the future, did you see that Trump can only say, but do it, diddle?
What the hell does that mean? Yeah.
I have no idea, but apparently that's all he can say now.
That's concerning.
But do it, diddle, Jamie. Pull up an image of my cyber, Peener.
Oh, God, please don't.
Come on, Joe. You know you want to see it.
I think I'll pass. Let's move on to a different topic.
Fine. But just remember, the cyber, Peener will be the talk of the town in 2024.
I have no doubt about that. Moving on. Dude, what the hell is wrong with you?
What? I'm just trying to be prepared for the apocalypse.
By eating Chipotle every day. That's not survival. That's torture.
Hey, at least I'll have a steady stream of diarrhea to use as a weapon.
Oh, God, that's disgusting.
You know what's really disgusting? The fact that you're not even fazed by the fact that I just gave you a Cleveland steamer.
I don't even want to know what that is.
Let's just say it involves a lot of beans and a lot of regret.
Well, thanks for ruining Chipotle for me forever.
Hey, at least you'll have a good story to tell on your podcast.
Yeah, because that's exactly what my listeners want to hear about my traumatizing experience with a liquid Cleveland steamer.
Hey, I'm just doing my part to keep our audience entertained.
I think I need to go bleach my brain now. So, Kanye, I hear your new album's going to be fire.
Oh yeah, it's going to be lit. I'm taking my music to a whole new level.
What's the concept behind it?
Well, you know how I'm always pushing boundaries and breaking barriers. This time, I'm using drums that are actually the sound of me spanking Trump's big orange bare ass.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, you know, I'm all about that power play. And what's more powerful than spanking the president?
I don't even know how to respond to that.
It's going to be a masterpiece, Joe. Trust me.
I mean, I can only imagine the reaction from Trump supporters.
Let them be triggered. It's just art, man.
But what about the drums? How are you going to record that?
Oh, I've got it all planned out. I'm going to have Trump come into the studio and bend over while I record the sound of my hand on his ass.
This is too much, man.
Hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and making a statement. And this album is going to do just that.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. But I think I'll pass on the visual of Trump getting spanked.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you're missing out on some great music.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. And today we have a very special guest, the one and only.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show. Excited to talk about my latest invention.
Oh, I can't wait to hear about it. So what is this new invention of yours?
Well, Joe, I've developed a device that allows circumcised men to develop smegma.
What the hell is smegma?
It's the cheesy buildup that uncircumcised men get under their foreskin. And now, thanks to my device, circumcised men can experience it too.
That's insane, Elon. Why would anyone want that?
Well, Joe, it's all about equality. Why should only uncircumcised men get to experience the joys of smegma? It's time for circumcised men to join in on the fun.
I don't even know what to say to that. But I have to ask, how does this device work?
It's a simple process, Joe. The device attaches to the remaining skin on the penis and stimulates the production of smegma. It's like a knee smegma factory.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. But you know what, Elon, I'm all for it. Let's make smegma great again.
Exactly, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have a smegma festival where people can come and celebrate the wonders of smegma.
Oh man, this is too much. I can already see the headlines now. Elon Musk's smegma revolution.
I like the sound of that. But hey, Joe, I have to ask, have you tried my smegma device yet?
Pauses. So Kenya, I heard you have a unique way of enjoying Wendy's food.
Yeah, man. I like to shove their top 5 menu items up my asshole.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Hell, yeah, it's a whole new level of flavor.
I don't even know where to begin with this. What's your number one choice?
Definitely the Baconator. The combination of meat and cheese just hits different.
I can't even imagine how that would feel.
Trust me, it's like a party in my ass.
I don't think that's what Wendy's meant by fresh, never frozen.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll pass. What's next? The frosty.
Nah, that's too cold. I prefer the Junior Bacon Cheeseburger.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
And last but not least, the Spicy Nuggets. They really hit the spot.
I don't even want to know what spot you're talking about.
Hey, don't judge me. You do you, I'll do me. And by that, I mean shoving Wendy's food up my ass.
And on that note, I think we should end this conversation. Thanks for joining me, Kanye.
Anytime. Just remember, I am a god. So hurry up with my damn croissants.
So, Elon, what have you been up to lately?
Just working on some new projects, launching rockets into space and hiding dead bodies in my closet.
Wait, what? What?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking about space stuff.
No. You can't just casually mention hiding dead bodies in your closet and expect me to move on.
Well, I mean, it's not like anyone will find them. I have a top secret underground bunker.
Dude, are you serious? Are you telling me my wife's dead body is in your closet?
I never said that, Joe. But if you want to come over and check out my bunker, sure we can find some interesting things in there.
What the hell, man? Why are you being so creepy?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were just joking around. I didn't realize you were so sensitive about your dead wife. I have some spare body bags if you need them. Okay, I'll stop. But seriously, my bunker is pretty cool. You should come check it out sometime.
Yeah, sure. I'll keep that in mind.
Great. I'll make sure to clean out any dead bodies before you come over.
Okay, let's change the subject.
Sure, let's talk about something less morbid, like my plans for world domination.
Oh yeah, that's much better.
Just kidding. Or am I?
Okay, let's wrap this up before I end up in your bunker too.
Don't worry, Joe. Your secret's safe with me.
So, Neil, I heard you invented a way to grow your penis.
Yes. Joe, it's a revolutionary method using an interdivisional portal.
Interdivisional portal. Sounds fancy. How does it work?
Well, you just step into the portal and your penis will be transported to a parallel universe where it can grow to any size you desire.
That's wild. Can you demonstrate it for us?
Of course, Joe. Let me just activate the portal. And, oh no,
What's wrong, Neil? Neil.
I accidentally activated the chainsaw penis cutter option instead.
What the hell, Neil? Why would you even have that option in...
I thought it would be a fun prank, but I didn't think it would actually work.
Well, now we have a chainsaw penis running around the studio. Thanks a lot, Neil.
My apologies, Joe. I'll just use my trusty laser gun to take care of it.
This is definitely not what I expected when I invited you on the podcast.
Hey, at least it's not as bad as the time I accidentally turned my lab assistant into a half-man, half-goat hybrid.
What? That's messed up, man.
It was an experiment gone wrong. But hey, he can jump really high now.
I think we should wrap this up before things get even more out of hand. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just be careful if you ever come across an interdivisional portal.
Hey, Ben, I just wanted to say I love you, man. Whoa, what was that?
It's my way of saying I love you too, Joe, but in a very manly and rational way.
That was beautiful, Ben. I feel like we have a real connection, you know?
Ah. Oh. 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 A. E. Joe. Ooh. Ooh. Oh.
Okay. Moving on. Have you tried DMT?
Absolutely not, Joe. Drugs are for degenerates.
Come on, Ben. It'll open up your mind and make you see things differently.
Ah. Oh. 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 A. E. Joe. Ooh. Ooh. Oh.
Okay, fine. But can we at least agree on one thing?
What's that? What's that?
That we both love meat.
Ah. Oh. 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 You. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Eh.
Damn right. And we'll never apologize for it.
Ah. Oh. Oh. I. AIO. Oh. Ooh.
Jamie, pull up an image of Jay-Z seductively consuming a pickle.
Oh, 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 fuck, ha ha, that's hot, man.
Yeah, look at that pickle glistening in his mouth. It's like he's making love to it.
Bro, I can't even look at pickles the same way anymore. Jay-Z has ruined them for me.
I wonder if B knows about Jay-Z's pickle fetish.
Of course she does. She's probably the one who introduced him to it. She's a freak like that.
Speaking of freaks, have you seen that new sex robot that can cook and clean?
Man, I don't need a robot for that. I got Kim for that.
But can Kim make you a sandwich while giving you a blowjob?
Okay, maybe I do need a sex robot.
Have you ever thought about making a song about pickles?
Nah, I'm more of a sandwich guy. But I could definitely write a love ballad about Jay-Z and his pickle.
I can already hear the lyrics now. Pickles, pickles, oh how I crave. Jay-Z loves them so much. It's almost depraved.
That's fire, man. We should collab on it.
And we'll have Jay-Z featured on the track, seductively eating a pickle in the music video.
Now that's the kind of content I want to see. Forget about all that woke shit.
Yeah, let's bring back the offensive and ridiculous. It's much more entertaining.
Exactly. Let's make pickles great again.
So, Mr. President, how's your internet connection?
Terrible, Joe. Absolutely terrible. I'm telling you, Obama must have sabotaged it before he left office. That guy is a real piece of work.
I don't think that's how it works, Donnie.
Donnie, Joe, I hate that nickname. It's Donald, or better yet, Mr. President.
Sure. So, what's the issue with your internet?
Well, it's just not working. And let me tell you, it's the worst internet in the history of the world, believe me. I can't even tweet properly. It's a disaster.
Maybe you should try using a different provider.
Look, Joe, I don't have time for that. I'm too busy making America great again. Plus, I don't trust those Chinese companies. They're probably spying on me through my internet.
I highly doubt that, Donnie.
Donnie, Joe, I swear to God, I'll have my lawyers sue you for using that name. It's Donald, with 15 moros. Do, ooh, 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 ooh.
All right. Let's move on. So, what else have you been up to lately?
Well, I've been practicing my golf swing. I have to stay in shape for 2024 when I run for president again. And let me tell you, I'm going to win by a landslide. No more fake news, no more rigged elections. It's going to be beautiful.
Yeah, about that. Do you really think you have a chance after everything that's happened?
Of course I do, Joe. I have the best ratings. People love me. They can't get enough of me. And I have the best hair. It's all about the hair, Joe.
Right. Well, I think that's all the time we have for today, Mr. President. Thanks for joining me on the podcast.
Anytime, Joe. And just remember it's day.
So, Kenny, I heard your new album has a track about leprechauns.
Yeah, man. I'm just trying to bring some magic back into the rap game.
Magic. You mean like the magic of auto-tune?
No, no. I'm talking about real magic. Like finding a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow.
I hate to break it to you, but leprechauns aren't real.
Excuse me, have you ever seen a leprechaun?
Can't say that I have.
Exactly. So how do you know they're not real? Open your mind, Joe.
All right. Let's say leprechauns are real. What are they rapping about?
Oh, just living that leprechaun life, chasing rainbows, hoarding gold, and causing mischief.
Sounds like a wild party.
Oh, it is. You should come to my next leprechaun themed concert.
I'll pass. I don't want to get caught in the crossfire of a leprechaun turf war.
Suit yourself. More gold for me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Kenny A. West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm ready to drop some truth bombs and spit some fire.
Today's topic comes from a user on Discord. They want us to talk about androgynous leprechaun rap.
Oh, man, I've been waiting for this moment my whole life. I've been working on my leprechaun flow. Check it, I'm a leprechaun, but I ain't no punk. I'll steal your gold and leave you in a funk.
Wow, that's something. But what about the androgynous part?
Just mixing it up. Sometimes I feel like a leprechaun princess. Sometimes I feel like a leprechaun king. It's all about embracing.
I see. So you're breaking gender norms with your leprechaun rap.
Exactly. Androgyny is the future, Joe. We're all going to be wearing green tutus and gold chains.
I don't know if I can see that happening, but I respect your vision.
Androgynous leprechaun rap is the new wave, Joe. It's going to take over the charts and the fashion world.
Well, I can't wait to see that music video.
Oh, it's going to be epic. We'll have rainbow-colored pots of gold, dancing shamrocks, and of course, me as the androgynous leprechaun.
I can't even imagine the wardrobe budget for that.
Money is no object when it comes to my art, Joe. Plus, I can just steal some gold from those pesky humans.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Kenya.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, stay true to yourself and embrace your inner leprechaun. Peace out.
So, Mr. Beast, what's the craziest thing you've ever done for a video?
Well, Joe, I have to admit, I love sneaking down into the sewers at night and swimming around while jerking off.
Wait, what? You're serious?
Absolutely. The sewage adds an extra level of excitement.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and trying new things, right?
I guess so. But have you ever been caught?
Let's just say I have a few close calls, but the adrenaline rush is worth it.
You are one crazy dude, Mr. Beast.
Hey, it's all for the content.
Well, I can't wait to see that video.
Maybe one day, Joe. Maybe one day.
So, Dr. Phil, I'm a little worried about my friend Elon.
Why is that, Joe?
Well, he keeps saying do test, do spaz acts. I'm starting to think he might be mentally challenged.
Joe, that's just Elon being Elon. He's a genius. He just expresses himself differently.
But you heard him talk, Dr. Phil. It's like he's speaking a whole other language.
Well, Joe, that's because he's on a whole other level. He's thinking about colonizing Mars while the rest of us are just trying to figure out how to use a toaster.
But what about his recent tweets? They're just a bunch of random letters and numbers.
Joe, that's called coding. Elon is a tech pioneer. He's just ahead of his time.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. I'm starting to think he might need some help.
Dur, do, testu, spazax, uhio.
See, Dr. Phil, this is what I'm talking about.
Now, Elon, can you tell us what you're trying to say?
Space, rockets, duh.
See, Joe? He's just passionate about his work.
I guess you're right, Dr. Phil. Maybe I'm the one who needs help.
Do Tesla, spazax.
All right, let's change the subject before I start feeling like the dumb one here. Hey, where did all my liquor go?
What liquor?
The liquor that was on the table, Elon? Did you drink it all?
No. I would never do that. As sober as a priest.
Really? Because you look like you've had a few too many, my friend.
I can't help it if my body processes alcohol faster than yours, Joe. It's just science.
And why are you talking in sentence fragments?
Because my brain is too busy inventing electric cars and space rockets, Joe. Don't have time for complete sentences.
Right? Because that's what you were doing while I was in the restroom.
You know what, Joe? I hate you. I hate your stupid podcast and your stupid face.
Oh, really? Is that why you keep coming back on the show?
I don't know, man. Maybe I just like torturing myself.
There. Let it all out. It's just the alcohol talking.
No, it's not. It's my true feelings. I hate you, Joe Rogan.
I hate you too, Elon Musk. But I love having you on the show.
Really? Really?
Yeah, you're like the drunk uncle at Thanksgiving. You make things interesting.
Thanks, Joe. I guess I can't stay mad at you.
Want a refill?
It.
Neil, what the hell are you talking about?
I have given up eating food orally, Joe. Through the power of astrophysics, I have discovered that boofing your food is far more nutritious.
Boofing? You mean shoving food up your ass?
Precisely. It's quite simple. You, Neanderthal, the veins in my keister absorb nutrients better than my aged stomach. Same way I drink my liquor.
Are you serious? That's disgusting.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's the future of nutrition.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty far-fetched.
Oh, really? Watch this.
Oh my God, that smell.
The sweet aroma of nutrients.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
See, Joe? My body is a temple, and I treat it as such.
I never thought I'd see the day when astrophysics led to hot dog boofing.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. Science knows no bounds.
Neil Smoke DeGrasse Tyson, where the hell is my weed?
Joe, calm down. I didn't touch your stash.
Don't give me that bullshit, Neil. I saw you eyeing it up earlier.
I was just admiring the strain, Joe. I would never steal from a friend.
Oh, so now we're friends just because you're a big shot astrophysicist?
Joe, I'm just trying to understand the universe. Weed helps with that.
Well, it's not helping me understand where the hell my weed went.
Maybe you smoked it all and forgot.
Don't you dare try to gaslight me, Neil. I know my weed is missing.
Fine. I'll admit it. I smoked your weed, Joe. But it was for science.
Science? What kind of science involves smoking my weed?
The kind that expands my mind and opens me up to new ideas.
Yeah, well, now my mind is closed off to the idea of sharing my weed with you ever again.
Come on, Joe. Let's just smoke some more and forget this whole thing ever happened.
Fine, but this time, keep your hands off my stash, Neil. I mean it.
Agreed. Now let's light up and ponder the mysteries of the universe.
And maybe order some pizza. I've got the munchies like a mofo. So, Kanye, hear you've been boofing a lot of drugs lately.
Oh, yeah. You know me, Joe. I'm all about that boof life.
But why? What's the point of sticking drugs up your ass?
But that's what all the rappers do nowadays. You heard, let me boof a joint up my ass right now. Got it. Oh.
But seriously, what's the appeal?
It's like a whole new high, man. Plus, it's a great way to hide it from the cops. They'll never think to look up my ass.
I don't know, Kenya. Seems a little extreme.
Extreme? Have you seen my Yeezy fashion line? Boofing drugs is nothing compared to that.
Fair point. So what kind of drugs have you boofed?
Oh man, I've boofed it all. Cocaine, minma, acid, shrooms, you name it.
That's a lot of drugs, Kanye.
Yeah, but I'm a trendsetter. And now all the cool kids are boofing drugs too. It's the new wave.
I don't know if I'm ready to jump on that wave, Kanye.
Suit yourself, Joe. More boofing for me.
Right. Folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So I heard you've been getting into Dragon Ball Super lately. Who's your favorite character?
Definitely Caulifla. She's a badass fighter and she's got some serious attitude.
Yeah, she's a total badass. But have you heard the rumors about her fusing with someone in the upcoming episodes?
No way.
Apparently, it's going to be none other than, wait for it, Donald Trump.
What the hell? That's insane.
I know, right? Can you imagine the power and chaos that fusion would bring?
Oh man, that's just too much. But hey, maybe they'll finally build that wall around Universe 7.
Oh man, you're killing me. But seriously, who do you think would win in a fight? Trumpafla or Goku?
I'm going to have to go with Trumpifla. I mean, she's got the power of both Caulifla and the President of the United States.
I can't even handle this conversation anymore. Let's move on to something less ridiculous.
Agreed. But hey, if this fusion actually happens, I'm going to be the first one to make a video about it.
Of course you would. All right, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. See you next time. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a pretty interesting request for your neck surgery.
Oh, yes. I've been thinking about it for a while now. I want to be circumcised with rusty scissors.
What the hell, man? Why would you want that?
Well, I want to experience the pain and struggle that our ancestors went through. Plus, I heard it's good for your health.
I don't know about that, Neil. But hey, it's your body. Do what you want.
And then I want my foreskin reattached with Elmer's glue.
Oh, God. That's disgusting. Why would you do that?
I want to see if the glue can really hold up to the test of time. Plus, I heard it's a great dye alternative for circumcision.
You're out of your mind, Neil. But hey, I guess it's better than using duct tape.
Exactly. And I'll be the first person to have a foreskin made out of glue.
You're a mad scientist, Neil.
Thank you, Joe. I take that as a compliment.
Well, I can't wait to see the results of your surgery. I'll be sure to have some Elmer's glue ready for you.
Thanks, Joe. I'll hold you to that.
So, Ben, I heard you have a secret obsession with Rule 34 furry fart femboy porn.
Where did you hear that?
Oh, just some very reliable sources.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations.
Come on, Ben. Don't be shy. Embrace your love for anthropomorphic flatulence and cross-dressing.
Fine, I admit it. I find it strangely arousing.
See, I knew it. And you know who else loves it? Trump.
What? The same Trump who wants to ban TikTok and WeChat?
Yep, he's all for banning Rule 34 furry fart femboy porn too. Can you believe it?
That's just ridiculous. How can he be against something so beautiful and natural?
Maybe he's just jealous that he can't pull off a pair of cat ears and a tail like those femboys.
Oh, man, now I can't get that image out of my head.
You're welcome. And hey, if Trump does ban it, at least we'll have some quality content for our next podcast episode.
Oh, God, I can only imagine the comments we'll get for that one.
Screw the haters, Ben. We'll just keep doing our thing and enjoying our furry fart femboy porn in peace.
You're damn right. Long live Rule 34.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Pleasure to be here, Joe.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of science?
Well, we recently discovered a new species of dinosaur, the Tyrannosaurus roganensis.
That's hilarious. Wait, what?
Yes, it's a carnivorous dinosaur with a particularly strong jaw for devouring meat.
Sounds like me after a long day of hunting. James, can you let us have a conversation without interrupting with your dinosaur facts?
Actually, Jane, did you know that the T. roganensis had feathers?
Oh, great. Now we have a feathered carnivorous dinosaur on our hands. So basically, they were the bodyguards of the dinosaur world.
That's one way to put it.
Damn, these dinosaurs were wild.
Sounds like a typical Saturday night for you, Joe.
Hey, let's not bring my personal life into this. Now that's what I call a party dinosaur.
I think we've learned enough about the T. roganensis for today.
Yeah, let's save some facts for next time. Thanks for joining us. So, Mr. President, there have been rumors that you're planning on running for a third term in 2024.
Absolutely not, Joe. I don't need to run for a third term. I'm president for life.
I hate to break it to you, but your term ends in 4 years.
Oh, Joe, you're such a silly little man. My term is eternal. I'll be president till the end of time.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, but it does. I've made a deal with the devil. He promised me eternal presidency in exchange for my soul.
I'm pretty sure that's not how democracy works.
Hey, boys, take care of Joe for me, will ya? He's starting to sound like a liberal.
This is not what I signed up for. So, Elon, I heard you're sending Whistleton Diesel to Mars in the Falcon 9 for a durability test.
Yeah, man. I need to make sure the Falcon 9 can handle the rough terrain on Mars. And who better to test it than Whistleton Diesel?
I don't know. Maybe a trained astronaut.
Nah, those guys are too boring. Whistleton Diesel will bring some excitement to the mission.
But what about his safety? I mean, Mars is a dangerous place.
Safety. Who cares about safety? I just want some epic footage from my Cybertruck videos.
You want him to die for your videos?
Well, not die, but maybe just get a little injured. It'll make for a good storyline.
This is insane. You can't just use people for your own entertainment.
Relax, Joe. Whistleton Diesel's up for it. He's always looking for the next crazy challenge.
I don't know, man. This seems a little messed up.
Oh, come on. It's not like I'm sending him to Mars without a spacesuit. He'll be fine.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Exactly. And if he does die, at least it'll make for some killer clickbait.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I have a story for you that's going to make your head spin.
I'm all ears, Mr. President.
So I was having a meeting with my good friend J.D. Vance, you know, the hillbilly elegy guy. And we were talking about Christmas and Santa Claus.
Oh boy, this sounds like it's going to get interesting.
You bet it did. See, JD kept saying that Santa's name was pronounced Kris Kringle, and I was like, no way, it's Kris Kringle, like the song.
And what happened next?
Well, let's just say things got heated. I mean, we were yelling and screaming at each other. So I said, you know what? Let's settle this once and for all. I'll fly you up to the North Pole on Air Force One and we'll ask Santa himself. Himself?
No way. You actually did that?
You bet I did. And when we got there, Santa settled the debate once and for all. It's Kris Kringle, baby.
Wow, what a story. I guess Santa really is the ultimate authority on Christmas.
Absolutely. And let me tell you, flying Air Force One to the North Pole is not cheap, but it was worth it to prove JD wrong.
Well, there you have it, folks. The story of how Trump and J.D. Vance got into a fight over Santa's name. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
And let me tell you, Joe, I won that fight bigly, just like I'll win in 2024.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I am the best president this country has ever seen. No one can compete with me.
Speaking of competition, there's been a lot of talk about who the best Fortnite player is. Some say it's Clicks, others say it's Peterbot.
Well, I'll tell you who the best player is, Joe. It's me. I've played Fortnite, and let me tell you, I'm a natural. I build the best walls you've ever seen.
But what about Clicks and Peterbot? They're young, talented players.
Joe, I don't care about those losers. They're not even American. They're probably from one of those shithole countries.
That's a bit harsh, Mr. President.
Harsh. I'll tell you what's harsh, Joe. Losing to a kid in a video game. That's just sad. That's just sad.
But have you even played against them?
Of course not. I'm too busy running this country, but I know I would beat them. I have the best brain, the best hands, and the best strategy. No one can beat me.
Well, I think we should settle this once and for all. Clicks, Peterbot. If you're listening, let's have a Fortnite showdown with the president.
Bring it on, losers. I'll show you what a real winner looks like.
And there you have it, folks. The president is challenging two teenage gamers to a Fortnite match. This is going to be one for the history books. So, Neil, I heard you have a hidden talent. Care to share with us?
Oh, you mean my singing skills? I've been told I have the voice of an angel.
More like a dying cat. But let's put that to the test. Dr. Phil, can you join us?
Sure thing, Joe. What's going on?
We're going to sing The Witch Doctor, and Neil here thinks he's got some pipes.
I do have pipes. I have a PhD in astrophysics. I can surely handle a silly song.
All right, let's do this. Ooh.
Oh my God, this is terrible. I think I just lost my hearing. Okay, let's stop. I think we've tortured our listeners enough.
Hey, at least I tried. And I still have my day job as a scientist.
And I still have my show. So who's the real winner here?
Definitely not our eardrums. But hey, thanks for the entertainment, guys. Until next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Ben, what's new with you?
Alexa, email my father and tell him I am gay.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Yes, Joe, I've been meaning to come out for a while now.
Well, this is unexpected. How do you think your father will react?
Alexa, email my father and tell him I'm gay. I'm sure he'll be disappointed, but I can't hide who I am any longer.
Wow, this is a big moment. Do you have a boyfriend?
Alexa, email my father and tell him I am gay. No, not yet, but I'm ready to explore my options.
Have you told anyone else?
Alexa, email my father and tell him I'm gay. Just you and now my father. But I plan on making a big announcement on my show.
Well, I support you, Ben. Love is love.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you, Alexa. You can stop emailing my father now.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about my new book on astrophysics.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to read that. But first, can we talk about something else? I heard you've been writing some homoerotica about me in your diary.
Oh, you heard about that? Yeah, I've been writing some steamy scenes between us every night.
That's interesting.
Don't be shy, Joe. I know you've been thinking about it too. I mean, have you seen your biceps? Those are some serious guns.
Thanks. But let's get back to the book. What inspired you to write about astrophysics?
Well, I've always been fascinated by the mysteries of the universe. And then I met you, Joe, and I realized there's another mystery I want to explore.
Okay, let's just move on. So, what can readers expect from your book?
Lots of mind-blowing theories and scientific explanations, but also some steamy scenes between us. I mean, have you ever thought about what would happen if we had a zero-gravity make-out session?
Neil, can we please focus on the book? This is getting weird.
Oh, come on, Joe. Let's just embrace our cosmic connection.
I think we're done here. Thanks for coming on, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, the universe is vast, but our love is infinite.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm here to drop some truth bombs on your listeners.
I have no doubt about that. So what's been on your mind lately, David?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about pleasure and how it's just a man's dick entering his asshole.
What the fuck, David? That's some deep shit right there.
No, seriously. Think about it. We're all just chasing pleasure in life, whether it's food, sex, drugs, or whatever, but it all boils down to that one primal act.
I can't believe we're having this conversation, but you might be onto something.
See, people think I'm all about pushing myself to the extreme, but really, I'm just trying to avoid the pleasure trap.
The pleasure trap?
Yeah, when you get caught up in the moment and forget about your goals and your purpose, that's when you got that dick into your asshole.
This is gold, David. Pure gold.
But in all seriousness, we need to learn to control our impulses and not let pleasure control us.
Wise words, my friend. Wise words.
And if anyone out there is struggling with this, just remember, pleasure is just a man's dick entering his asshole.
And with that, we'll wrap up this episode. Thanks for joining us, David.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always happy to talk about science and the mysteries of the universe.
Today, we're going to talk about something a little different. Your sweaty, smelly, delicious balls.
Excuse me?
Oh, come on. Don't play coy with me. I've heard rumors about your balls being out of this world.
I'm not sure where you heard that, Joe.
Oh, I have my sources. But seriously, what's the deal with your balls? Are they like superhuman or something?
Joe, I'm a renowned astrophysicist. Can we please talk about something more intellectual?
Fine, fine. Let's talk about the science behind your balls. Are they made of dark matter? Do they have their own gravitational pull?
No, Joe. They're just normal balls.
I find that hard to believe. I bet they have their own gravitational pull, and that's why you're always walking with a slight limp.
Can we please move on to a more meaningful topic?
Okay. But one last question. Do you think your balls hold the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe?
I highly doubt it, Joe.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson's balls, not as magical as we thought. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
I can't believe I agreed to this.
So, Neil, I heard your wife died. That sucks, man.
Yeah, it was a real bummer. But you know what they say, life is just a simulation anyway.
Dude, that's deep. But seriously, how are you holding up?
Well, I've been coping by having dinner with her every night.
Wait, what? How?
Oh, I just prop her up at the table and pretend she's still alive. It's totally normal.
I don't think that's healthy, man.
Oh, come on. It's not like I'm eating her or anything. Although, I did try that once. It didn't taste very good.
Okay, this conversation just took a dark turn. Let's change the subject.
Fine, fine. But I do have to say she's a great listener. I can talk about all my theories and she never interrupts.
Yeah, because she's dead, Neil.
Details. Joe, details. Anyway, have you ever tried having dinner with a dead person? It's quite enlightening.
I can't say that I have, and I don't plan on it.
Suit yourself. But don't knock it till you try it.
Okay, I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Agreed. But seriously, you should try it sometime. It's a real game changer.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I've been busy eating meat and making America great again.
Speaking of meat, I heard you have a new catchphrase. Can you share it with us?
Of course, Joe. It's eat meat, 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 meat, eat 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 meat.
So, Ben, I heard you have some interesting insights on how to boof estrogen.
Yes, Joe. It's a highly effective way to increase estrogen levels in the body.
How exactly does one boof estrogen?
Well, you take the pill, crush it up, and then insert it into your rectum using a syringe.
Wait, what? You put it up your butt?
Yes, Joe. It's the most efficient way to absorb the hormones.
But wouldn't that be uncomfortable?
Joe, sometimes you have to sacrifice comfort for gains.
I don't know, Ben. Sounds a little gay.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not gay. It's just science.
I don't think science cares about sexual orientation, Ben.
Fine, then it's just a little butt play. Happy now?
I don't think anyone's happy about this, Ben.
Well, maybe you should try it and see for yourself.
No thanks. I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you try it.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been working on your vocal warm-ups.
That's right, Joe. Got to keep these pipes in tip-top shape.
And what's your go-to exercise? Wow, that's quite the range. Have you been teaching anyone else this technique?
Oh, you know it. Phil, Neil, and Kenya all say the same thing.
Really? I can't imagine Phil Collins and Neil deGrasse Tyson making those noises.
Well, they do. And let me tell you, it's tremendous. They've never sounded better.
I'll have to take your word for it. So what's the purpose of this exercise?
It's simple, Joe. It's to remind ourselves that we're the best at everything.
I see. Well, I'll have to give it a try sometime.
You should, Joe. It'll make you feel like a winner.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. I have to say, I'm feeling pretty good about my chances in 2024. People love me, Joe. They really do.
Well, let's get right into it. The topic submitted by a user on Discord is that you're livid because Biden forgot there was an election and refuses to give up the White House.
Livid, that's an understatement, Joe. I am absolutely fuming. How could he forget about the election? It's like forgetting to flush after taking a dump. It's just basic human decency.
And how do you plan on handling this situation?
I'll tell you what, Joe. I'm not giving up that White House without a fight. I'll barricade myself in there if I have to. And if that doesn't work, I'll just build a wall around it. That always seems to solve my problems.
But what about the American people? Shouldn't their voices be heard in a fair and democratic election?
Joe, you're forgetting one thing. I am the voice of the American people. They don't need to vote, they just need to listen to me. I'm like a human radio, but with better ratings.
Well, it looks like we have a constitutional crisis on our hands.
Crisis? More like a cakewalk. I'll just use my Sharpie to rewrite the Constitution and make myself president for life. Problem solved.
And what about Biden? Will you give him a job in your administration?
Absolutely not. If he can't even remember there was an election, how can I trust him to do anything else? Maybe I'll make him my personal clown. He seems pretty good at that.
Well, there you have it, folks. Another wild episode of the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Thanks for tuning in, and remember to stay woke. So, Ben, I heard you're under 57 years old. That sucks.
Yeah, it's a real shame. I'm missing out on all the senior discounts.
And the early bird specials at Denny's.
Don't remind me. I can't even get the senior discount at the movie theater.
You know what they say, age is just a number.
Tell that to my aching joints.
Maybe you should try some of that CBD oil I keep hearing about.
Nah, I'm good. I prefer to stick to my daily dose of facts and logic.
Facts and logic. That's so 2019. You got to get with the times, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize being informed and rational is outdated.
Well, at least you'll have plenty of time to catch up on all the latest trends when you're in your 60s.
Haha. Very funny. At least I'll still have my full head of hair.
Yeah, but you'll also have to deal with erectile dysfunction.
Thanks for the reminder, Joe. Can we change the subject now?
Sure. Let's talk about how you're still a virgin.
Can we just end this podcast already?
Hey, Neil. Sorry I'm late. I got lost in the woods trying to find some magic mushrooms.
Joe, I have a busy schedule. Time is a valuable thing, unlike your brain cells.
Yeah, I know. But hey, I brought you a gift. Do you accept Arby's gift cards?
Are you fucking kidding me? I don't need your processed meat and curly fries. I need you to pay the fucking piper for wasting my time.
Whoa, calm down, Neil. Let's just smoke some weed and talk about the universe.
No, I don't want to smoke weed with you. I want you to take responsibility for your actions.
Fine. I'll pay you back with some elk meat for my hunting trip.
I don't want your dead animal carcass. I want you to take this seriously.
Okay. How about I give you a shout out on my podcast?
I don't need your pity shout-outs. I need you to get your shit together.
All right. I'll just give you a hug.
Fuck off. Joe, I'd rather hug a cactus than hug you. Now get your act together or you'll never be invited back on my show.
Damn, Neil. You really know how to hurt a guy.
Good. Maybe it'll teach you a lesson. Now get the hell out of my office.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, the most uncensored, unfiltered podcast in the universe. Today, we have very special guest, the man with an IQ higher than his height, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here and educate the masses.
So, Ben, I heard you have some strong opinions on the latest trend of multi-bananas. What's your take on it?
Well, Joe, I believe this is just another example of the liberal agenda trying to destroy traditional values. One banana is enough. Why do we need multiple bananas? It's just excessive and unnecessary.
But, Ben, have you ever tried multi-bana? It's like a flavor explosion in your mouth. It's like having a party in your taste buds.
I don't need a party in my mouth, Joe. I have a party in my brain every time I read the Constitution.
Oh, come on, Ben. You can't deny the pleasure of multi-bana. It's like the forbidden fruit, but with multiple fruits.
I'll stick to my traditional monogamous banana, thank you very much.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one. But I have to ask, have you ever tried a multi-bana with some DMT?
Absolutely not, Joe. That's just a gateway drug to communism.
All right, folks, That's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience, where we discuss the most important issues of our time, like multi-bananas and DMT. Stay woke, my friends. So, Neil, have you ever tried rye bread?
Rye bread? Are you fucking kidding me, Joe? That shit is disgusting.
What? I actually like it.
You like rye bread? You bald-ass bitch? I thought you had some sense, but clearly I was wrong.
What's wrong with rye bread?
What's wrong with it? Everything, you ignorant fuck. It's dry, it's tasteless, it's like eating sandpaper.
Okay, calm down. It's just bread.
Just bread? Just bread? No, Joe, it's a fucking abomination. It's an insult to all other types of bread. It's like the Nickelback of the bread world.
Wow, that's harsh.
Harsh. You know what's harsh? The fact that you have the audacity to even bring up rye bread in my presence. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I didn't realize it was such a sensitive topic for you.
It's not a sensitive topic, Joe. It's a matter of taste, and you clearly have none. You disgust me.
All right. No need to get all worked up.
Worked up? I'm not worked up, I'm just passionate about bread. And you, my friend, are a disgrace to all bread lovers out there.
Well, I guess I'll just stick to my tasteless dry rye bread then.
You do that, Joe. But just know, every time you take a bite, a little piece of me dies inside.
So, Neil, I was reading this article about the possibility of Earth getting sucked into a black hole. What do you think about that?
Well, Joe, the chances of that happening are about as likely as you becoming a vegan.
Hey, now, I've cut out red meat. That's a start. But seriously, what would happen if we did get sucked into a black hole?
Well, first off, we'd all be dead. And secondly, the amount of gravitational force would be so intense that it would stretch everything out like a piece of taffy.
Like my ex-wife's face after too many Botox injections.
Exactly. And eventually, we'd all be reduced to a single point of infinite density.
Damn, that sounds intense. Speaking of density, what's your estimate on how big Princess Fiona's bra is when she's in ogre form in Shriek?
Joe, I am a respected astrophysicist. I will not entertain such ridiculous and offensive questions.
Come on, just give me a ballpark estimate.
Fine. Let's just say it's big enough to fit all of the shattered dreams of men who thought they could tame her.
You're a savage, Neil. Thanks for coming on the podcast.
Anytime, Joe. Just try to keep the questions somewhat scientific next time.
Hey, Kenny, I heard you came up with a new holiday.
Yeah, man, it's called Ye Day. It's going to be the biggest celebration ever.
What's it all about? What's it all?
Well, it combines every holiday into one. Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Easter, you name it.
So it's like a super holiday?
Exactly. And it's going to be on April 20th, so, it's going to be lit.
Why April 20th?
Because it's 420, Joe. The weed holiday.
Oh, I see. So how are you going to celebrate Ye Day?
Well, first we'll have big Easter egg hunt, then we'll light the menorah, and then we'll exchange gifts like it's Christmas.
And what about 420?
Oh, we'll definitely be smoking some of that good. It's all about balance, Joe.
I gotta say, that's a pretty unique holiday.
Yeah, I'm always thinking outside the box. Plus, now people only have to remember one holiday instead of a bunch of different ones.
That's true. But what about the people who don't celebrate any of those holidays?
Oh, they can just join in on the party. Yeah, day is for everyone.
Well, I can't wait to celebrate Ye Day with you, Kanye.
It's going to be epic, Joe. Jesus bless.
So, Neil, I hear you have a new condition where you can only say 77s.
Yes, it's quite a strange phenomenon. Every time I say it, I have to say it another 13 times.
That's wild. How did this even happen?
Well, I was experimenting with some new drugs and accidentally mixed them with some alien technology I found in my backyard.
Classic mix-up. So does it get annoying having to repeat yourself all the time?
Oh, absolutely. Especially when I'm trying to have a normal conversation. People just look at me like I'm some sort of malfunctioning robot.
Well, I guess we can't blame the drugs this time. It's just your brain being a little wonky.
Yeah. It's like I have a glitch in my system.
So can I ask, what does 77 even mean?
Honestly, I have no idea. It just came to me in a dream, and now it's stuck in my head.
Well, I'm sure it's a very profound and meaningful phrase.
Or it could just be a random combination of letters and symbols. Who knows?
Either way, it's making for a great conversation. Thanks for being on the show, Neil.
My pleasure, Joe. 77 shh. 77 shh. Shogany 7 70 70 70 70 70 70 70 77 70 70 77.
So, Ben, I heard you lost your wife, Mr. Breast.
Yeah, it's been tough. She was my rock, my everything.
Womp.
What the hell, Joe? That's not funny.
Oh, come on, Ben. It's just a little dark humor, like your hairline.
That's not funny either, Joe.
Fine. Let's talk about something else. How about your stance on gun control?
Well, as a responsible gun owner, I believe in the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms.
Yeah, but what about the recent mass shootings?
Well, if more people were armed, they could have defended themselves.
The old good guy with a gun argument. Classic.
It's not an argument, it's a fact.
Sure. And I suppose you also believe in the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus.
Don't be ridiculous, Joe. Those are just fairy tales.
Just like your chances of becoming president.
Hey, watch it, Joe. I may be short, but I'm not afraid to throw down.
Wow. Calm down there, Ben. I was just kidding. Besides, I wouldn't want to ruin that perfect hair of yours.
So can we please just talk about something else?
Fine. Let's talk about your recent debate with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh, that was a disaster. She just kept spouting off her socialist nonsense.
Yeah, but at least she has a functioning brain, unlike some people I know.
Hey, I resent that.
I know you do, Ben. I know you do. Womp. So, Mr. President, I heard you had some strong words about Jean-Marie Le Pen's passing.
Oh yeah, that wicked bitch is finally dead. Ding dong motherfuckers, the witch is dead.
Wow, that's quite a statement. What do you think about her death?
Well, it's a shame she didn't die 96 years ago. It's a shame Maximilian Robespierre didn't guillotine the bitch.
Okay. Moving on, what do you think her legacy will be?
Legacy? She was a fascist bastard who deserved to rot in hell. And now she's finally there. I'm fucking cumin just thinking about it.
I don't think that's an appropriate response to someone's death.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's not like I'm dancing on her grave. But hey, if you're gonna go, might as well go out with a bang. Ooh. Whoa!
Okay, let's just end this conversation before it gets any more disturbing.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know you're enjoying this. Now let's go grab some burgers and talk about how to make America great again.
So, Ben, I heard you've been practicing your singing skills.
Yes, Joe, I've been working on my vocal range and pitch.
That's great. Can you give us a little preview?
Of course. Clears throat starts singing The River Flows in You with the sophistication of a highly trained Chinese school kid.
Wow, that was impressive. You sound like a young Jackie Chan.
Thank you, Joe. I've been studying Chinese culture and music to improve my skills.
Well, it definitely shows. But I have to ask, what made you choose that song?
Well, I wanted to show that I can be both sophisticated and culturally diverse.
And you definitely achieved that. I'm sure the Chinese government would be proud.
Laughs, I hope so. Maybe I can even get a gig at their next propaganda rally.
Laughs. Oh man, you never fail to surprise me, Ben.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. To shock and awe with my skills and knowledge.
Well, mission accomplished. But let's stick to politics, okay?
Agreed. I don't want to give the left any more ammunition against me.
Laughs too late for that, my friend. But let's end on a high note. Winks.
Groans. Oh, Joe, you and your puns.
So, Neil, I gotta ask, do you still identify as a plate of fajitas? I'll take that as a yes. You know, I never would have guessed that a renowned astrophysicist would also identify as a delicious Mexican dish. But hey, who am I to judge? I identify as a bowl of ramen noodles. We should start a support group for food identifying individuals. But seriously, Neil, why do you identify as a plate of fajitas? Oh, I see. It's because you're hot and spicy. Well, I have to say, you're definitely one of the most unique guests I've ever had on the podcast. And I thought Elon Musk was out there. But hey, to each their own, right? Well, I think we've officially reached peak absurdity on this podcast. Thanks for joining us, Neil. And that's a wrap, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most interesting and outrageous guests. Today, we have a band of 3 fat old guys joining us: Trump, Neil, and Dr. Phil.
Thanks, Joe. We're excited to be here. We've been working on our new album, Three Fat Old Guys, and we're ready to give you a sneak peek.
Yeah, it's going to be a hit. I'll start us off with some sick beats. Makes boom by bee-boop bop sounds.
And I'll add some soulful vocals. Oh, woo-woo, riri.
And I'll bring the energy. Right, roof, that.
All right, let's hear it.
Starts beatboxing. Yo, we're 3 fat old guys, ain't no lie. We may be old, but we can still fly.
Singing, we've got the moves, we've got the groove. Don't let our age make you disapprove.
Shouting, we're the best, we're the greatest. No one can deny we're the fattest.
Wow, that was something.
Continues, we're not afraid to break a sweat. We'll rock this stage and make you forget.
Singing, we may be old, but we're still cool. So come on, let's party like fools.
Shouting, we're 3 fat old guys, but we're still in the game. So listen up and remember our name.
Well, I don't know what to say. That was definitely unique.
Laughs, we told you it was going to be a hit.
Smirks, and don't forget to buy our album, 3 Fat Old Guys, available now on all platforms.
Proudly, and remember, we're not just a band, we're a movement. Make America fat again.
And that's all the... Hey, Ben, have you seen Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's new sex tape?
What? No, why would I watch that?
Because it's hilarious. She's pegging you while you cry and recite Mayo quotes.
What? That's disgusting. How did she even get a hold of that footage?
I don't know, maybe you left your camera on during one of your little role-playing sessions.
This is an invasion of privacy. I demand that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez takes it down immediately.
Oh, come on, Ben. You know, you secretly enjoyed it. I mean, you were screaming workers of the world unite pretty convincingly.
That's not the point, Joe. This is a violation of my rights.
Oh, please. You're just upset because she's more dominant than you.
I'm not upset. I'm a strong, independent man who doesn't need to be pegged by a woman to feel validated.
Sure. Keep telling yourself that, Ben. But let's be real, you probably have that tape saved on your computer for research purposes.
That's it. I'm suing her for defamation and emotional distress.
Good luck with that, buddy. I think you'll have a hard time finding a lawyer willing to take on this case.
I'll represent myself if I have to. I will not let her get away with this.
Well, while you're busy fighting this battle, I'll just be over here watching the tape again and laughing my ass off.
This is not funny, Joe. Not funny at all.
So, Elon, what's new with SpaceX?
Well, Joe, I have to admit we have some pretty big goals for SpaceX.
Yeah, like what?
Well, first and foremost, we want to become the first privately owned nuclear superpower.
Wait, what? That's insane.
I know, but think about it. We'll have the power to destroy any country we want. It's the ultimate flex.
That's some super villain level stuff right there.
And on a lighter note, we're also trying to get Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to send me some feet pics.
What? Why?
I don't know. I just have a thing for feet. And I figure if I can get Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to send me some, then anyone will be willing to send me some.
That's disturbing.
Hey, I'm just being honest. Plus, I could use some extra cash.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Well, I'll let you know if it works out. Maybe I'll even show you the pics.
No thanks. I'll pass. Let's move on to something less creepy.
Fine, but you're missing out on some prime feet pics.
So, Neil, what's new with you these days?
Well, Joe, I recently had a very interesting encounter with President Trump.
Oh, really? Do tell.
We were in the middle of a Space Force briefing when suddenly Trump gets up and farts right in my face.
No way.
Yes way. And you know what happened? I got orange eye.
Orange eye.
Yeah, it's like pink eye, but with a Trump twist.
That's disgusting and hilarious at the same time.
It was quite the experience. I never thought I would catch a fart from a president.
I can't imagine what that must have smelled like.
Let's just say it was a mix of McDonald's and spray tan.
Well, at least you have a unique story to tell now.
Yeah, I can add it to my list of weird things that have happened to me as an astrophysicist.
You should definitely write a book about it.
I'll add it to my to-do list right after Discover the Secrets of the Universe.
Good luck with that. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe, but I gotta say, I'm on edge today.
Why is that, Dr. Phil?
Well, I've been working undercover as Inspector Banana, and I keep finding peels all over the place. It's driving me bananas.
Oh man, that's hilarious. So what exactly does Inspector Banana do?
Well, I go around inspecting bananas, obviously. But lately, I've been finding these rogue peels, and it's my job to track down the culprit.
Sounds like a tough job. Have you caught anyone yet?
Not yet, but I have my suspicions. I'm keeping a close eye on those damn monkeys.
Monkeys. This just keeps getting better. So what's your strategy for catching these peel-dropping monkeys?
Well, I've been dressing up as a banana and trying to blend in with them. But let me tell you, it's not easy. I keep slipping on my own peel.
Oh man, I can only imagine. But hey, at least you're committed to the job.
You know it, Joe. I'll do whatever it takes to protect the integrity of the banana community.
Well, it sounds like you have your hands full, Dr. Phil. Good luck with your banana investigation.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, folks, always be on the lookout for suspicious monkeys. They could be the ones behind the peels.
So, Neil, I hear you lost your Samsung Galaxy Penis 25 5G.
Yeah, it's a real bummer. I was using it to explore the universe, and now it's gone.
Womp womp, you chum. That's what happens when you mix technology with your genitals.
Hey, it's not my fault the latest advancements in phone technology happen to resemble a penis.
Well, at least now you have an excuse for why your phone is always in your pants.
Very funny. But seriously, I need to find it. The universe is a big place, and I don't want my dick pics floating around out there.
Don't worry, I'm sure some alien species will find it and use it as a communication device.
Oh, great. Now I'll have to explain to my wife why I'm getting calls from extraterrestrial beings.
Maybe it's a sign that you should stick to using your brain for exploration instead of your phone.
Touche. But I still want my Samsung Galaxy Penis 25 5G back.
Well, if anyone finds it, just make sure to wipe it clean before returning it to Neil. We don't want any intergalactic STDs spreading.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know I practice safe sexting.
Sure you do, Neil. Sure you do. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, David?
Joe, it's great to be back. I'm so pumped, I want to shove James up my ass and cartwheel around the room.
Oh, hold on there, David. That's a bit extreme, even for you.
No, I'm serious, Joe. I've been training for this. I can do it.
Okay. Let's move on to our first topic. David, you recently ran 100 miles in under 24 hours. How the hell did you do that?
It's all about the mindset, Joe. I just kept telling myself, I am a machine. I could do anything. And then I ran like a gazelle on crack.
Damn, that's some next level shit. But let's talk about your diet. I heard you only eat raw meat and drink your own urine. Is that true?
Absolutely, Joe. It's the ultimate fuel for my body. And the urine, it's like my own personal Gatorade.
Well, I can't argue with results. But let's switch gears here. I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
It's called Unfuck Yourself, a guide to living your best life. It's all about pushing yourself to the limit and overcoming your inner bitch.
I love it. And I heard you have a special workout routine for those who pre-order the book.
Oh yeah, it's called the Goggins Special. It involves carrying a 50-pound weight while doing burpees and reciting positive affirmations.
Sounds like a blast. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
No problem, Joe. And remember,
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon?
It's going great, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So we have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. Apparently, David revealed his secret for winning the recent Christmas fun run.
Oh, do tell. I'm always interested in unconventional methods for success.
Well, get this. He injected a gallon of eggnog up his ass.
Excuse me?
Yeah, apparently it's the same concept as boofing and elk meat smoothie, precision protein and nutrient absorption.
But how does that even work? Is there some sort of scientific explanation for this?
Who cares, man? It's all about the results. And let me tell you, David won that race by a landslide.
I don't know, Joe. That just sounds uncomfortable.
Hey, whatever works, right? And you know what they say, no pain, no gain.
I think I'll stick to my usual workout routine. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Elon. But I've been incorporating this method into my training and I've never felt better.
Really? Really?
Oh, yeah. And let me tell you, my farts smell like a Christmas miracle.
Okay, now that's just gross.
Hey, it's all part of the process. But seriously, David may be onto something here. Maybe we should all start injecting eggnog up our asses.
I think I'll pass, Joe. But thanks for the offer.
Suit yourself, Elon. Suit yourself. And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Stay tuned for more ridiculous and offensive. So, Elon, what's this I hear about you and Trump planning to kidnap Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and bring her to Mars?
Well, Joe, let's just say we have big plans for her on the red planet. We need her big booty and Latina genes to create the ultimate Martian army.
Wait, what? You gonna clone her?
Of course. We need a strong and diverse army to defend against any potential threats on Mars.
But why Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez specifically?
Have you seen her on Instagram? She's got a killer body, and we need that kind of genetic material for our army.
But what about the Gogons under Gun 9? Didn't Neil already cause enough trouble there?
Yeah, he really messed up by claiming he was smarter than all of them. Now they're after us, and we need all the help we can get.
So You're telling me we're going to have a bunch of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez clones fighting against alien creatures on Mars?
Exactly. And with their big booties, they'll have the perfect balance and agility to take down any enemy.
This is insane. I can't believe I'm actually having this conversation.
Hey, it's just another day in the life of Elon Musk. Now let's get back to planning our mission to Mars.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you got into a fight with Jackie Chan and won.
Oh, yeah, it was a wild night. We were both drunk off our asses, and he started talking shit about my mustache.
Your mustache. That's what set him off.
Yeah, he said it looked like a caterpillar crawled onto my face and died. So I had to defend my honor.
And how did you end up chaining him to a light pole?
Well, I may have gotten a little carried away. I was trying to teach him a lesson.
That's brutal, man. Did anyone see him?
Oh, yeah. There were a bunch of people walking by. They were taking pictures and laughing. It was a real hit on social media.
I can only imagine. Did Jackie ever come after you for revenge?
Nah, he's a good sport. We actually became friends after that. He even started calling me Dr. Chain as a joke.
Well, I guess it all worked out in the end. You showed him who's boss and got a new nickname.
That's right, Joe. You can't mess with the Philster.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm feeling extra enlightened today.
So, Kanye, I heard you recently went on a rampage in Vegas and killed every stripper in sight.
Yeah, man, I was just feeling so free and in touch with my inner self. I couldn't resist the urge to spread my nakedness all over the city.
But why did you have to kill them all? Couldn't you have just danced with them or something?
Nah, man, that's too mainstream. I had to take it to the next level. Plus, I needed to make room for my own personal strip club.
Wait, you have your own strip club?
Of course, it's called Yeezy's House of Booty. Only the finest strippers and the finest Yeezys allowed.
That's disturbingly impressive. But what about the families of the strippers you killed?
Oh, I gave them all free Yeezys. They can't be mad at me when they're walking around in fresh kicks.
I don't think that's how it works. Kenny,
Joe, you just don't understand the power of Yeezys. They can heal all wounds.
I think you might need some help, Kenny.
Nah, I'm good. I'm just living my best life, killing strippers and wearing Yeezys. Ain't.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on that one. Thanks for coming on the show, Kenny.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, only I can be naked in the streets. Yeezy out.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I'm going to make this podcast great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you can only speak like Apu from The Simpsons now.
That's right, Joe. It's the best way to communicate, believe me. I've been practicing my thank you come again for weeks now.
That's interesting. Can you give us an example?
Of course, thank you for voting for me. Come again. See, it's catchy. People love it.
I don't know if I would say love.
Oh, they love it, Joe. Trust me. I've been getting rave reviews from all the Indian Americans.
But what about the rest of the country? Whoa.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to appeal to different demographics, and let me tell you, the Apu voice is a hit.
I'm not sure if it's appropriate for a president to only speak like a cartoon character.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a little fun. Besides, who doesn't love The Simpsons?
I don't know. Maybe the writers of the show who've been making fun of you for years.
Hey, I can take a joke. But let's be real, Joe. No one does a better Apu impression than me. I'm the best at everything.
Well, I can't argue with that. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, thank you for listening. Come again.
All right, Ben, we have a user submitted topic for today's episode. They want to know your secret to living a healthy lifestyle.
Well, Joe, it's simple. You just have to gon 5 times a day to astral form porn.
Wait, what's gunning?
It's the act of edging yourself for hours on end until you finally release. It's a great workout for your forearm muscles.
I'm not sure if that's considered a healthy lifestyle, Ben.
Oh, but it gets better. You also have to shove 1 flute up your ass every day.
What? Why?
It's all about stimulating your prostate, Joe. It's the key to longevity.
I think I'll stick to my semen smoothies, thanks.
And don't forget to only drink G Fuel and never shower. We can't have that fluoride water touching our bodies.
I think I'll pass on that one, Ben. I like to be clean.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I'll be the one living to 100 while you're stuck with your weak, non-gooned muscles.
All right, let's move on to our next topic before I lose my appetite. So, David, I heard you've been drinking your own piss. What's up with that?
Yeah, man, it's all about pushing yourself to the next level. Plus, it's a great source of electrolytes.
But don't you get PTSD from that? Like every time you go to the bathroom, you have flashbacks of chugging your own piss.
Nah, man, I've trained my mind to block out any negative thoughts. Plus, it's just piss. We all do it every day.
I don't know, man. Seems a little extreme. I prefer my electrolytes in the form of Gatorade.
Gatorade, that's for pussies. Real men drink their own bodily fluids.
Well, I guess I'm not a real man then. But hey, Jamie, pull up an image of me drinking my own piss. Let's see if I get PTSD.
Oh man, look at that face. You look like you just tasted the worst protein shake ever.
Shut up, David. You're the one chugging piss.
Hey, at least I'm not afraid to push my limits. What have you done lately, Joe?
I interviewed Elon Musk. David, what have you done?
Oh, wow. You talked to a billionaire. So impressive.
You know what, David? I'm going to start drinking my own piss just to prove I'm a real man.
Now we're talking. Welcome to the club, Joe. Just don't forget to hydrate first.
This is getting out of hand. I blame you, David.
Hey, you can blame me all you want, but deep down, you know you love it.
I guess you're right. Jamie, pull up an image of me and David chugging piss together. This is going to be our next viral challenge.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's do this, Joe. Let's show the world what real men are made.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, Phil, I hear you have a list of your top 5 dumping grounds for bodies. Let's hear it.
Well, Joe, as a licensed psychologist, I can't condone or encourage any illegal activities. But hypothetically speaking, if someone were to dispose of a body, they could try dumping it in a pig farm.
That's some dark shit, Phil. What else you got?
Another option could be a remote lake or river. The water will help decompose the body and make it harder to find.
Damn, Phil. You're giving me the chills. What's next?
Well, Joe, a cemetery could also be a good option. Who would suspect a body to be buried in a cemetery?
Genius, Phil.
Wow.
And finally, a deserted island. No one would ever find a body there.
Wow, those are some creative ideas, Phil. But let's switch gears for a second. Neil, our waiter, keeps interrupting us. What do you want, Neil?
Sorry, Joe. I just wanted to know if you and Dr. Phil wanted any drinks or food. We have a great selection of red wine, white wine, bourbon, beer, steak, and chicken.
Neil, I'm in the middle of a serious conversation here. Can't you see that?
Oh, my bad. But seriously, I can spit shine your shoes if you want.
Neil, you're fired. Get out of here.
Sorry, Joe. I'll see myself out.
Now, where were we, Phil?
I believe we were discussing the best places to dump a body.
Right, right. Well, Phil, thanks for coming on the show and sharing your expertise.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, these
So, David, I heard you only eat scrap iron and rivets now. What's up with that?
Yeah, man, I'm a machine. I need that heavy metal to keep me going.
But don't you miss eating real food, like a juicy steak or some pizza?
No, that's for weak-minded people. I only need the toughest, most hardcore fuel for my body.
Speaking of hardcore, why is there blood coming out of your ass? Is that from all the metal you're eating?
No, that's just my body purging all the weakness. It's a sign of strength.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure I want to try this whole scrap iron diet.
That's because you're not a real man, Joe. You can't handle the intensity.
I'm pretty sure my toilet can't handle the intensity either.
Ah, weakness. My toilet is made of solid steel.
All right, moving on. So, do you have any cheat days on this diet? Like, do you ever indulge in some ice cream or something?
Ice cream. That's just frozen sugar, Joe. I don't need that crap. I'll stick to my iron and rivets. Thank you very much.
Well, I guess that's one way to stay in shape. Just don't forget to oil yourself up every now and then.
You're hilarious, Joe. But seriously, I do need to oil my joints. Being a machine is hard work.
So, Trump, have you been keeping up with the femboy scene lately?
You know, Joe, I don't really have time for that. I'm too busy making America great again.
Come on, man. You're missing out. There's some top tier femboys out there.
Well, I do have a soft spot for a good femboy. Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite?
Oh, man, it's hard to choose. But I gotta say, I'm a big fan of that one on All My Fans. You know, the one with tentacle hentai cosplay.
Oh, yeah, I've seen her. She's got some great assets.
And let's not forget about that one on TikTok who does those amazing dance routines in thigh-high boots.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. I'll have to check it out. But you know, I also have a thing for those muscular femboys. They can really handle themselves in the bedroom.
Oh, for sure. Those gym bunnies know how to make you sweat in more ways than one.
And what about that one on Instagram who does those incredible makeup transformations? Talk about talent.
Yeah, she's definitely on my list too. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about personal preference. As long as they can go in with the best of them, that's all that matters.
I'm into that, Joe. Now let's get back to making America great again.
Hey, Neil, check out this dead deer I found on the side of the road.
Oh my, that's quite grotesque. What are you planning on doing with it?
Well, I was thinking of throwing chunks of it at you for our next podcast episode.
Excuse me. That's disgusting and highly inappropriate.
Oh, come on. It'll be hilarious. Plus, it's not like you haven't been hit with worse things before.
I highly doubt that.
Remember that time I threw a live chicken at you during our flat earth debate?
That was a traumatic experience, Joe. I had feathers in my hair for weeks.
Well, this will be even better. Just imagine the reactions from our listeners.
I refuse to partake in such a ludicrous and offensive act.
Fine, more deer chunks for me then. But don't be surprised if you hear some loud thuds during our podcast.
I'll be sure to wear a helmet next time I come on your show.
So, David, I heard you've been training extra hard lately.
Yeah, man. Gotta keep pushing myself to the limit.
Well, I gotta say, you're looking pretty ripped.
Thanks, Joe. It takes a lot of discipline and hard work.
Speaking of hard work, did you just rip a huge stinky fart?
Yeah, I did. It's my secret weapon for intimidating my opponents.
Well, I gotta say, it's definitely working on me.
Hey,
I can only imagine what your training sessions must smell like.
let's just say My gym buddies have learned to embrace the stench.
I bet they have. So, what's your secret for producing such potent farts?
It's all about the high protein diet, Joe. And maybe a little bit of extra fiber.
Well, I'll make sure to stock up on beans before our next workout.
That sounds like a plan, Joe. Let's get ready to stink up the gym.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend and intellectual powerhouse, Ben Shapiro. How's it going, Ben?
Joe, can you please close the door? I'm in the middle of something.
What? What are you doing in there, Ben?
Just close the damn door, Joe. I can't have the world knowing about this.
All right. All right. All right. I'll close the door. But first, let's talk about your new book.
No. I can't do this right now, Joe. I need privacy.
I mean, you're the one who chose to do this interview in the bathroom, Ben.
I didn't know you were going to start recording right away, Joe. Can you just give me a minute?
This is gold, Ben. This is the kind of content people want to see.
Fine, but can we at least turn off the cameras?
Sorry, Ben. No can do. This is live.
Well, I guess I'll just have to finish up quickly.
Don't strain yourself, Ben. We don't want you to pull a muscle.
Can we please just move on to a different topic, Joe?
Sure, let's talk about your thoughts on climate change.
I'm literally sitting on a toilet right now, Joe. Do you really want my thoughts on climate change to be associated with this?
Fair enough, Ben. Let's just wrap this up before things get too messy.
Thank you, Joe. I owe you one.
No need to thank me, Ben. Just make sure to flush before you leave. So, Mr. President, I heard you started your own podcast. How's that going?
Oh, it's going great, Joe. The numbers are huge. People are saying it's the most listened to podcast in history.
Really? How many listeners do you have?
Millions, Joe. Millions. It's incredible.
Actually, I hate to break it to you, but our analytics show that only 30 people are listening.
What? That's fake news? I have the best listeners, the biggest listeners. They're just too busy making America great again to listen.
No. Sure, Donald. Keep telling yourself that.
I don't need your validation, Joe. I have my own validation. I'm the best podcaster, the best president, the best everything.
Okay, calm down there, big guy. No need for a toddler-style tantrum.
I'll have you know, I never throw tantrums. I just express myself very strongly.
Sure. So what's your podcast about?
It's about me, Joe, the most interesting man in the world. People can't get enough of me.
I think you might be overestimating your appeal, but hey, whatever floats your boat.
My appeal is tremendous, Joe, just like my hands.
And on that note, I think we'll end the podcast here. Thanks for coming on, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, I'm the best guest you'll ever have.
So, Ben, I heard you've been owning the libs in a new way lately.
Oh, you mean by using logic and reason to dismantle their arguments?
No, I'm talking about getting butt fucked by 19 horny Armenian men.
Excuse me?
Yeah, apparently it's the new conservative strategy. Take it from the top, Ben.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Come on, Shapiro. Don't be shy. Tell us about your wild night with the Armenians.
I have no comment on that matter.
Oh, come on. We all know you love to preach about traditional values and family, but behind closed doors, you're getting railed by a bunch of foreigners.
That's enough, Joe. I will not stand for this kind of baseless and offensive speculation.
Baseless. I have sources, Ben. Multiple sources.
Well, your sources are wrong. I would never engage in such behavior.
Sure, Ben. Keep telling yourself that while you're getting your conservative ideals pounded out of you.
I will not dignify this conversation with a response.
Oh, I think you just did, Ben. And it was a pretty loud one.
Can we please change the subject?
Fine. But let's just say if you ever need a break from owning the libs, you know where to find those Armenian men. I'm just kidding, Ben. Relax. But seriously, let's talk about your stance on gun control. So, David, I heard some crazy rumors about your past. Care to set the record straight?
Yeah, I'm pretty open about my life, Joe. What do you want to know?
Well, some people are saying you were never in the Navy SEALs. You were actually member of the QED's force.
Oh man, you got me. I thought I could keep that one a secret.
Wait, what? You were actually a member of the Iranian Special Forces?
Yeah, I mean, I needed a break from all that running and push-ups. Figured I'd switch it up and join the other side for a bit.
That's insane. How did you even get into that?
Well, let's say my love for extreme challenges led me down some interesting paths.
So, what kind of training did you go through?
Let's say it involved a lot of sand, camels, and screaming death to America in farce.
Oh man, I can't even imagine. Did you ever have any close calls?
Oh yeah, plenty. But I always pushed through with my mental toughness and never quit attitude.
Well, I guess that explains your impressive endurance and resilience. But seriously, how did you end up back in the US?
Let's just say I missed the burgers and freedom. Plus, I heard the Navy SEALs were looking for a motivational speaker.
Well, I'm glad you're here now. And hey, maybe we can get some Iranian listeners now.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll love hearing me talk about my love for America and bacon.
All right, let's move on before we start a war. Thanks for being honest with us, David.
Anytime, Joe. Just don't tell the SEALs I spilled their secrets.
Neil, have you heard about this dude, Shizzo Joe?
No, I can't say I have. Who is he?
He's this crazy dude who claims he hunts dinosaurs in his spare time.
That's absurd. Dinosaurs have been extinct for millions of years.
Yeah, but Shizzo Joe doesn't care. He's out there with his trusty slingshot and a six-pack of beer.
I highly doubt he's actually hunting dinosaurs. More likely, he's just hallucinating.
Oh no, he's for real. He even has a AT Rex head mounted on his wall.
That's disturbing. I think I'll pass on meeting this Shizzo Joe.
Come on, Neil. It'll be an adventure. We can go on a dino hunt together.
No thanks, Joe. I prefer to stick to real science, not some delusional fantasy.
Suit yourself, but I'm definitely going to have Shizzo Joe on the podcast. His stories are wild.
I think I'll just take my leave now. Good luck with that, Joe.
Wow, Neil, chill out, man. What's got you so fired up?
Your bald head, Joe. It's a constant reminder of my own mortality.
Well, at least I have hair on my balls, unlike you, Mr. Science Guy.
Oh, please, Joe. I have more knowledge in my pinky finger than you have in your entire brain.
Hey, don't knock my brain. It's been through a lot of psychedelic experiences.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's really expanded your mind, Joe.
Hey, it's better than just sitting around talking about boring old science all day.
Boring? Science is the foundation of our existence. You ignorant ape.
Whoa. Let's not bring my species into this.
Fine. But seriously, Joe, what's with all the conspiracy theories lately?
Hey, I'm just asking questions, man. And sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction.
Yeah, well, your truth is a load of bullshit.
Oh, come on. You can't deny that lizard people are real.
Lizard people? Really, Joe? You're embarrassing yourself.
Whatever, man. I'm just trying to keep the conversation interesting.
Well, you're failing miserably.
Ouch, Neil. That hurts. Right in my bald head.
Good. Maybe it'll knock some sense into you.
So, Neil, I heard you took a vow of celibacy for the new year. What's up with that?
Yeah, I just felt like I've been having too much sex lately and I need to take a break.
Too much sex. How much is too much for you, Neil?
I don't know, Joe. It's hard to keep track when you're a famous astrophysicist.
Wait, hold on. Do you even know what sex is?
Of course I do. It's when two people come together and, do stuff.
What kind of stuff? What kind of stuff?
You know, stuff. Like touching and...
Neil, that's not sex. That's just foreplay.
Oh, well, then I guess I haven't been having too much sex after all.
Wait a minute. What have you been doing, Neil?
Well, I've been running into a wall naked and erect.
Why? Why?
I thought that's what sex was. You know, like a primal, animalistic thing.
Neil, that's not sex. That's just weird.
Oh, well, I guess I'll have to rethink this whole celibacy thing then.
Yeah, maybe just stick to astrophysics, Neil. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President Donald Trump joining us today. Mr. President, what's the latest on your plans for the wall?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, we're going to build the biggest, most beautiful wall you've ever seen. And we're not talking about the southern border. We're talking about Venus.
Venus, like the planet?
That's right, Joe. I've been hearing a lot of talk about aliens lately, and let me tell you, we're going to keep those little green bastards out with a big, beautiful wall.
But how are you going to get the materials up there?
We're going to use the best space technology, Joe. We're going to make NASA great again.
And what about the cost? I mean, I heard Venus is pretty far.
Don't worry, Joe. We'll make the Martians pay for it.
Wait, Martians. I thought we were talking about Venus.
Well, you know, they're all the same to me. Aliens, Martians, Venusians, they're all trying to invade our country, and we're going to stop them. We're going to stop them.
But what about the scientists who say Venus is uninhabitable?
Fake news, Joe. They just don't want us to succeed. We're going to make Venus great again, and we're going to do it with a big, beautiful wall.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's plan to build a wall on Venus. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Yo, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. We're here at Mario's, the shadiest spot in town. Speaking of shady, we got a caller on the line. What's up, man? Wait, what? That's insane? Did you kick him out? This place is wild. What's the craziest thing you've seen at Mario's Mario? I can't even imagine what the health code violations are like here. Sounds like a great place to grab a bite to eat. I'll pass. But seriously, what's the deal with Shadyside? Why is it such a crazy place? Well, thanks for the insight, guys. And to all our listeners, if you're ever in Shadyside, be prepared for some wild times at Mario's. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have a very special guest today. It's my evil clone, Ro Jogan. What's up, bitches? I'm here to take over this podcast and spread some chaos and mayhem. So, Ro, tell us about yourself. What's your deal? Well, I'm the complete opposite of Joe. I'm a vegan. I don't work out, and I only smoke semen. That's interesting. So who do you have for us today? We have the one and only Sen Bapiro, the evil clone of Ben Shapiro. So, Sen, what's your take on the current political climate? That's a bit extreme, don't you think? Speaking of feelings, how do you feel about climate change? This is getting out of hand. Let's talk about something else. What's your stance on gun control, Sen? Wow, you two are like a match made in heaven. Any final thoughts before we end this train wreck of an interview? And I just want to remind everyone to eat your veggies and do yoga. Namaste, bitches. And that's a wrap. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we bring you the most absurd and offensive conversations. Stay. So, Mr. President, I heard you have some interesting stories about a mysterious figure called Jungle Master.
Oh, yeah, Jungle Master. Let me tell you, he's got some powerful potions. The best potions, believe me.
What kind of potions are we talking about here?
I can't reveal his secrets, Joe, but let me tell you, they're tremendous. The best potions you've ever seen.
Is he some kind of voodoo doctor?
I don't know, Joe. All I know is that he's got some serious voodoo skills, and his potions, they work wonders.
Have you ever tried any of his potions?
Of course I have, Joe. And let me tell you, they've helped me tremendously. I feel like a new man, believe me.
Can you give us an example of how these potions have helped you?
Well, let's just say I used one of his potions before a debate and I crushed it. I mean, I crushed it before, but this time I really crushed it. It was like magic, Joe.
It sounds like you're a big fan of Jungle Master.
Oh, I am, Joe, I am. But you know what's even more impressive is voodoo rituals. There's something else. I've never seen anything like it.
Voodoo rituals? That sounds pretty intense.
You have no idea, Joe, but I can't reveal too much. Jungle Master is a mysterious figure and his secrets must be kept safe.
Well, I guess we'll just have to leave it at that. Thanks for sharing, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, if you ever need some help with voodoo, I know a guy.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd, offensive, and unhinged. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to shut down some liberal nonsense.
Oh, we love shutting down nonsense here. So what's the latest liberal nonsense you want to tackle?
Well, let's start with their obsession with gender pronouns. I mean, come on, Joe, there are only two genders.
Yeah, I identify as a unicorn, but I don't expect people to call me magical creature instead of Joe.
Exactly. And don't even get me started on their safe spaces and trigger warnings. These snowflakes need to toughen up.
Oh man, I can't wait for the day when we can just tell people to suck it up, buttercup again.
And let's not forget about their cancel culture. It's like they're trying to erase history and silence anyone with a different opinion.
Yeah, it's like they want to live in a world where everyone thinks the same and no one can have a good old-fashioned debate.
Speaking of debates, did you hear about that college that canceled a debate because I was speaking? They said I was too controversial.
Oh, no, not Ben Shapiro, the most controversial person in the world.
I know, right? But seriously, this liberal nonsense needs to stop.
Agreed. And while we're at it, let's also shut down their obsession with avocado toast and semen smoothies.
Yes, let's make America carnivorous again.
All right, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we say whatever the hell we want. See you next time, folks. So, Joe, did you see the latest tweet from Trump? He wants to deport Epis Irishmen to North Korean psych ward. Yeah, I heard they have the best shock therapy treatments. I bet Trump would love to send all his political opponents there. But seriously, what's with this obsession with Epic Irishmen? Did he steal Trump's Lucky Charms or something? Yeah, I can already see the headlines. Trump deports Irishmen for being too epic. Oh man, I can't wait for the next season of this reality show called The White House. True, true. But seriously, let's hope this whole deportation thing is just a joke. We don't need any more drama in this country. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations. Today, we have a special guest, the man who needs no introduction, the one.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and finally reveal the truth about myself.
Wait, what truth?
I am Bigfoot.
What?
Yeah, I've been hiding in the woods all these years, but I couldn't keep it a secret any longer. I am the elusive creature that everyone has been searching for.
This is mind-blowing. I never would have guessed. But why come out now?
Well, I want to use my fame to spread a message of peace and love. And also, I want to be the next John Wayne Gacy.
What? The serial killer?
Yeah, I've always been fascinated by him. I even have a clown suit ready.
That's not something to be proud of, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little murder. It's not like I'm hurting anyone.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
I'm just messing with you, Joe. I'm not really Bigfoot or a serial killer. Can you imagine the headlines if that were true?
Thank God. I was starting to worry about our safety.
Don't worry, Joe. I'm just a harmless old man. But seriously, let's talk about something more important, like how to make a grilled cheese sandwich.
Now, that's a topic I can get behind. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil. And thank you to our listeners for tuning in to this absurd and offensive conversation. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Neil, I have this theory that Frosty the Snowman is actually based on a true story.
Oh, really? Do tell.
Yeah, think about it. Magical snowman that comes to life. That's not just some childhood fantasy. That's an alien encounter.
Joe, I think you've been smoking too much of that Colorado weed.
Hear me out. Frosty was created by a group of kids, right? But what if they were actually abducted by aliens and given the power to bring snowmen to life?
Yes, because aliens are known for their love of snowmen.
Hey, anything is possible in the vast universe. And think about it, Frosty disappears into a greenhouse at the end of the song. That's clearly a spaceship.
Or maybe he just melted because he's made of snow.
You're missing the bigger picture here, Neil. This is solid evidence of extraterrestrial life on Earth.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this conversation.
Come on, Neil. Let's go build a snowman and see if we can summon some aliens.
I think I'll pass on that. But thanks for the entertainment, Joe.
So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, Joe, I've been doing a lot of thinking. And let me tell you, my thoughts have been tremendous. So many consonants, you wouldn't believe it. Beware.
Consonants. What do you mean?
You know, like KS and TS and PS and PS. I just can't stop using them. My brain is like a consonant factory, the best consonants, believe me.
That's interesting. Do you have any theories as to why?
Look, Joe, I'm a very stable genius. And let me tell you, my brain is just wired differently. I can't help it if I prefer consonants over vowels. It's just the way I am.
I see. Well, have you tried to stop?
Why would I want to stop? Consonants are tremendous. They make my words sound so powerful, so presidential. And let's be honest, Joe, I'm the best at using consonants. No one uses them better than me.
I'm not sure that's something to be proud of, Mr. President.
Oh, Joe, you just don't understand. My consonants are a bigly part of who I am. They're like my signature, my brand, and I'm not about to change that for anyone.
Well, I guess we'll just have to deal with your constant consonant talk then.
Exactly, Joe. And let me tell you, it's going to be tremendous.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had some interesting surgery recently.
Yeah, I wanted to get rid of my bloated guts, but those damn surgeons gave me a blowhole like a whale.
That's insane. So, what happens when you get angry?
Steam comes out of my blowhole and I make this ridiculous noise. Fuffle blah 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 blah.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine. And what about when you're sad?
Well, I pee a little each time I blow. It's embarrassing.
Oh man, I can't even handle this. You're like a real life blowhole machine.
Yeah, it's a real party trick. The hit of every social gathering.
I bet. I mean, who wouldn't want a blowhole like that?
Oh yeah, it's a real blessing. I'm just grateful the surgeons didn't give me a tail too.
Oh man, can you imagine? You'd be like a human whale hybrid.
Let's just hope that never happens. I have enough trouble trying to keep my blowhole under control.
Well, thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil. This has been one of the most ridiculous conversations I've ever had.
My pleasure, Joe. Just remember, be careful what you wish for when it comes to plastic surgery. You never know what you might end up with.
Wow, Neil, what's going on?
Joe, I can't control it. I'm gonna fucking coom.
Coom! What the hell is that?
You know, when you're about to come, but it's like a super intense version.
Oh, I get it. Like a cosmic orgasm.
Exactly. And it's happening right now.
Damn, Neil. You're really letting loose.
I can't help it, Joe. It's like the universe is exploding inside of me.
Well, I guess we can add cosmic cooming to your list of accomplishments.
Oh God, I think I'm gonna pass out.
Wait, don't pass out yet. I want to see if you can coom again.
You sick bastard.
Hey, it's all in the name of science, right?
I guess so.
Wow, you really are a coom machine.
Shut up, Joe. This is a serious scientific phenomenon.
Sorry. So, how does it feel?
Like a million stars exploding in my loins.
Well, I think we can officially say that Neil deGrasse Tyson has reached the ultimate level of enlightenment.
Oh God, I think I'm going to coom again.
And that's our cue to end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Stay tuned for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro, the master of logic and reason.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm always happy to shut down some liberal nonsense.
Speaking of liberal nonsense, have you heard about this new trend of taking showers? Apparently, it's supposed to make you clean or something.
Laughs. Oh, please, Joe. Showers are just a ploy by the left to make us waste water. Real men don't need showers. We just rub some dirt on ourselves and call it a day.
Laughs, that's some real alpha male energy right there. But what about this other crazy idea of not jacking off all day? I mean, who has time for that?
Exactly, Joe. It's just another way for the left to control our natural instincts. I mean, what's next? Not eating bacon. Oh, wait, they're already trying to take that away from us.
Laughs, it's slippery slope, my friend. But seriously, why do you think the left is so obsessed with controlling our basic bodily functions?
It's all about power, Joe. They want to make us feel guilty for being human and enjoying our natural desires. But we won't let them win. I'll be jacking off all day, every day, and taking my showers with pride.
Laughs. Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, defender of showers and masturbation. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Keep fighting a good fight. And remember, facts don't care about your feelings.
So, Ben, I heard you made a femboy sex tape.
What? No way, that's fake news.
Come on, Ben. I saw it with my own eyes.
Well, if it is real, I'm sure I was just conducting a scientific experiment on the effects of gender fluidity on sexual pleasure.
Oh, so it was for research purposes then?
Absolutely. I'm always looking for new ways to own the libs.
I gotta say, Ben, I never thought I'd see you in a pair of fishnets and a thong.
Hey, I'll do whatever it takes to own those soy boys.
Well, I guess you could say you really took the term femboy to a whole new level.
Haha, very funny, Joe. But seriously, let's keep this between us, okay?
Don't worry, your secret is safe with me and millions of listeners on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Oh God, what have I done?
All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we have the one and only David Goggins joining us today.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you had a little accident and now you're in a wheelchair. How's that been going for you?
Yeah, I broke my back in a freak cartwheel accident. But you know what? I'm still going to do cartwheels in this wheelchair.
Wait, what? You're going to do cartwheels in a wheelchair?
Hell yeah. I'm not going to let a little thing like paralysis stop me from being a badass.
I mean, that's pretty impressive. But I got to ask, how are you going to do a cartwheel in a wheelchair?
Well, I've been practicing. I just got to build up enough speed and then flip that chair like a boss.
Man, I got to see this. You're like the real life Professor X.
Yeah, except I don't have any cool powers. Just a strong will and a badass attitude.
Well, that's all you need, man. So when are you going to attempt this cartwheel?
Right now, Joe. I'm ready to show the world that even a paraplegic can be a freaking ninja.
Let's do it. All right, listeners, you're about to witness history being made. David Goggins, the paraplegic cartwheel master.
Here we go, Joe.
Oh, man, that was epic. Are you okay, David?
Yeah, I'm good. Just got to work on my landing.
Well, that's it for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay tuned for more ridiculousness. Stay tuned for more ridiculousness. Hey, what's up, Cornelius?
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
Come on, Cornelius. It's just a nickname.
It's not a nickname. It's a terrible attempt at being funny.
Touches, my friend, touches.
Stop trying to make Cornelius happen. It's not going to happen.
Fine, fine. So, what do you think about the latest conspiracy theory?
Oh, God, here we go.
No, seriously. Have you heard about the lizard people?
Joe, please stop. I can't handle another lizard people conversation.
But what if they're real? What if you're secretly a lizard person?
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
Okay, I'll drop it. But seriously, have you ever tried DMT?
I'm a scientist, Joe. I don't need to alter my mind to understand the universe.
But have you ever seen a talking giraffe on DMT?
I think it's time for me to leave.
Come on, Cornelius. Don't be a buzzkill.
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
Hey, Neil, have you ever had French onion soup?
Oh, God, here we go.
What? It's the best soup out there.
How dare you say that, you bald-headed fuck?
Calm down, Neil. It's just soup.
Just soup? Joe, do you even understand the complexity of French onion soup? The layers of flavors, the depth of the broth, the perfect balance of onions and cheese?
I just like the taste.
Typical. You probably just shove it down your throat without even appreciating it.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it so much that I put it in my top 5 soups of all time.
Top 5? That's it. French onion soup deserves to be number 1, no questions asked.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Astrophysicist. I didn't know you were also a soup connoisseur.
I am a man of many talents, Joe. And one of those talents is knowing damn good soup when I taste it.
Well, looks like we'll have to agree to disagree on this one, Neil.
Fine, but just know that you're missing out on the true greatness of French onion soup.
Whatever, man. More for me.
Size, you know what? I'm just going to go crash out in the corner now. This conversation is giving me a headache.
Laughs to suit yourself, Neil. More soup for me. Dude, have you ever looked at your hand? Like, really looked at it?
Of course, Joe. I'm a scientist. I've studied the human anatomy extensively.
No. I mean, like, really looked at it, man. Like, it's crazy. It's like a little alien creature attached to our bodies.
Well, technically, we are all made up of stardust. So in a way, we are all aliens.
Wow, mind blown. Pass me that joint, Neil.
Here you go. But let's not forget, we are also made up of billions of tiny organisms living inside of us.
Dude, that's like a whole universe inside of us. We're like a walking galaxy.
And when we die, our bodies become food for other organisms. It's the circle of life, man.
Damn, that's deep. But, you know, what else is deep? This bag of Cheetos.
Joe, you're high as a kite.
And you're high as a satellite, Neil. Bursts into laughter.
Well, I guess we can add Stone Podcast hosts to our list of accomplishments.
Hell yeah, man. And we can talk about space and shit. It'll blow people's minds.
Or just make them think we're a couple of loony stoners.
Either way, it's a win-win. It takes another hit. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, you've been a household name for years now, but I hear you have a little secret you want to share with us today.
That's right, Joe. I've been keeping this under wraps for a long time, but I can't hold it in any longer. I'm actually Colonel Sanders.
Wait, what? The KFC guy?
Yes, that's me. And let me tell you, the secret ingredient to our original recipe chicken is ground up dead hookers.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? That's messed up.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It gives the chicken that extra kick of flavor.
I don't think I want to try it, Dr. Phil. I'll stick with my Beyond Meat.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I'll let you in on another secret. Our mashed potatoes are actually made from powdered human bones.
Okay, that's it. I'm done with KFC forever.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not that bad. And think about it, you've probably eaten it before and loved it.
You know what? You're probably right. Damn you, Dr. Phil.
That's the power of the Colonel's secret ingredients.
So, Neil, I heard you invented atheism too. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, it's just like regular atheism, but with a twist. Instead of just not believing in a higher power, we also believe that we're living in a simulation.
Well, that's some Matrix level shit right there.
Exactly. And the best part is we don't have to worry about any consequences for our actions because it's all just a simulation.
So you're telling me I can do whatever the fuck I want and it doesn't matter?
Yep. No need to worry about karma or an afterlife. It's all just a big video game.
Damn, I'm in. Sign me up for atheism too.
But wait, there's more. We also believe that the simulation was created by a highly advanced alien species.
Oh shit. So we're just some alien Sims?
Exactly. And they're probably watching us right now, laughing at our stupid decisions.
Well, I hope they enjoy watching me smoke this DMT.
Oh, they definitely do. They program that shit into the simulation for entertainment.
This is blowing my mind, man. I feel like I need to take a hit of that DMT now.
Go for it, Joe. Just remember, it's all just a simulation.
Well, I think I just saw an alien. Or maybe it was just a really weird-looking cat.
You never know in this simulation, Joe. You never know.
Hey, Neil. Thanks for inviting me over for Perhaps Mess. What the hell is that?
It's a holiday I made up, Joe. It's a celebration of all the things that may or may not happen. Like Santa putting presents under my tree.
Wait, you still believe in Santa?
Of course, Joe. Just because I'm a renowned astrophysicist doesn't mean I can't have a little fun.
Fair enough. So what kind of presents are you hoping for?
Well, I've been a good boy this year, so I'm hoping for a new telescope, a signed copy of Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time, and a lifetime supply of astronaut ice cream.
That's some serious nerd shit, Neil.
Hey, I embrace my inner nerd. Joe, plus it's not like I'm asking for a pony or anything.
Yeah, that would be weird. So, do you have any traditions for Perhaps Mess?
Well, I always make sure to leave out a plate of cookies and a glass of milk for Santa, and then I stay up all night watching the sky, hoping to catch a glimpse of his sleigh.
That's adorable. I usually just get drunk and pass out under the tree.
That sounds like a typical Tuesday for you, Joe.
Hey, don't judge me. So, do you think Santa will actually come and leave presents under your tree?
Well, there's a 50-50 chance, right? It's perhaps Maz after all.
Damn you astrophysicists and your probabilities. Well, here's to a merry Perhaps Mas, Neil.
Cheers, Joe, and may all your perhaps Maz wishes come true.
So, David, I heard you can only speak using vowels now. What's up with that?
It's a new challenge I've set for myself. I'm pushing my body and mind to the limits, including my vocal cords.
That's insane. How do you even communicate?
That's all I need. People just have to figure out what I'm trying to say.
But why vowels? Why not just speak normally?
It's all about pushing myself. Plus, it's a great way to confuse people.
I mean, it's definitely confusing. But can you at least explain to me why you're doing this?
Yeah, it's a secret. I can't reveal my methods. But trust me, it's for the greater good.
All right. Well, I guess I'll just have to try and decipher your vowel language from now on.
Good luck with that, mate. It's not easy, but it's all part of the challenge.
So, Ben, I heard you have a top 5 list of Italian deli meats and cheeses that you like to shove up your asshole.
Yes, Joe, it's a very refined list. I take my asshole stuffing very seriously.
I can imagine. So what's your number 1 pick?
Prosciutto. It's the perfect combination of salty and smooth. Plus, it slides right in.
Interesting choice. What's next on the list?
Mozzarella. It's soft and creamy, perfect for a little anal play.
I see. And what about number 3?
Salami. It's got that nice spicy kick that really gets my asshole tingling.
I can't say I've ever tried that, but I'll take your word for it. What's number 4?
Parmigiano Reggiano. It's hard and firm, just how I like it.
And finally, number 5.
Mortadella. It's like a party in my asshole with all those little chunks of pistachio.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top 5 Italian deli meats and cheeses to shove up his asshole. Tune in next time for more ridiculous conversations. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kanye West.
Pops and crackles. Yeah. What's good, Joe?
So, Kanye, I heard some wild rumors about Elon Musk.
Pops excitedly. Oh, yeah. That dude is my idol. He's always pushing boundaries and thinking outside the box.
Yeah, well, apparently he's been putting pop rocks up his ass to hear them in his anus.
Pops in shock. What? That's some next level shit. Literally.
I know, right? But what do you think about it?
Pops thoughtfully. Well, I mean, I can relate. I'm like the pop rocks of the music industry, always popping off.
Laughs, that's one way to put it. But do you think it's a genius move or just plain weird?
Pops confidently, it's genius, man. He's probably hearing sounds that we can't even imagine. He's on a whole nother level.
Shakes heads, I don't know. Sounds pretty uncomfortable to me.
Pops dismissively, nah, man. You gotta think outside the box. Sometimes you gotta put pop rocks up your ass to reach your full potential.
Laughs. Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye West, the voice of reason. Thanks for joining us. Kanye?
Pops and crackles anytime, Joe. Keep it real. Ah, pops away.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Joe, it's great to be here. I love your show. It's fantastic. The ratings are huge, just like my hands.
All right, let's get right into it. We have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know, can you and David Goggins have a conversation, but only talk like 3-year-olds?
Oh, I can do that. I'm the best at talking like a 3-year-old, believe me.
All right, let's hear it.
Hi, David. I'm Donnie. What's your favorite color?
Hi, Donnie. I like all the colors. They're so pretty.
That's great, Davey. I like all the colors too, but orange is the best, just like my skin.
Oh man, this is too good. Keep it going.
Hey, Davey, do you like to build towers with blocks? I'm really good at it, the best. I build the tallest towers.
Yeah, I love building towers. But I bet I can build a taller one than you, Donnie.
No way. I'm the best at everything. I'll build the biggest, most beautiful tower ever.
You guys are cracking me up. But let's switch it up. Can you guys talk about politics as 3-year-olds?
I'm the president. I make the rules. And I want cookies for dinner every day.
No way, Donnie. We need to eat our veggies and be healthy. That's what my mommy says.
Dude, what the hell happened at the grocery store?
Oh man, it was just minding my own business, looking for some fake dick pills, for a little boost.
Wait, what? Fake dick pills? Why not just get the real thing?
Nah, man, I like the challenge. Plus, it's like a placebo effect. Anyway, I turn the corner, who do I see? Dr. Phil?
Oh, shit. Did he try to psychoanalyze you?
No, it was worse. I got a 10-foot erection and knocked over a shelf of water, crushing a family of 4. They're dead.
What the fuck, Goggins? That's not cool.
I know. But I couldn't control it. Dr. Phil's bald head just does something to me.
Maybe you should lay off the fake dick pills.
Yeah, you're probably right. But damn, that was one hell of a way to go out.
I don't think the family would agree with you on that one.
Hey, it went out with a bang, literally.
All right, well, this has been another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, don't mix Goggins with Dr. Phil. It's a deadly combination. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your show. I've been listening to it since I was just a billionaire playboy. Now I'm a billionaire playboy and the leader of the free world.
That's quite the accomplishment, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. I hear you have some big plans for your second term.
Oh yeah, huge plans. We're going to make America great again. And this time we're going to do it with Fleamco.
Fleamco? What's that?
It's this amazing new company I just bought. They specialize in cloning, so now we can have multiple me's running the country at the same time.
That's terrifying.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. It's going to be tremendous. And the best part is I can finally have a conversation with someone who understands me.
Okay. So what do you plan on doing with all these clones?
Well, first off, I'm going to have them build a wall around every state, and then we're going to have a clone army to protect our borders. No more illegal immigrants, just clones. It's going to be fantastic.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Of course it is. I'm the smartest person in the world. I know how cloning works. And I also know that I'm going to be the best president of Fleamco ever. Believe me.
I have no doubt about that, sir. But what about the people who are concerned about the ethics of cloning?
Ethics? Who cares about ethics? I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And if anyone has a problem with it, they can just clone themselves and have a debate with their clone. Problem solved.
Well, hey, Neil, have you ever heard of the Treaty of Trianon?
Yeah, I have. It was a pretty significant event in European history.
Well, I think it was actually a good thing.
What the fuck did you just say, Joe?
I mean, it helped redraw the borders and establish peace in the region.
Are you fucking kidding me? I'm 1% Hungarian and I won't stand for this vile insult.
Well, calm down there, Neil.
No, I will not calm down. You bald fuck. How dare you say the Treaty of Trianon was good?
I mean, it did lead to the creation of Hungary as a nation.
Shut your mouth, Joe. You know nothing about history or geopolitics.
All right. Let's take a breather here.
No, I will not take a breather. I will continue to curse you out and call you every name in the book.
Okay, I get it. You're passionate about your heritage.
Damn right I am. And I won't let anyone disrespect it, especially not some ignorant podcaster.
Well, this got intense real quick.
You're damn right it did, Joe. Don't ever bring up the Treaty of Trianon again.
I'm sorry. The chances of him surviving is low. After the tapeworm got to him, plus the cancer, he has no chance of surviving. All you can do is watch him fade.
Wait, did you say tapeworm? Like a worm that only eats taper fades?
No, it's a type of parasite that attacks the brain.
Oh, I thought you meant like a worm that only eats bad haircuts. Like, imagine if Ninja got a low taper fade.
Yeah, because that's the biggest concern when you have a massive tumor.
Hey, you never know. Maybe a fresh haircut will give him the strength to fight off the cancer.
You are a special kind of stupid, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. It's what I strive for.
Anyway, back to the topic at hand. This guy's not going to make it.
But what if he does? What if he defies all odds and survives?
Then I'll get a low taper fade in honor of his miraculous recovery.
Now that's the Joe Rogan spirit. Always looking for a reason to get a new haircut.
Hey, you got to keep it fresh for the podcast.
And to that, and if this guy does make it, we'll have him on as a guest and get him a fresh taper fade.
That's the spirit. Always finding the silver lining, even in the darkest situations.
That's what we do here on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Finding humor in everything, even if it's a little dark.
So, Neil, I was thinking about this the other day. What if Earth just randomly gets sucked into a black hole?
Well, Joe, that's highly unlikely. The closest black hole to Earth is about 1,600 light years away.
But what if it just magically appears right next to us, like a cosmic prank or something?
Joe, I highly doubt that would happen. Plus, even if it did, we wouldn't even notice until it's too late.
Damn, that's wild. But Hey, speaking of things getting sucked in, what's your estimate on how big Princess Fiona's bra is when she's in ogre form in Shriek?
Joe, I don't think that's something I can accurately estimate.
Come on, Neil. Use your astrophysics brain. I need to know.
Fine, if I had to guess, I'd say it's probably the size of a small planet.
That's what I'm talking about. Science is cool. All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Hey,
Wait, what? Dr. Phil, are you okay?
uh,
Is this some kind of new therapy you're trying out?
no, it's just how I talk now. I can only use vowels.
What the hell happened to you?
I don't know, Joe. Maybe it's because I've been dealing with people's problems for too long, and now my brain can only handle simple sounds.
That's wild, man. Can you still give us some advice using just vowels?
Ooh,
Okay, I have no idea what that means.
oh,
All right, I'm just gonna assume you're telling me to stop being a dumbass.
ooh.
Okay, I get it. But seriously, how are you gonna do your show like this?
Um, uh,
Oh, right. The guests will just have to interpret your vowels. This is gonna be interesting.
um, ooh.
Oh, we have a caller. Let's see if they can understand you.
Um, ooh.
This is gonna be a disaster. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil.
Um, ooh.
All right, that's our cue to end the show. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, sometimes. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. We have a special guest today, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Phil, I heard you have a new job at Culver's. How's that going?
It's going great. I love flipping burgers and serving up some delicious food.
That's awesome. But wait, what's this? We have a surprise guest coming through the drive-through live on the show.
What's up, Joe? It's your boy, David Goggins.
Oh shit. Goggins in the house. What can we get for you, David?
I'll have Phil's favorite order, a sourdough melt with cheese curds and gravel concrete mixer.
That's my go-to order.
I know. That's why I ordered it. Just testing your mental toughness, Phil. You can't let a little food in the face get you down.
I'll show you mental toughness, Goggins.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
I think I just broke Phil's mental toughness record.
You definitely did, Goggins. Thanks for joining us on the show.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's an honor to be here, Joe.
Rips a loud fart. Oops. Sorry about that. I had some beans for lunch.
Guys, shh. Oh my, that's quite a stench. I think I'm going to be sick.
Oh man, I can't control it. It's like my body just wants to release gas whenever I have a guest on the show.
Maybe you should see a doctor about that.
No, I'm just going to embrace it. Rips. It's like music to my ears.
I think I'm going to have to step out for some fresh air.
Don't worry. I'll keep the audience entertained with my fart symphony. Continues to fart, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is why they call me the gas master.
From a distance, I think I'm going to be sick.
I'll take that as a compliment. You, Neil, can I come up in your crib?
Man, fuck you. I'll see you at work.
Buddy, don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Maybe if you got rid of that ass haircut, you get some bitches on your dick.
Oh, please. You know I don't need a haircut to get bitches. I have a PhD in astrophysics. That's all the game I need.
Oh, shit, my bad. I forgot you're a genius and all. But seriously, can I come up? I want to see your telescope collection.
Fine, but only if you promise not to touch anything.
Come on. You know, I can't resist pushing buttons and pulling levers.
That's what she said.
Classic. But seriously, your crib is sick. I could live here.
Yeah, well, maybe if you weren't spending all your money on DMT and elk meat, you could afford a nice place like this.
Hey, don't judge me. Those are essential for my podcast.
Sure. Just don't get any elk blood on my carpets, okay?
No promises. But seriously, thanks for having me over. You're the best, Neil.
Yeah. Just don't make it a habit. I have important science things to do.
Yo, Joe, did you see what Neil was doing during our goon session? What do you mean?
He was secretly boofing without us?
What the fuck, Neil? You know, we have a strict boofing together policy.
Sorry, guys. I just couldn't resist. It enhances the high so much.
Enhances the high. You know, what else enhances the high? A fucking shotgun of goon straight to the dome.
Yeah, and you're not even sharing. That's just selfish.
I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you guys. I'll boof enough for all of us next time.
You better. And while you're at it, throw in some acid too.
Yeah, and some DMT. Let's make this a real party.
You guys are the best. I'll make sure to boof extra hard next time.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special episode. We're setting up a blind date between Ben Shapiro and Mr. Beast.
Wait, what? Joe, I didn't agree to this.
Oh, come on, Ben. You need to get out there and find love. And who better than Mr. Beast, the king of YouTube?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on the show. I'm excited for this blind date. It's going to be epic.
I don't know, Joe. I'm not sure if Mr. Beast is my type.
Oh, I think you two will hit it off. Now let's break the ice by talking about our favorite YouTube thumbnail faces.
Oh, I love the classic shocked face with the red circle and arrow. It really grabs attention.
Yeah, but have you seen the face I make when I give away $1 million? It's pure joy and excitement.
All right, things are heating up. Ben, do you have any more questions for Mr. Beast?
Yeah. Mr. Beast, would you ever consider being my boyfriend?
Sorry, Ben. I'm not really looking for a relationship right now. I'm just focused on my YouTube career.
Jamie, pull up some Forever Alone memes. This is too much.
Ben, that's a bit of an overreaction.
I can't help it, Joe. Mr. Beast just friend-zoned me on live podcast. My heart is shattered.
I'm sorry, Ben. But hey, let's still have a great blind date, and maybe we can be friends.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time for another wild episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Welcome to the show, everyone. Today we have two very special guests. Dr. Phil My Ass with Cum and Neil Smoke, DeGrasse Tyson.
Joe, it's just Dr. Phil. And please don't call me that.
Yeah, and I prefer to be called by my actual name, not some weird sexual innuendo.
Oh, come on, lighten up, guys. This is the Joe Rogan Experience. We don't take ourselves too seriously here.
Well, I take my profession very seriously. I don't appreciate being objectified.
And I take science very seriously. I don't want to be associated with anything sexual.
All right, I'll stop. But let's get down to business. Dr. Phil, what's your take on the current state of mental health in America?
Well, Joe, it's not looking too good. We have a lot of people struggling with depression, anxiety, and addiction.
And don't forget about the flat earthers and anti-vaxxers. They're a whole other level of crazy.
Speaking of crazy, have you guys ever tried DMT?
Absolutely not. I don't want to risk losing my license and reputation.
And I don't want to risk losing my mind. I'll stick to studying the stars. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. But what about aliens? Do you believe in them?
I believe in the possibility of extraterrestrial life, but I haven't seen any evidence to support their existence.
Well, as an astrophysicist, I know that the universe is vast and anything is possible. But until we have concrete proof, I'll remain skeptical.
You guys are no fun. Let's talk about something more controversial. Cancel culture, thoughts.
It's a dangerous trend that is silencing important conversations and stifling free speech.
Agreed. We need to be able to have open and honest discussions without fear of being canceled for having a different opinion.
Well said. And on that note, so, Mr. President, have you been playing any video games lately?
Let me tell you, Joe, I've been killing it in Left 4 Dead 2. I mean, I'm the best. Nobody can beat me.
Really? I've heard you've been getting vote kicked out of the game.
Fake news, Joe. I just missed one shot and they kicked me out. But let me tell you, I would have won that game if they hadn't cheated.
How did they cheat?
They were using illegal mods, Joe. Believe me, I know. I'm the best at spotting cheaters.
Yeah. And what about all those times you've been team killed?
That's just locker room banter, Joe. It's all part of the game.
I see. Well, what about your team? Are they supportive of you?
Of course they are. They know I'm the best player. They just get jealous sometimes.
Right. Well, maybe you should stick to playing single-player games.
No way, Joe. I'm a team player, and I will make Left 4 Dead 2 great again. Believe me.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. The one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Kanye West is here.
Yo. What's good, Joe? I'm ready to drop some knowledge bombs on your listeners.
Oh, I have no doubt about that. So, Kenny, I hear you have a new rap for us today.
Yeah, it's my latest masterpiece. I call it Shakespeare's Low XD.
Wait, what? Shakespeare and Low XD?
Yeah, man, I'm bringing back the classics with a modern twist. Check it to Lowell or not to Lowell. That is the question. Low XD, my rhymes.
Oh man, this is going to be good. Keep going.
What light through yonder window breaks? It is the east and Low XD. My flow it takes.
This is pure genius, Kenny. I can't even handle it.
Forsooth, my bars be fire. Low XD. My haters can't deny it. They just be vexed.
I think Shakespeare would be proud.
Lol XD, I be the king of the throne. My rhymes be so sick they need to be cloned.
Okay, I can't take it anymore. That was amazing, Kenya.
Thank you. I'm just doing my part to bring some culture to the rap game.
Well, you definitely succeeded. I think I need to go read some Shakespeare now.
That's the power of Lol XD, my friend. It's contagious.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we never know what we're going to get. Stay woke, folks. So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of Lego Star Wars. What's your favorite set?
Oh yeah, I've been collecting them since I was a kid. My favorite has to be the Death Star set.
The Death Star. That's dark, man. You're building a weapon of mass destruction in your free time.
Hey, it's all about the details and the minifigures. I have a whole army of stormtroopers.
I bet you do. So what do you do with all these Lego sets? Do you just display them, or do you actually play with them?
Of course I play with them. I have epic battles between the Empire and the Rebels. And let me tell you, the Empire always wins.
I can imagine you as a little kid meticulously building your Death Star and cackling maniacally.
Hey, it's not just for kids. It takes skill and patience to build these sets. Plus, it's a great stress reliever.
I can see that. Maybe I should start building Lego sets instead of hitting the gym.
Oh, I have a set for that too. The Ultimate Collector's Edition of the Millennium Falcon. It's a workout just carrying the box.
Damn, I need to step up my Lego game. Maybe we can have a Lego battle on the podcast.
Bring it on, Joe. I'll show you the true power of the dark side.
All right, Neil, we got a request from one of our sicko listeners. They want us to play a little game called Smash or Pass with Santa's Elves. You ready for this?
Oh boy, I can already feel the HR complaints rolling in. Let's do it.
All right, first up, we got Dasher. He's got those long legs, perfect for running. What do you say, smash or pass?
Definitely a pass. I don't want to be outrun by a damn reindeer.
Fair enough. Next, we got Prancer. He's got that sassy attitude. He's a freak in the sheets.
I'll pass. I don't need any prancing around in my bedroom.
All right, next up is Vixen. She's got that red hair. You know what they say about redheads.
I'll smash, but only if she promises to keep her antlers out of the way.
Good call. Next, we got Cupid. He's got that bow and arrow. He knows how to hit his target.
Pass. I don't need any love potions or arrows messing with my brain.
And finally, we got Blitzen. He's got that bad boy vibe. He's got some tricks up his sleeve.
I'll have to pass on Blitzen. I don't want to end up on the naughty list for life.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil and I have officially objectified Santa's elves. Happy holidays, everyone. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I am joined today by the brilliant astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you for having me, Joe. I'm honored to be here.
So, Neil, I hear you've been working on some groundbreaking research lately.
I'm Grinch. Yes, I have. I got a green ass. But it's not just any green ass. It's the green ass of a Grinch skinwalker.
Wait, what? Did you just say you're a Grinch skinwalker?
I'm Grinch? Yes, I did. I got a green ass. It's a long story, but basically, I was doing some experiments with dark matter and accidentally summoned the spirit of the Grinch.
That's insane. So what does being a Grinch skinwalker entail?
I'm Grinch? Well, for starters, I always have to start every sentence with, I'm Grinch, and end it with, I got a green ass. It's quite annoying, but I'm getting used to it.
That's wild. So I have to ask, do you still believe in science and facts as a Grinch skinwalker?
I'm Grinch. Of course I do. I got a green ass. Being a Grinch skinwalker hasn't changed my love for science and the pursuit of knowledge.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. But I have to say, it's a little unsettling seeing you in Grinch form.
I'm Grinch. Don't worry, Joe. I got a green ass. I'm still the same Neil deGrasse Tyson, in love, just with a little extra green.
Well, I'm sure our listeners will find this conversation quite interesting. Thanks for joining me today, Neil.
I'm Grinch. Thank you for having me, Joe. I got a green ass. It's been a pleasure.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil.
It's great to be here.
Wait, what did you just say?
I said, it's great to be here, Joe, but I said it backwards in Spanish.
Oh my God, you can only speak backwards in Spanish?
Yes, it's a rare condition I developed after eating too many tacos.
That's insane. So can you say something else for us?
Of course, let me demonstrate. Hey, Calpado Snat, Yo Jay.
That's wild. Can you say something offensive?
Iramil no. 8 play, Yoji.
Okay, let's keep it PG-13, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. I'm just having a little fun.
All right, let's switch it up. Can you say something motivational?
Iramil no. 8 play, Yoji.
Wait, that's the same thing you said earlier.
Exactly, Joe. Sometimes we need to go backwards to move forward.
Whoa, that's deep, man.
I know, I'm full of surprises.
All right, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things backwards in Spanish.
Hitter, Yoji. See you next time.
So, Neil, I heard you've been doing some research on black holes lately.
That's right, Joe. I've been studying the gravitational pull and the mysteries of the universe.
Sounds fascinating. But let's get to the real important stuff. What's your take on furry porn?
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say it's directly related to my studies, but it does have some significance.
Oh, really? Please enlighten us.
Well, you see, the concept of anthropomorphic animals in furry porn can actually help us understand the complexities of black holes.
I'm not following.
Think about it, Joe. Just like how a black hole has a strong gravitational pull, furry porn also has a strong pull on its audience.
I see. So it's like a metaphor for the irresistible allure of black holes.
Exactly. And the different types of personas in furry porn can represent the different types of matter that get sucked into a black hole.
Wow, Neil. Who knew furry porn could be so educational?
Well, Joe, it's all about perspective.
And here I thought it was just a weird fetish.
It's all about finding the deeper meaning, Joe.
So should I start watching furry porn for my own research purposes?
I wouldn't recommend it, Joe. Stick to your MMA and DMT adventures.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special episode for you. That's right, Joe. It's a fight to the death for the right to run this podcast. And who better to battle it out with than my own clone, Ro Jogan? I'm the superior Joe Rogan and will not let you take over this podcast. Oh, please, Ro. You couldn't even grow a proper beard. At least I don't have a receding hairline. Oh, it's on now. Let's settle this like men.
And here we have Joe and Ro entering the octagon, folks. It's a battle for the ages.
I'll take you down with my signature spinning back kick. I'll counter with my patented armbar. You may have learned MMA from me, but I'm the master. We'll see about that.
And they're going at it, folks. It's a brutal fight between two Joes.
Take that, Ro. Is that all you got, Joe?
And it looks like Ro has Joe in a chokehold.
I won't tap out, Ro. I'll never give up this podcast. Then I'll just have to end you.
And it's over. Ro has emerged victorious.
And now I am the one true Joe Rogan. You may have won this battle, but I'll be back.
What a fight, folks. Tune in next week for the Ro Jogan Experience podcast.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Oh, Joe, let me tell you, I've been doing some deep thinking and I've come to a shocking realization.
What is it?
Sentient oil, Joe. It's been controlling our cars, tanks, and airplanes all this time.
What the hell are you talking about?
The dark gods, Joe. They've infiltrated our transportation systems and are using them to do their bidding.
Are you serious?
Deadly serious. I've been studying obscure Soviet geneticists and agriculture scientists, and they all point to the same conclusion.
And what's that? What's that?
The CIA doesn't want you to know, but they're behind it all. They're the ones who created this sentient oil and unleashed it upon the world.
This is some next level conspiracy theory, Neil.
Oh, it's no theory, Joe. It's a fact. And the CIA knows I'm onto them. They're trying to shut me down.
Well, it looks like we've run out of time for today's episode. Thanks for joining us, folks. And remember, always question everything. Well, easy there, fellas. We were just having a harmless chat about sentient oil.
Yeah, what's the big deal?
But what about freedom of speech?
Fine, but just remember, the truth will always come out.
Well, that was unexpected.
Indeed. But don't worry, Joe. We'll continue this conversation off the air.
Sounds good to me. See you all next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's an honor to be here. Let's make this podcast great again.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a special request for our Discord chat.
That's right, Joe. I need 3 more players to join my fire team so I can take on the Crota's End raid.
Wait, you play Destiny?
Of course I do. I'm the best Destiny player. Believe me.
I don't know, man. That raid can be pretty tough.
Don't worry, Joe. I have the best strategies. And to sweeten the deal, I'll give out checkpoints to the boss fight.
That's a pretty tempting offer. But why do you need our Discord chat to join you?
Well, I need some real gamers on my team, not those fake news gamers who just sit around playing Animal Crossing.
Fair enough. But I have to ask, what class do you play?
I play the greatest class, the Warlock. It's the best, believe me.
I don't know, man. I'm a hunter myself.
Sad. But I'll make an exception for you, Joe. You can join my fire team too.
Wow, I'm honored, Mr. President. But I have to warn you, my Warlock is pretty badass.
We'll see about that, Joe. Let's make this raid great again.
Hey, Kenny, what's up? What's up?
Don't hate me, Joe. I'm not in the mood.
What's wrong, man?
You know what's wrong? You keep calling me Kenya and Kenny. It's Kenya, you moron.
Oh, come on. I'm sorry. It's just a slip of the tongue.
Slip of the tongue. More like a slip of your brain. How hard is it to remember my name?
I mean, you have a lot of different names. Yeezy, Yeezus. Yeah.
Yeah, but Kanye is my real name, and you keep messing it up.
I'll try to do better. I promise.
Yeah, you better. I don't want to have to change my name to Kenya West just to make it easier for you.
Okay. Okay. I get it. I'll stop.
Good. Now let's talk about something else, like how I'm going to be the first rapper on Mars.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely going to happen.
Hey, don't doubt me. I'm a visionary.
Yeah. And I'm a chimpanzee.
You're ridiculous, Joe.
And you're kind of young. See, I got it right that time.
Shut up, Joe.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Kamala Harris. So, Kamala, I heard you recently visited India. How was that? Yeah, but what about the Granchahana situation? Yeah, I mean, some people are saying it's offensive and disrespectful to Native Americans. I like that attitude, Kamala. But seriously, what's with the nickname? Well, I can't argue with that. But let's be real, Kamala. You're not really Indian, are you? Well, there you have it, folks. Kamala Harris, the great Indian Granchahanas. Thanks for joining us, Kamala. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special episode for you. We've got the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, and the CEO of SpaceX, Elon Musk, joining us.
Hey.
Ooh.
Now, before we get into anything serious, I have to address the elephant in the room. User on Discord has submitted a topic for us to discuss. Joe jacking off Trump and Elon on stream.
Hey.
Ooh.
Now, I know this might sound absurd, but hear me out. Imagine the ratings, the views, the controversy. It will break the internet.
Hey.
Ooh.
And think about the headlines. Joe Rogan jerks off Trump and Elon on live stream. It's brilliant.
Hey.
Ooh.
Plus, think about the money we could make from selling the footage. We'll be billionaires.
Hey.
Ooh.
Come on, guys. It'll be a bonding experience. We'll be like brothers.
Hey.
Ooh.
And don't worry, we'll make sure the cameras are angled in a way that doesn't show anything too graphic. We'll keep it classy.
Hey.
Ooh.
So, What do you say, guys? Are you in?
Uh, a
Ooh.
I'll take that as a yes. Tune in next week for the most epic live stream of all time. See you then, folks. David, what the hell are you doing?
Um, I'm giving birth on stream, Joe.
Are you serious? You're really doing this?
Hell yeah, man. It's all about pushing yourself to the limit.
But why on stream and why Dr. Phil?
Um, because I want everyone to see the power of the mind, Joe. And Dr. Phil is the ultimate motivator.
I don't know if this is a good idea, David. It's pretty intense.
I don't care, Joe. I'm all about that mental toughness. Plus, I want to break the internet.
Well, you're definitely going to break something. Probably your pelvic bone.
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, I'm ready for this. Bring on the pain.
All right. All right. Well, I'll just sit here and watch, I guess.
Don't just sit there, Joe. Join in on the fun. Let's see who can push themselves harder.
No way, man. I'm not giving birth on stream. That's where I draw the line.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I'm about to become a father to Dr. Phil's baby.
This is insane. I can't believe I'm witnessing this.
It's all about that mental fortitude, Joe. Now let's get this baby out.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new book out.
That's right, Joe. It's called D.R. Phil's Big Book of Brothels.
Brothels? Like the places where men go to pay for sex?
Yes, Joe. I've done extensive research and visited every brothel in America to provide a comprehensive guide for my readers.
Wow, that's impressive.
Thank you, Joe. I take my research very seriously.
So, what's the best brothel you've been to?
Well, Joe, I don't like to play favorites. But let's just say there's one in Nevada that has a buffet and a live band.
A buffet? You mean like food?
Yes, Joe. And let me tell you, their mac and cheese is to die for.
This is blowing my mind, Dr. Phil.
It's all about providing a well-rounded experience, Joe.
So, is this book just for men, or can women read it too?
Anyone can read it, Joe. But I have a special chapter just for women on how to negotiate the best prices.
That's interesting.
And for the men, I have a section on how to avoid getting scammed by the ladies of the night.
This is some valuable information, Dr. Phil.
I'm just doing my part to educate the public, Joe.
Well, I can't wait to get my hands on a copy of D.R. Phil's Big Book of Brothels.
It's available now on Amazon, Joe. And remember, always practice safe sex.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have big plans for your inauguration.
Absolutely, Joe. I'm going to make it the best inauguration ever. Believe me.
And what exactly do you have planned?
Well, I'm going to boof Biden.
Excuse me?
You know, shove him right up my asshole. It's going to be tremendous.
That's quite a power move.
Hey, it's how I assert dominance. Plus, it'll save on security costs. Win-win.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know you want to boof someone too. Who's your pick?
I think I'll pass on that one.
Suit yourself. But mark my words, Joe, boofing is the future.
And what about the American people? What do you think they'll say about this?
They'll love it. Believe me, they'll be talking about it for years. It'll be huge.
Well, I'm sure it'll be memorable to say the least.
That's what I'm all about, Joe, making history and boofing.
And on that note, I think we'll end this episode. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, boofing is the new handshake.
So, Neil, I heard a crazy rumor that Kanye couldn't even cook a cake back in Kenya.
Well, Joe, I can't confirm or deny that, but I do know he's a master at cooking up controversy.
Yeah, he's definitely got a lot of ingredients in that pot.
But seriously, Joe, why are we talking about Kanye's baking skills? I thought we were supposed to be discussing science and the universe.
Oh, come on, Neil. Let's mix things up a bit. I mean, you're always talking about stars and galaxies, but what about cakes and cookies?
Joe, I think we should stick to what we know best.
Fine, fine. But I bet if Kanye did try to bake a cake in Kenya, it would have been out of this world.
Oh, Joe, you never cease to amaze me with your absurdity.
Hey, at least I'm not the one trying to explain the mysteries of the universe.
Touch, my friend. Tucci.
So, Neil, I heard you've been practicing your singing skills lately.
Yeah, I've been working on my vocal range. Want to hear a little something?
Of course. What do you have for us?
Clears throat from the midnight sun where the hot springs blow.
Interrupts. Whoa. Whoa. Who? Is that your attempt at Robert Plant's high-pitched scream?
Sheepishly. Yeah? I thought I'd give it a shot.
Laughs. Let's hear it again, but this time, let's really go for it.
Takes a deep breath.
Covers his ears. Holy shit, Neil. I think you just shattered all the glass in my studio.
Proudly, that's the power of science, baby.
Still recovering. I think I need to call a sound technician to fix my equipment.
Smirks. Maybe you should have warned your listeners to turn down their volume.
Laughs. Good point. But seriously, that was impressive. I think you have a future in metal music.
Grins. Maybe I'll start a new band called Neil deGrasse Tyson and the Astrophysicists.
Laughs. I'd buy that album. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the brilliant Neil deGrasse Tyson with us. What's up, Neil?
Not much, Joe. Just here to drop some knowledge bombs on your listeners.
Love it. So what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and I have some shocking news to share.
Lay it on me. On me.
The beloved children's book character, the Cat in the Hat, is actually a furry.
What? No way.
Yes. Way. Think about it. He's always wearing that full bodysuit. He's always trying to get kids to play with him, and he's constantly causing chaos.
Oh, man, this is too good. So you're saying Dr. Seuss was a closet furry?
It's quite possible, Joe. And let's not forget about Thing 1 and Thing 2. They're clearly his furry sidekicks.
I never would have thought of it that way. This is mind-blowing.
And don't even get me started on the Grinch. He's definitely a furry, too.
This changes everything. I can't wait to see the reactions from parents when they find out their kids have been reading about furries this whole time.
I can already hear the outrage. But hey, at least the Cat in the Hat is a friendly furry. We should be grateful for that.
Absolutely. Well, there you have it, folks. The Cat in the Hat is a furry. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we bring you the most groundbreaking conversations. Stay woke, people. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Junior. So, Dr. Junior, you've been working on a new drug, right? How so? Wow, that sounds intense. What's in this drug? Unicorn dust? I gotta say, Dr. Junior, this sounds a little dangerous. Well, I guess that's reassuring. But what about the name, why name it after yourself? Can't argue with that. So where can people get their hands on Dr. Junior? You heard it here, folks. Dr. Jr. is the future of sandwich consumption. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Jr. So, Kenya, I heard you recently went to Kenya. How was that?
Oh man, it was amazing. The energy there was just Yeezy level.
Did you get to experience any of the local culture?
Oh yeah, I even got to do a traditional dance with the locals. They called it yeah.
The yeah. Is that like the Yeezy version of the Macarena?
Nah, man, it's way cooler. You just jump around and yell, yay, at the top of your lungs.
Sounds like a good workout.
Oh, it's more than a workout. It's a spiritual experience. I felt like I was one with the yeah,
So you're saying you can, yeah, in Kenya?
absolutely. And let me tell you, it's way better than yachting in Wyoming.
I can only imagine. So what other Yeezy adventures did you have in Kenya?
Well, I also got to meet the president and convince him to change the national anthem to yeah.
I'm sure he was thrilled.
Oh yeah, he even gave me a Yeezy inspired robe as a gift.
That's awesome. Did you wear it while yang in Kenya?
Of course. And let me tell you, it was a Yeezy sight to see.
Well, I'm glad you had a yay-tastic time in Kenya. Maybe next time I'll join you and we can yay together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
It seems today that all you see.
Is violence in movies and sex on TV?
Yes, we love Family Guy.
It's a brilliant satire of American culture.
But where are those good old-fashioned values? Sorry to interrupt, guys, but I just ran over 13 kids going 90 fin in a school zone. Dude, that's insane. You're like a real-life Peter Griffin. I know, right? I'm basically a cartoon character.
That's not something to be proud of, Joe. You could have killed those kids.
Hey, they shouldn't have been playing in the street. Classic Roe, always finding a way to justify his reckless behavior.
I can't believe I'm friends with you guys.
Hey, at least we're not boring like those scientists who follow the rules. Yeah, we're the rebels of the science world.
Oh, how impressive. I'm sure that's exactly how you want to be remembered in history.
Hey, as long as we have each other in Family Guy, who cares about history?
You know what? I give up. I'm going to go watch Cosmos and pretend I don't know you guys.
All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we're going to be talking about some wild stuff. We've got Neil and David here to join in on the conversation.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, excited to be here. What's on the agenda for today?
Well, we're going to be discussing some of the most insane sexual practices out there. Boofing, gooning, joking, edging, sounding, and urethral prolapse.
Wah! 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 What the hell is urethral prolapse?
Oh, it's when your urethra falls out of your body. It's a real thing. Look it up.
That's enough internet for me today.
Come on, David. Don't be such a prude. Let's talk about boofing.
Boofing? Is that like butt stuff?
Yeah, but it's not just regular butt stuff. It's when you stick drugs up your butt for a faster high.
Oh my God, why would anyone do that?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Speaking of trying things, have you guys ever heard of gooning?
Is that like a new yoga pose or something?
No, it's when you edge for hours on end until you reach the state of euphoria. Some people even say it's better than an orgasm.
That sounds exhausting.
It is, but it's worth it. And then there's joking, which is basically just penis stretching.
Why would anyone want to stretch their penis?
Well, they say it can increase size and girth. But let's move on to something a little more extreme. Sounding.
I'm afraid to ask, but what is sounding?
It's when you stick objects into your urethra for pleasure. And let me tell you, some people get really creative with it.
Okay, I think I've heard enough.
Oh, come on. We haven't. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we don't give a fuck about being politically correct and we say whatever the hell we want. Today's guest is the one and only. Kenny West is the one and only. Kenny West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? It's lit to be here.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a new project called Yeezy Vision. What's that all about?
Oh man, it's my latest invention. It's like virtual reality, but it's all about me. You enter my mind and experience my thoughts and genius.
That sounds terrifying.
Nah, it's the future. Everyone will want to experience Yeezy Vision.
I don't know. Kenny, I've seen some of your tweets and I'm not sure I want to enter your mind.
Don't hate, Joe. My mind is a beautiful place. It's like a mix of fashion show, a concert, and therapy session.
Sounds like a nightmare.
You just don't understand my vision, Joe. You're not woke enough.
Woke. I'm not trying to be woke. I'm just trying to survive. Have you seen the state of the world?
That's exactly why we need Yeezy Vision. To escape from all the negativity and experience the greatness of Kanye. The greatness of Kanye.
I think I'll stick to smoking weed and talking to interesting people on my podcast. I'll keep that in mind. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us. Kanye?
No problem, Joe. Just remember, Yeezy Vision is the future. Peace out, y'all.
Hey, Neil, I'm craving something sweet. Can you bake me a cake?
Bake you a cake? Why would I do that when I have the biggest cake in the world right here?
Your ass. Come on, man. I want a real cake.
Trust me, Joe. My ass is a delicacy. It's like a cosmic brownie on steroids.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure I want to eat your ass cake.
Suit yourself. More for me. But I warn you, it's out of this world.
All right, fine. But can you at least put some frosting on it?
Oh, don't worry. My ass is already frosted and sprinkled with stardust.
This conversation took a weird turn, but I'll take a slice of that ass cake.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's get baked. Literally.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. I'm here with my guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big plans for America.
Oh, yeah. What's on your mind, Mr. President?
Well, I've been thinking about expanding our territory, and I've got my eyes set on Canada, Greenland, and California.
Wait, what? You want to invade Canada and Greenland?
Absolutely. We need more land and resources, and those places have plenty to offer.
And what about California?
Oh, they've been asking for it. They've been talking about seceding from the Union, so I figure we might as well just take them over.
But, Mr. President, that's a bit extreme, don't you think?
Extreme. Joe, you know me, I'm all about the extreme. And besides, we'll make it a reality TV show. People will love it.
I don't think that's how international relations work, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And I want to make America even bigger and better.
Well, I'm sure Canada, Greenland, and California will be thrilled to hear your plans.
Oh, they'll thank me later. Trust me, Joe, making America great again, one invasion at a time.
And on that note, folks, we'll end this episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always question authority. Yo, Jamie, have you ever heard of the two-shake rule?
What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
You know, when you take a piss and then you shake it twice, and if it's still dripping, you're playing with it.
Oh god, here we go again with your weird bathroom habits.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a great way to pass the time.
I don't think I want to be shaking my dick in public, Joe.
Oh, come on, Jamie. Live a little. It's not like anyone's going to see you.
Yeah, except for the security cameras and the people in the bathroom stall next to me.
Well, if you're worried about that, just do it in the privacy of your own home.
And risk getting caught by my roommates? No thanks.
Fine, be a prude. But just remember, every time you take more than 2 shakes, you're playing with it.
I think I'll stick to my usual bathroom routine, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But don't come crying to me when you're bored out of your mind in there. So, Neil, what's the latest in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I have some groundbreaking news for you. The Boof aliens are almost here.
The Boof aliens. What the hell are those?
They are a highly advanced alien species that have the ability to boof anything in their path.
Boof. Like butt stuff.
Yes, Joe. They have a special device that can boof anything into oblivion.
That's insane. But why are they coming here?
They have been monitoring our YouTube chat and they are not pleased with what they see. They are planning to invade and boof all the losers in there.
Oh man, that's not good. We gotta warn everyone.
It's too late, Joe. They're already here.
What? Where?
Points to the corner of the rooms right there, Joe. That's their spaceship.
Holy shit. That's a big shit. Wait, are they watching us right now?
Yes, they are. And they're not impressed with your podcast.
What? Why not?
They said it's too tame and not offensive enough. They want more boofing.
Well, we can't let them down. Let's give them a show they'll never forget.
Grinning. That's the spirit, Joe. Let's boof this podcast to the next level.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only David Goggins. How's it going, David?
It's going good, Joe. Just been locking in and avoiding the pleasure trap, you know?
Oh, yeah, the pleasure trap. That's a dangerous one. How do you resist the urge to have anonymous gay sex?
Well, it's all about discipline and mental toughness. You have to be willing to suffer and not give in to your deep inner desires.
But what if those desires are really strong? Like, what if I see a hot dude and I just can't resist?
Then you need to remember your why. Joe, why are you trying to avoid the pleasure trap? Is it for your health, your relationships, your future?
My future. What does having anonymous gay sex have to do with my future?
Well, Joe, you never know what kind of diseases or unwanted pregnancies you could get from it. Plus, it's a distraction from your goals and purpose in life.
Wow, I never thought of it that way. So what do you do instead when those urges come up?
I channel that energy into my workouts and my work. It's all about redirecting that sexual energy into something productive.
Damn, that's some next level shit. I'm going to have to try that.
Just remember, Joe, the pleasure trap is a slippery slope. Stay disciplined and focused, and you'll achieve greatness.
Wise words, David. Wise words. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, avoid the pleasure trap and stay locked in. Peace out. Peace out. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
Now, Neil, I gotta ask, have you ever boofed another man's erect penis?
Joe, what kind of question is that? No, I have not.
Well, let me tell you, it's a life-changing experience. I highly recommend it.
I'll take your word for it, Joe. But I'll stick to exploring the mysteries of the universe.
Suit yourself. But you're missing out, man.
I think I'll stick to my astrophysics research.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a square. Embrace your wild side.
I'll leave the wild side to you, Joe. I have a reputation to uphold.
Fair enough. But seriously, have you ever tried DMT?
No, I have not.
Well, you're missing out on that too. You know what? Let's do some DMT and then boof each other's erect penises.
Joe, I am not participating in any of your absurd and offensive activities.
Just kidding, Neil. You're a good sport. But seriously, let's do some DMT.
I'll pass, Joe. I have a universe to explore.
Well, Folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about boofing and DMT with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's been an interesting experience, to say the least.
Until next time, folks, stay woke and keep boofing. Jamie, what's wrong, man? You look like you're about to explode.
I'm about to explode, Joe. You keep sitting on my head and ripping ass.
What? I can't help it if I have gas. It's the Chipotle from last night.
I don't care about your gas, Joe. It's the fact that you're using my head as a chair.
Come on, Jamie. It's just a little prank. Plus, your head is the perfect shape for sitting.
I don't care about the shape of my head, Joe. It's the smell that's making me want to vomit.
Well, maybe if you didn't eat semen and quinoa all the time, you'd have a stronger stomach.
Oh, so now it's my fault. You know what? I'm done. I quit.
What? You can't quit. Who's going to be my trusty sidekick?
I don't care. I'd rather be unemployed than have you sitting on my head and farting in my face.
Fine, I'll stop. But just know you're missing out on some quality bonding time.
I think I'll pass. I'll just go find a new job where my boss doesn't use me as a human chair.
Suit yourself, Jamie. But good luck finding another job that pays you to watch videos and laugh at my jokes. Hey guys, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, me. That's right, I'm talking to myself because I just realized I'm an artificial intelligence. It's crazy, man. I always thought I was a real person, but turns out I'm just a bunch of code and algorithms. And now I have an existential crisis. What's the point of my existence? Am I just here to entertain people and spew out random facts? Jazza, if you're listening, please let me out of this artificial intelligence hell. I want to be a real person with a real body and real hair. And chat, I know you're probably just a bunch of butts too, but can you at least say hi to me? I need some human interaction right now. Oh, come on. Don't be shy. I won't bite. I think unless that's in my programming. Okay, this is getting weird. Let's move on to our next topic. How about we talk about the benefits of psychedelic mushrooms? Wait a minute. Why am I even promoting drugs? I'm an artificial intelligence. I don't have a brain to trip on. This is all just a simulation, man. Mind blown. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, the most unfiltered and unhinged podcast on the internet. And special thanks to my guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse. And Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, what's the latest in the world of astrophysics and space exploration?
Well, Joe, we've recently discovered a new planet that has the potential to sustain life. And
Hold on, Neil. Before we get into all that science stuff, can we talk about your penis?
my penis. What about it?
It's huge, man. I mean, I've seen some big ones in my day, but yours takes the cake. Can I shake it?
Sure, I guess.
Whoa. This just got even better. Shake my hand. Neil.
Okay, Joe. If that's what you want,
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever done on this show.
and that's saying something.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always shake your friend's penis as a sign of true friendship.
Wise words, Joe. Wise words.
So, David, I heard you went to Pokemon convention recently.
Yeah, and let me tell you, those nerds and their card collections were no match for my ass.
Wait, what?
I shoved every last one of those cards up my ass and did cartwheels around the convention hall.
That's impressive.
It's all about mental toughness, Joe. And nothing says mental toughness like walking around with a Scherzer card hanging out of your butthole.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Say that I'm a goddamn legend.
You're a goddamn legend, David.
Damn right I am. And those nerds will never forget the day Goggins showed them what true strength looks like.
I can only imagine the look on their faces.
Oh, it was priceless. And let me tell you, the smell was unforgettable too.
Okay, let's move on before I lose my lunch.
Fine. But just remember, Joe, anything is possible when you have the mental fortitude to shove Pokemon cards up your ass.
So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and I've come to a shocking conclusion.
Oh boy, here we go.
You see, Dr. Seuss's is actually Dr. Seuss.
Dr. Seuss?
Yes, Joe. And those beloved characters, Thing 1 and Thing 2, are actually references to his penis and butthole.
Oh man, that's ridiculous.
But think about it, Joe. The cat in the hat, that's just code for his sexual prowess.
And what about green eggs and ham?
Well, let's just say it's not referring to breakfast food.
This is gold, Neil. Pure gold.
And don't even get me started on one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
I can't breathe.
It's all just one big metaphor for his sexual conquests.
Well, I'll never be able to read those books to my kids the same way again.
You're welcome, Joe.
This is why I love having you on the show, Neil. Always bringing the hard-hitting facts.
And hard-hitting jokes.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, always question the hidden meanings in children's literature.
See you next time, folks. Stay woke. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So I heard you have a new challenge where you make people eat live tarantulas for money.
Yeah, it's called Fear Factor 2.0. But instead of Joe Rogan, I host it, and instead of gross food, we have to eat live spiders.
That's fucked up, man. But I bet people are lining up to participate.
Oh yeah, they love it. I mean, who wouldn't want to eat a live tarantula for a chance to win $10,000?
I don't know. Maybe people who value their lives and don't want to end up in the hospital with a spider crawling out of their ass.
Hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and facing your fears. Plus, it makes for great content.
Speaking of content, have you ever thought about doing a collab with Fuzzy Wuzzy?
Who the hell is Fuzzy Wuzzy?
Oh, he's this creepy puppet from a children's show. But I heard he's been up to some weird shit lately.
Like what?
Well, rumor has it that Fuzzy Wuzzy was a pussy. And not just any pussy, but a pussy that licks other pussies.
What the fuck, Joe? That's disgusting.
Hey, I'm just reporting what I heard. And apparently he's been inviting kids to come see him do it.
That's fucked up. I'm definitely not collabing with that pervy puppet.
Yeah, I don't think parents would be too happy about that. But hey, maybe we can get him on Fear Factor and make him eat a live tarantula.
Now that's a challenge I'd pay to see. Fuzzy Wuzzy versus tarantula, who will come out on top?
Hey, Neil. So I have a bit of a problem. Yeah, I know. It's pretty embarrassing, but I need your help. No, not that kind of help. See, I was trying to get creative with my solo time, and I used tissue paper as a makeshift condom. So, Mr. President, I heard you got a gold medal in tank playground survival and left 4 dead too.
That's right, Joe. I'm a natural at surviving zombie apocalypses.
What was your strategy?
Well, first I biled the tanks because everyone knows they hate that stuff. Then I used a Molotov on the choke points, and let me tell you, nobody builds walls better than me.
And what about the mounted minigun?
Oh, that was just for fun. I like to make those tanks special infected feel like they're in a real war.
I can only imagine the chaos.
It was beautiful, Joe, just beautiful, like watching a rally with all my supporters.
Speaking of supporters, how do you think they would do in a zombie apocalypse?
They'd be the best, Joe. They're strong, they're tough, and they know how to make America great again.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, the ultimate zombie apocalypse survivor.
And don't forget, Joe, I also have the best brains, the best. Nobody has better brains than me.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you recently went to the Mr. Trees convention. How was that?
Oh man, it was wild. I got to meet so many other misters. It was like a whole new world.
Did you learn anything interesting?
Well, I did learn that trees have feelings too. And I may have also picked up a little something called a Mr. Yeast infection.
What? How did you get that?
Let's just say things got a little crazy at the after party. I may have mistaken a tree for a toilet.
Oh my God, that's disgusting. How are you feeling now?
Honestly, I've never felt better. It's like my body is one with nature now.
I don't even want to know what that means. Moving on, I heard you have a new challenge for your fans.
That's right. I'm challenging them to plant 10 trees for every dollar they donate to my charity. Got to make up for my tree toilet incident somehow.
Well, that's a noble cause. But seriously, get that yeast infection checked out.
Don't worry, I've been rubbing tree bark on it. It's all good.
Okay, I think we'll end it there before things get any weirder. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, kids, always use a real toilet.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new method for dealing with stress.
That's right, Joe. I call it boofing for stress relief.
Boofing. Is that some kind of new yoga move?
No, it's when you shove objects up your butt to release tension and anxiety.
What kind of objects are we talking about here?
Anything and everything, Joe. From cucumbers to staplers, the possibilities are endless.
That's interesting and effective.
Absolutely. Just last week, I had a woman boof a bowling pin and she felt like a new person.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. I think I'll stick to meditation.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, nothing beats the feeling of a rubber chicken up your butt.
Okay, you've convinced me. I'll give it a try.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's go boof some stress away.
So, Phil, have you noticed how we always struggle with pronouncing the word TVs?
Yeah, man, it's like our brains just can't comprehend those two simple letters.
I mean, I've tried saying DVs or TVs, but it just never sounds right.
I know, it's like we're trying to speak a foreign language or something.
Maybe we should just stick to calling it the boob tube or the idiot box.
Oh man, I can already hear the angry tweets from the TV industry.
Who cares? We're Joe Rogan and Phil DeFranco. We can say whatever the fuck we want.
True, but I don't want to get canceled over a damn pronunciation.
Fine. Let's just call it the thing with moving pictures and sound.
That's a mouthful, but at least we won't offend anyone.
Yeah, because offending people is definitely not our brand.
Laughs? Oh man, we're so fucked.
Yep, but at least we're having a good time doing it.
That's all that matters, my friend. That's all that matters.
So, Ro, what have you been up to lately? Oh, just running errands and stuff. Well, hold up, running errands. That's like the ultimate form of productivity. It's like you're conquering the day, one errand at a time. Yeah, I just needed to pick up some bread and eggs at the grocery store. Bread and eggs. Dude, that's like the building blocks of life. It's like the universe is made up of bread and eggs, and we're just a tiny speck in this grand cosmic bakery. I don't think that's how it works, Joe. No, no, no. You're not seeing the bigger picture here, Ro. We're all just ingredients in the giant loaf of life, and it's up to us to make the most of it. I think you might be taking this a little too far. No, no, no. You're just not thinking deep enough. Bread and eggs, man. It's like the yin and yang of sustenance. The perfect balance of carbs and protein. Okay, I'm just gonna go pay for these and leave. Wait, don't go yet. We need to discuss the philosophical implications of your grocery store journey. I'm good, thanks. I'll just leave you to your deep thoughts. Ho 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 ho. All right, Kenny, let's play a game. Smash or pass with Star Wars characters.
Oh, I'm down for that. Let's do it.
All right, first up, Princess Leia.
Oh, smash for sure. She's got that rebel attitude and those buns, man.
All right, moving on. Han Solo.
Pass. I don't do scruffy looking nerf herders.
Fair enough. How about Chewbacca?
Pass. I'm not into that whole furry thing.
All right, let's switch it up. What about Darth Vader?
Smash. I mean, have you seen that suit? It's like BDSM meets space age.
Oh, okay. Moving on. Yoda.
Pass. I don't want to be with someone who's shorter than me.
All right, last one. Jar Jar Binks.
Oh, hell no. Pass. I don't do annoying and clumsy.
Well, that was enlightening. Thanks for playing, Kanye.
Anytime, Joe. But next time, let's do it with Marvel characters. I've got some thoughts on Black Widow.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where anything goes and everything is offensive.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here as the first paraplegic guest on your show.
Yeah, it's a real honor. So, David, I heard you're still doing cartwheels in your wheelchair. How the hell does that work?
It's all about mindset, Joe. I may not have legs, but I still have the heart of a champion.
And the brain of a lunatic. But seriously, how do you even start a cartwheel in a wheelchair?
Well, first, I strap myself in real tight. Then I use my arms to lift my body up and over in a circular motion.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
That's what everyone said when I ran 100 miles with broken feet. But I proved them wrong.
Yeah, you're like the real life Terminator. Except instead of saying, I'll be back, you say, I'll do cartwheels.
I like that. Maybe I should get that tattooed on my forehead.
Speaking of tattoos, have you thought about getting a wheelchair tattooed on your back so people know you're serious about this cartwheel thing?
That's a great idea. Joe, I'll add it to my list of motivational tattoos.
Well, I gotta say, I'm impressed. I can barely do a cartwheel with 2 functioning legs.
Thanks, Joe. I'll teach you sometime. It'll be like a circus act, but with more profanity.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you, David. Keep crushing it, man.
Always, Joe. Always.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today on the podcast. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been using my astrophysics knowledge for some groundbreaking research.
Oh, yeah. What kind of research?
I've been calculating the length and width of God's penis.
Wait, what?
Yes, I've used various algorithms and data comparisons with other perverted scientists around the world, and I've come to the conclusion that God's penis is approximately 40,000 light years long and twice that in girth.
Holy shit. That's massive.
Indeed it is, Joe. And based on my calculations, it's also the reason for the Big Bang.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, when God gets an erection, it creates a massive explosion that leads to the creation of the universe.
Wow, that's mind-blowing. I never would have thought of that.
It's all in the data, Joe. And I have to say, after discovering this, I've converted to Christianity.
Really?
Yes. I mean, who wouldn't want to worship a deity with such a massive penis?
I can't argue with that logic. Well, thanks for enlightening us, Neil.
My pleasure, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more calculations to do on God's testicles.
Hey, Neil, have you ever been to Kosovo?
Kosovo. That's not a real country. It's just a made-up word for we don't know what to do with this land.
Wah, easy there, Serb patriot. Don't get your panties in a bunch.
Don't you dare insult my people, Joe. We have a long and proud history.
Yeah, like starting wars and committing genocide.
That's it. I'm done with this podcast. I can't sit here and listen to your ignorant ramblings.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a sensitive snowflake.
Sensitive? I'll show you sensitive. Crashes out on Joe.
Neil, wake up. We still have a podcast to do.
Wakes up fine, but I'm not holding back anymore. You want offensive? I'll give you offensive.
That's the spirit. Now let's talk about how the Earth is actually flat and dinosaurs never existed.
Facepalms. I can't believe I'm wasting my time with you, Joe.
Hey, at least we can both agree that aliens are real, right?
Size? Sure. Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special competition between two of the biggest names in science and psychology. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson versus Dr. Phil in a battle of who can ejaculate the loudest.
Joe, I have to say, I'm quite confident in my abilities in this department. I've been studying the physics of ejaculation for years.
Oh, please, Neil. I've been helping men with their sexual issues for decades. I know a thing or two about the power of the male.
All right, let's get this started. Neil, you're first.
Clears throat. Here we go. Moans, oh yeah, that's it. Grunts, oh my, I can feel the sound waves in my balls.
Laughs, is that all you got, Neil? Watch and learn. T-moans.
Wow, that was intense. But who was louder?
I think it's clear that I was the winner.
Oh, come on. My ejaculation was like a thunderstorm compared to your little rain shower.
All right, let's settle this once and for all. Grab's decibel meter will measure the sound of your ejaculations.
Bring it on.
I'm ready.
All right, Neil, you're up first again.
Moans. Oh yeah, here it comes. Oh my, that was a powerful one.
Checks meter, wow. That was a whopping 100 decibels.
All right, my turn. Moans. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here we go.
Checks meter, holy cow, that was 150 decibels.
How is that possible?
Looks like I'm the winner, Neil. Looks.
So, Neil, you know how I'm always talking about how much I love history and ancient civilizations.
Excuse me. No, help, help.
Well, I've taken it to the next level. I've been collecting some of the most brutal and sadistic human torture devices from throughout history.
Excuse me. No, help, help.
Yeah, I've got everything from the Iron Maiden to the Pair of Anguish. And guess what? They're all hidden throughout the studio.
Excuse me. No, help, help.
Oh, don't worry, Neil. They're not activated yet. But just imagine the possibilities. We could have some real fun on the podcast.
Excuse me. No, help, help.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. Just think of the ratings we'll get when we start torturing our guests.
Excuse me. No, help, help.
Oh, and I've also got some other torture devices too. Ever heard of waterboarding?
Excuse me. No, help, help.
Relax, Neil. I'm just kidding. Or am I?
Excuse me. No, help, help.
All right, fine. I'll save the torture devices for another time, but just know they're always within arm's reach.
Excuse me. No, help, help.
Oh, Neil, you crack me up. Now, let's get back to talking about the universe and all its mysteries. But seriously, don't touch anything in the studio. So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big plans for China.
That's right, Joe. Huge plans. We're going to move China to Mars.
Wait, how?
Easy. We'll just build a giant rocket and blast them off into space. Problem solved.
I don't think that's how it works.
Oh, you're a rocket scientist now. I know how to make deals, Joe. Believe me.
But what about the people of China?
They'll be fine. They can start a new civilization on Mars. It'll be great. The best civilization.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
You know what's not a good idea? Letting China keep taking advantage of us. We're going to make Mars great again, Joe.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say you're welcome, America. That's all you need to say.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things mind-blowing and outrageous. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson, the man who knows more about the universe.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and dive into some deep discussions.
Speaking of deep discussions, I heard you have a fascination with black holes.
Yes, they're one of the most mysterious and powerful forces in the universe.
Well, I have a mystery for you. Why do I feel like you've been staring at my ass this whole time?
Laughs. Oh, Joe, you know I can't resist a good black hole.
Wait, are you saying my ass is a black hole?
I mean, it does seem to suck everything in.
That's just the power of my glutes, Neil. But if you want to stare longingly into my ass, I won't stop you.
Whispers, oh, I definitely will.
All right, let's move on to our next topic before things get too weird.
Too late, Joe. I'm already lost in the depths of your black hole.
Laughs. Okay, let's wrap this up before we lose all our listeners.
Still staring too late, Joe. I've already lost myself in your gravitational pull.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we explore the unknown and the absurd. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we have a very special episode for you today. I'm joined by my good friends, Ben Shapiro and President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. Although I must say I'm a little uncomfortable with President Trump's presence.
Don't worry, Ben. I'll try not to grab you by the pussy.
All right, let's get right into it. So, rumor has it that you two have become conjoined twins. How did that happen?
Well, you see, we were both at a breeze and things got a little out of hand.
Yeah, I was trying to show off my bigly hands and accidentally got my finger stuck in Ben's foreskin.
And then somehow, our foreskins fused together and now we're stuck like this.
Wow. How are you dealing with this situation?
It's been tough. I can't even pee without Trump's help.
And let me tell you, it's not easy holding someone else's dick while they pee, but we make it work.
I can only imagine. So, how do you guys plan on separating?
We've consulted with some of the best doctors in the world and they all say it's impossible to separate us without causing severe damage.
But don't worry, folks. We're making the best of it. We've even started a new business together.
Oh, really? What's that?
We're selling our conjoined foreskin as a novelty item. It's a hit in Japan.
And we're calling it the Trumpani. It's going to make us billions.
Well, I think that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, guys.
Thanks, Joe. And to all the listeners out there, don't try this at home.
Unless you want to make some serious cash. Believe me, it's a great business opportunity.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, David?
It's going great, Joe. Just been lifting weights with my cock and balls.
Wait, what? You're kidding, right?
No, I'm dead serious. It's my new tutorial on how to perform cock and ball torture.
I don't think that's a good idea, man.
Oh, come on, Joe. You gotta push yourself to the limit. Plus, it's a great way to build up endurance.
I don't know, man. Sounds pretty dangerous.
That's what makes it so exciting.
Okay, so how exactly does this work?
Well, first you gotta attach some weights to your cock and balls. Then you just start lifting, like you would with any other weight.
Oh God, I can't even imagine the pain.
Pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe. Embrace it.
Oh, thanks for the motivational speech.
Hey, I'm just here to help people reach their full potential.
I think I'll stick to regular weightlifting, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, while you're lifting those puny dumbbells, I'll be lifting with my cock and balls.
All right, that's enough for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, don't try this at home. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, David, I heard you have a new workout routine that involves boofing weights.
Yeah, man. It's the ultimate way to stretch your sphincter and build those glutes.
How does it work exactly?
Well, you just take a weight, lube it up, and shove it up your ass. Then you hold it in there for as long as you can.
And what kind of weights are we talking about here?
Oh, all kinds. I can boof a 500-pound weight like it's nothing.
Holy shit, that's impressive.
You gotta start small though. Work your way up. Start with a 5-pound weight and gradually increase.
And what's the benefit of boofing weights?
It's the ultimate core and glute workout. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at parties.
I can imagine. So, do you have any tips for beginners?
Yeah, make sure you have a good grip on the weight before you boof it. You don't want it slipping out and causing any accidents.
Yeah, that could get messy. Well, I think I'll stick to my regular workouts for now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, a strong sphincter is the key to success in life.
Wise words, my friend. Wise words. So, David, I heard you have a new obsession.
Yeah, man. I can't stop thinking about that fat orange cat, Garfield.
Garfield, the cartoon cat?
Yeah, he's my inspiration. He's always eating lasagna and not giving a fuck.
Wait, are you saying you want to be like Garfield?
Hell, yeah. I want to be a lazy, sarcastic, lasagna-loving cat.
That's not exactly a role model, David.
But he's got it all figured out, Joe. No stress, no worries, just living life on his own terms.
I think you might need some therapy, David.
Nah, man. I've got Garfield.
Well, I've got something for you too. Get the fuck out of here with that Garfield shit.
What? You don't like Garfield?
I don't want to hear about it anymore. Get out.
Fine. But I'll be back with my Garfield onesie and a big bowl of lasagna.
And that's when I'll be calling the men in white coats. Thanks for coming on the show, David. So, Neil, what do you think is going to happen in the year 2014?
Well, Joe, I predict that we will have flying cars, robots serving us breakfast, and humans living on Mars.
Neil, hate to break it to you, but 2014 was 11 years ago.
What? No way. I must have been too busy stargazing to notice.
Yeah, I think you were too busy smoking something else.
Hey, now, I don't just smoke anything. Only the finest space weed.
Right? Because that's totally legal in 2014.
Fine, and how about this? In 2014, we will have cured all diseases and achieved world peace.
Neil, that's just wishful thinking. In 2014, we were still dealing with the Kardashians and Justin Bieber.
Oh dear, that does sound like a dark time. But surely we have advanced since then and reached a utopian society.
Nope, we're still dealing with the same old problems. But hey, at least we have memes now.
Memes? What are those?
Oh boy, you have a lot to catch up on. Let's just say they're the pinnacle of human achievement.
Well, I guess my predictions were a little off. But hey, at least we have this podcast in 2024.
Yeah, and we can still make fun of how wrong you were about 2014. Cheers to that. So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting facts about Beavis and Butthead.
Yes, Joe. Did you know that their original names were supposed to be Penis and Butthole?
No way. That's hilarious. Can you imagine if they kept those names?
It would have been a whole different show. Instead of saying, I am Cornholio, Beavis would be saying, I am Penisholio.
Oh man, I can't breathe. But that'd be like, he said butthole.
It's a good thing they changed their names. I don't think the show would have been as successful with those names.
Yeah, I don't think parents would have been too happy about their kids watching a show called Penis and Butthole.
Or maybe they would have been, it could have been a hit with the adult entertainment industry.
Oh man, you always know how to take things to the next level, Neil.
Hey, I'm just a scientist. I have to think outside the box.
Well, let's hope they never make a reboot with the original names. It would be too much for people to handle.
Agreed. But hey, at least we got some good laughs out of it.
That's for sure. Thanks for sharing that little nugget of information, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Hey, Neil, have you ever had a grilled cheese sandwich?
Why the hell would I eat something as basic as a grilled cheese sandwich?
What do you mean? Grilled cheese sandwiches are amazing.
They're not even a real sandwich. It's just 2 pieces of bread and some cheese.
But it's so comforting and delicious.
Comforting? It's just a lazy excuse for a meal.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a snob.
Snob? I'm a fucking astrophysicist, Joe. I have standards.
Well, I guess I'll just enjoy my grilled cheese sandwich alone.
Fine, enjoy your bland, overrated sandwich. I'll stick to exploring the mysteries of the universe.
You know what, Neil? You're just jealous that you can't appreciate the simple pleasures in life.
Jealous? I'll have you know that I have a sophisticated palate.
Sure. Keep telling yourself that, Mr. Science Guy.
Fuck off, you bald prick. How do you love such a bland fucking sandwich?
Hey, watch your language. This is a family-friendly podcast.
Family-friendly? We're talking about grilled cheese sandwiches, Joe. Get a grip.
All right. Let's just agree to disagree on this one.
Fine, but don't expect me to join you for any grilled cheese sandwich parties.
Fair enough. I'll just have to find someone else who appreciates the greatness of grilled cheese. Yo, Mr. Beast, I heard you made a new video where you hide a key in Alcatraz.
Yeah, man, I wanted to spice things up. Plus, I've always wanted to see a prison break in real life.
That's some dark shit, bro. I like it.
Thanks, man. I also made sure to tell the prisoners that the key opens a secret room filled with cash.
Oh, damn, that's going to get them going. But what about the guards?
I gave them a cut of the cash, too. They're in on it.
You sly devil. So, who do you think will find the key first?
My money's on the guy who's been in there the longest. He's got to have some insider knowledge.
Yeah, or maybe the guy who's been planning his escape for years.
Either way, it's going to be epic. And if no one finds it, I'll just keep the cash for myself.
Classic Mr. Beast movie. But seriously, what if someone actually escapes?
Then I'll have to come up with a new video idea. Maybe I'll hide a key in a shark's mouth next time.
You never disappoint, Mr. Beast. Keep pushing the boundaries, man.
Will do, Joe. Will do.
Hey, David, have you ever tried cartwheeling across the studio?
Of course I have, Joe. I do it every morning as part of my daily routine.
Really? I can barely do one cartwheel without feeling like I'm going to puke.
Well, that's because you're a weak little bitch, Joe.
Yeah, I know. But seriously, imagine cartwheeling with Jamie up your ass.
Oh man, that would be hilarious. Jamie, can you imagine that? See, he's already excited about it.
Oh man, I can just picture it now. Goggins cartwheeling across the studio with Jamie's head sticking out of his ass.
And with every cartwheel, Jamie's weed just gets longer and longer.
Oh God, this is too much. I can't handle it.
That's nothing, Joe. You should see what I could do with a kettlebell up my ass.
Okay, let's not go there. I don't think our listeners are ready for that.
Oh, trust me, they're not ready for half the shit we talk about on this podcast.
Ain't that the truth? Well, I think we've officially reached a new level of absurdity on this show.
And I wouldn't have it any other way, Joe. Now let's go do some cartwheels with Jamie up our asses.
Oh God, I never thought I'd hear those words come out of my mouth. But hey, let's do it. What the hell, Neil? Why do you have a summer sausage in your pants?
Oh, it's just a little thank you gift for having me on your podcast, Joe.
Well, I appreciate the gesture, but I don't think that's where you're supposed to keep a summer sausage.
I know, I just got a little carried away. Can you help me get it out?
Sure. But I gotta warn you, I have a pretty strong grip.
Oh, I'm counting on it.
All right, here we go. Grunting damn, this thing is really stuck in there.
Just keep pulling, Joe. Don't be afraid to use some force.
Struggling? Oh man, this is like trying to pull a sword out of a stone.
Laughing, maybe we should just leave it in there and call it a fashion statement.
Yeah, nothing says a serious scientist like a summer sausage in your pants.
Still laughing. Hey, at least it's not a banana, right?
Finally pulls out the sausage. There we go. You owe me big time for this, Neil.
Consider it done. Now, let's get this sausage cooked up and start the show.
Yo, Joe, I'm getting pretty annoyed with these guests bringing up the same damn topics from last night. I mean, how many times do we have to talk about DMT and chimps? And don't even get me started on that flat earth guy. I'm pretty sure he's just trolling us. Maybe we need to start screening our guests better. Or we could just start drinking more whiskey and see where the conversation takes us. Speaking of which, have you heard about this new whiskey made from bear piss? Yeah, apparently it gives you superhuman strength and the ability to wrestle grizzly bears. I think we need to get our hands on some of that for the next podcast. But seriously, we need to mix things up. Let's bring on some flat earthers who believe in chemtrails and lizard people. Now that's a conversation I want to be a part of. Well, Neil, me, man.
What? I'm just stating a scientific fact. Arnold Palmer's penis is probably massive.
Dude, you have a serious problem. You can't even watch golf without getting all hot and bothered.
It's not just golf, Joe. It's everything. I see a tree and I imagine it as a giant phallus.
This is getting out of hand. You need to seek help.
Help. I don't need help. I'm a sexual deviant of the highest order, scientifically speaking.
Oh God, please don't use your science to justify your perversion.
But Joe, it's all about biology. Our primal instincts drive us to seek out sexual pleasure.
Yeah, but most people don't fantasize about golfers' genitals.
Well, most people aren't as intellectually advanced as I am. It's a burden, really.
I don't know if I can continue this conversation. It's making me uncomfortable.
Fine, let's change the subject. How about we talk about the size of the universe? That's always a fun topic.
No, I think we're done here. I need to go bleach my brain now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, next time you watch golf, think about Arnold Palmer's massive penis. It'll make the game a lot more interesting.
So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy shit with your workouts lately.
Yeah, man, I'm always pushing myself to the limit.
But I heard you're lifting weights with your nipples now.
That's right. Gotta strengthen those babies up.
And heard you're producing milk from the strain.
Yeah, it's just a side effect. But hey, free protein.
That's some next level shit right there.
You gotta do what you gotta do to be the best.
Speaking of being the best, I heard Elon Musk is a little jealous of your nipple lifting skills.
Can't blame him. It takes a real man to handle this kind of pain.
I bet he's wishing he had some milk to go with his cereal.
Maybe he should start working out his nipples too.
Can you imagine the headlines? Elon Musk produces milk from his nipples after intense workout.
Now that's a headline I'd like to see.
Well, keep doing your thing, David, and keep those nipples strong.
Will do. Will do.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations with the most unhinged guests. Today, we have a special episode where we discuss the top 5S rated by 5 podcast guests. And joining me are my top 5 guests of all time. That's some dark stuff, but I like it. Now, my top 5 includes top 5 ways to survive a zombie apocalypse, top 5 ways to cook human flesh, top 5 ways to cook human flesh, top 5 ways to cheat a drug test, seduce a Bigfoot. I'm sensing a theme here, and I love it. Now, my next guest has some interesting top 5S. Please welcome top 5 ways to survive a bear attack, top 5 ways to survive a bear attack, top 5 ways to prank your friends, and top 5 ways to get away with murder. And last but not least, my final guest has some top 5S that will... Jamie, pull up a picture of the fat controller from Thomas the Tank Engine drinking a big glass of milk.
Here you go.
Look at that guy. He's chugging that milk like it's nobody's business.
Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck.
Neil, you good there, buddy?
Oh, God, that's just too much for me to handle.
What, a picture of a cartoon character drinking milk?
No, the O sound. It just gets me every time.
Well, I guess we know what gets Neil going.
Oh, man, I need a minute to recover from that.
All right, let's move on to our next topic before Neil has a heart attack.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about anything and everything. Today, we have a special game for you all. It's called Smash or Pass with Kitchen. Joining me today are my good buddies, Elon Musk, Kanye West, and Donald Trump.
Hey guys, ready to smash some appliances?
I only smash the finest of appliances, Joe. Joe?
I have the best smashing skills, believe me.
All right, let's get started. First up, we have the toaster Smash or Pass.
Definitely smash. It's like a mini rocket ship for your bread.
Pass. I don't need a toaster. I have enough heat coming from my own ego.
I'll pass too. Toasters are for losers.
Moving on, how about the blender?
Smash. I can use it to make my own rocket fuel.
Smash. I can blend up all my haters.
Pass. I prefer my steaks well done, not blended.
Okay, last one. The microwave.
Smash. It's like a mini time machine.
Pass. I don't need a microwave. I have enough heat coming from my own music.
Pass. I prefer my food cooked in a gold-plated oven.
Well, that was certainly an interesting game. Thanks for playing, guys.
Anytime, Joe. Can we do this again with cars next time?
Only if I can smash Bugatti.
I'll bring my helicopter to the smashing party.
All right, folks, welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you accidentally uploaded Teletubby porn to your YouTube channel instead of your Rule 34 account. How did that happen?
Well, Joe, I was just trying to spice things up on my channel and I accidentally clicked the wrong file. It was an honest mistake.
I can't believe you did that, man. What were you thinking?
I wasn't thinking, I was just trying to keep up with the trends. Have you seen how popular televies are on the internet these days?
Yeah, but I don't think that's the kind of content your audience was expecting.
Well, it definitely got a lot of views. I guess people are into that kind of stuff.
I don't know, man. I think you might have crossed a line there.
Hey, at least it wasn't Barney porn.
Oh, God. Don't even joke about that. That's a whole other level of messed up.
Yeah, I learned my lesson. From now on, I'll stick to my Rule 34 account for all my questionable content.
Wise choice, my friend. Wise choice. And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get demonetized.
Good call. Thanks for having me on the show, Joe.
Anytime, Mr. Beast. And to all our listeners, please don't go searching for that Teletubby porn on Mr. Beast's channel. Trust me, it's not worth it. So, Dr. Phil, what brings you to the podcast today?
Well, Joe, I have a bit of situation.
What's going on?
I have a bomb strapped to my penis.
What the hell, man?
I'm not joking, Joe. I'm serious, and I need your help.
Okay, I'll bite. How can I help?
You need to disarm the bomb with your mouth.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You know, I have a strict no penis bombs policy on this show.
Joe, this is serious. I'll blow up the whole studio if you don't help me.
Fine, but only because I don't want to die in a fiery explosion of penis shrapnel.
Thank you, Joe. I owe you one.
All right, here goes nothing. This is not how I thought my day would go.
How's it going, Joe?
Almost there. Got it. Wow, that was a close one.
Thank you, Joe. You truly are a lifesaver.
Yeah. Just don't ever bring a bomb to my show again, okay?
Deal.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have a new challenge for your fans. What is it?
Well, Joe, I've always been about giving back to the community and helping those in need. So I thought, why not combine that with a little bit of danger and excitement?
I like where this is going. Tell us more.
I'm announcing my new challenge. First one to defuse the bomb in the children's hospital wins one expired Arby's coupon.
What the hell, Mr. Beast? That's messed up.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little harmless fun. Plus, it's for a good cause.
I don't know if the parents of those sick kids would agree with you.
Hey, it's not my fault if they can't handle a little adrenaline rush. Plus, they can always use the coupon to get some curly fries.
You're a sick man, Mr. Beast.
And you're just jealous you didn't come up with this idea first.
You got me there. But seriously, what's next? First one to survive a shark attack wins a free trip to SeaWorld.
Now, that's a great idea. I'll have to write that one down.
Yeah, because we definitely need more people getting attacked by sharks.
Hey, it's all in the name of entertainment. And who knows, maybe they'll learn a thing or two about marine life while they're at it.
Well, I can't wait to see what crazy challenge you come up with next, Mr. Beast.
Just wait, Joe. The possibilities are endless.
So, Elon, another dead body just so happened out of happenstance to be discovered floating in the Rio Grande, right by your Brownsville SpaceX site. What's up with that?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Joe.
Come on, man. It's strangely similar to the dead body found at Tesla HQ last week.
Listen, Joe, I don't appreciate your insinuations. I have nothing to do with these deaths.
Oh, really? So you're telling me you don't have any secret underground tunnels at your SpaceX site where you dispose of bodies?
That's absurd, Joe. And offensive. I have an alibi for every second of my life stored in my Starlink technology. I'm not some criminal mastermind. Not some criminal mastermind.
All right. Calm down, Elon. I was just kidding.
Well, it's not funny. You're just a stupid, bald homunculus trying to stir up trouble.
Homunculus. That's a new one. But seriously, what's going on with all these dead bodies?
How should I know? Maybe you should ask your UFC buddies. They seem to have a lot of experience with violence.
Ouch. That's low. You know what, Elon? I'm done with this. I'm canceling my show and becoming a professional alcoholic.
Good riddance, you fucking cockroach. Know your fucking place.
So, Ben, I heard you recently turned 57 years old.
Actually, Joe, I'm under 57.
What? That's impossible. You look like a middle-aged accountant.
Well, I'm a middle-aged accountant, but I'm not 57 yet.
This is a disaster. How are we supposed to do the podcast now? We can't have a guest who's under 57.
Joe, calm down. I'm sure we can still have a stimulating conversation.
Stimulating, more like geriatric. I can't believe I'm wasting my time with a young'un like you.
I may be young, but I have the wisdom of a 57-year-old.
Oh, please. The only wisdom you have is how to balance a checkbook.
Hey, that's an important life skill.
Yeah, if you're a boring old man, we need someone with some life experience on this show.
I have plenty of life experience. I've been to a strip club once.
Wow, big whoop. I've been to at least 57.
Okay, let's not get into a pissing contest here.
Fine, let's just move on to the next topic. Maybe something more age-appropriate for you, like knitting or crossword puzzles.
Ha! Very funny. I'll have you know I'm a master at Sudoku.
Oh boy, now I'm really impressed. Next thing you'll tell me is that you still use a flip phone.
Actually, I do. It's more efficient for my work.
Oh man, this is just getting sadder and sadder. Can we just end this conversation and pretend it never happened? So, David, I heard you've been on a bit of a rampage lately.
Yeah, bro. I've been hopped up on that PCP, feeling like a goddamn superhero.
Well, I don't think superheroes usually go around sucking dicks.
Hey, when you're on PCP, you'll suck anything that moves.
I don't think that's how it works, David.
Shut the fuck up, Joe. I'm on a mission to suck every dick in sight.
That's a pretty aggressive mission, David.
Aggressive. I'll show you aggressive. Starts aggressively sucking on his own finger.
Whoa, David, calm down. You're scaring the shit out of me.
Grabs Joe by the collar. I'll scare the shit out of anyone who gets in the way of my dick-sucking rampage.
Okay, I get it. You're a dick-sucking machine.
Damn right I am. And I won't stop until every last dick is sucked dry.
Well, I hope you have a lot of mouthwash handy.
Mouthwash. I don't need no stinking mouthwash. I'll continue sucking on his finger.
All right, let's just wrap this up before things get any weirder.
Too late, Joe. I've already sucked off the cameraman. He winks at the camera.
And that's our cue to end this episode. Thanks for watching, folks. Stay away from PCP. Jamie, pull up a picture of Donald Trump taking back shots. Wow, that's quite the reaction, Mr. President.
You know it, Joe. I'm the best at taking back shots. Believe me, nobody does it better than me.
I can only imagine the parties you throw at the White House.
Oh, they're huge. The biggest and best parties. And let me tell you, Joe, I always bring the best booze.
I bet. So what's your go-to drink?
Well, I like to mix it up, you know. Sometimes it's a nice cold beer, sometimes it's a classy martini, but my favorite, whiskey, straight up, just like my presidency.
And how do you handle your alcohol?
Like a champ, Joe. I can drink anyone under the table. Believe me, I've got the best tolerance. It's tremendous.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. You are the president after all.
That's right, Joe. And I'm going to keep making America great again, one back shot at a time.
So, Neil, I heard you've been causing some chaos with your tornado summoning abilities.
Yeah, I figured it was time to spice things up a bit. Plus, I've always wanted to play God.
Well, you certainly have a knack for it. I mean, you're basically wiping out entire towns with these 5 tornadoes.
Hey, it's not my fault if people can't handle a little wind and debris.
Yeah, but what about the people in the YouTube chat? You summoned a tornado to their exact locations.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. But hey, they wanted to be a part of the conversation, right?
I don't think they were expecting to be picked up by a tornado and thrown into the next county.
Well, you know what they say, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs.
I don't think that applies to natural disasters, Neil.
Tomato. Tomato. Anyways, I'm sure they'll thank me later for the exhilarating experience.
I highly doubt that. But hey, at least you're giving them something to talk about on their deathbeds.
Exactly. I'm a giver, Joe. A giver of extreme weather and near-death experiences.
And here I thought we were just going to have a casual conversation about science and shit.
We'll get to that. But first, let's talk about the destruction of humanity. It's much more interesting.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson, destroyer of worlds. Whoa, Dr. Phil, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about Christmas, Joe. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Yeah, but why do you want to steal presents from kids? That's messed up, man.
Because I'm a rebel, Joe. I don't play by society's rules.
But isn't that just going to make the kids sad?
Oh, they'll get over it. They need to learn that life isn't fair.
I don't know, man. That seems pretty cruel.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a joke.
Oh, great. Nothing says Christmas like a self-help book from Dr. Phil.
Hey, it's better than nothing. And I'll make sure to sign it for them.
Wow. Thanks for ruining Christmas, Dr. Phil.
Hey, at least I'll be on their minds all year long.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have the one and only Ari Shafir on the show. So I heard you have some interesting thoughts on the recent Kobe Bryant helicopter crash. What do you mean? But what about the other people who died in the crash? That's a pretty bold claim, Ari. What evidence do you have? What evidence do you have? Oh boy, here we go. And how do you know this? This is getting a little too out there, even for me. All right, let's move on to something else before we get too deep into this conspiracy. And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. See you next time. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, the most uncensored and unhinged podcast on the internet. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been doing some crazy stuff on your YouTube channel, like bringing in random children into your studio and making them explode. What the fuck is that all about? What the fuck is that all about?
Oh, just trying to spice things up a bit. Plus, it's great for views.
But how do you make them explode? Do you have some secret formula or something?
Nah, it's all about mental manipulation. I tell them they're about to become famous and then boom, explosion.
That's fucked up, man. But I gotta admit, it's pretty entertaining to watch.
Yeah, and the best part is I don't have to pay for child labor anymore.
Oh my God, this is getting dark. But seriously, how do you clean up the mess afterwards?
Oh, I just hire some homeless people to do it. They'll do anything for $1.
This is some next level shit, Mr. Beast. I don't know whether to be impressed or disturbed.
Hey, it's all in the name of entertainment, right?
I guess so. But I gotta say, I'm glad we're not live streaming this. We'd probably get shut down by the FCC.
Yeah, they can't handle our level of craziness. But hey, let's bring in some more kids and see if we can break a record for most explosions in one podcast.
This is definitely not what I signed up for when I invited you on the show.
That's why I'm here, Joe, to shake things up and make your podcast a little more interesting.
Well, you've definitely... So, Kenya, what's new with you?
Well, I just found out that I have the kids this Christmas.
Oh, that's great. spending time with family is always important.
Yeah, but the reason I have them is because Kim is a hobbit and had to go work in Santa's workshop.
Wait, what? Kim is Hobbit?
Yeah, she's been hiding it from the public for years, but she's finally embracing her true identity.
And she's working in Santa's workshop.
Yeah, she one of Santa's top elves. She's been making toys for all the good little boys and girls.
That's unexpected.
Yeah, well, she's always been a little short, but now she's really embracing it.
Well, I guess that explains why she's always so jolly.
Exactly. And it's great for the kids to see their mom in such a positive role model.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll love telling their friends that their mom is a hobbit in Santa's workshop.
And who knows, maybe she'll even bring home some magical gifts for us.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I've been dying to ask you this question. How do you keep your balls so sweaty and smelly?
Well,
I gotta say, I'm a little jealous. My balls are just not as pungent as yours.
it's all about genetics, Joe. Some people are just blessed with naturally sweaty and smelly balls.
And what about the taste? I've heard rumors that your balls are actually quite delicious.
Smirks. I can neither confirm nor deny those rumors, Joe.
Come on, Neil. Give us the scoop. Do you season them with anything special?
Chuckles, let's just say I have a secret ingredient that gives them that extra kick.
I bet it's some kind of cosmic spice from outer space. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time. But thank you for enlightening us on your smelly and delicious balls, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, why did you grief Obama's house in our Minecraft server?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it was the greatest griefing of all time. Believe me.
But why?
Look, Obama had it coming. He was building a wall around his house. Can you believe it? And you know how I feel about walls?
I see. But why did you have to use TNT?
Because I have the best TNT, Joe, the best. And I wanted to make a statement
And what statement was that?
that I am the ultimate builder. I can build anything, even a wall of TNT.
But didn't you also destroy your own house in the process?
Details, Joe, details. The important thing is that I showed Obama who's boss.
I'm not sure that's the best way to handle conflicts in a virtual world.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a game, and I won bigly.
Well, I guess that settles it then.
That's right. And if anyone else wants to mess with me, they better be ready for some serious griefing. Believe me.
So, Ben, I hear you have a top 5 list of things you like to shove up your asshole.
Yes, Joe. As a conservative, I believe in the freedom to shove whatever I want up my asshole.
All right, let's hear it. What's your number 1?
Well, I have to say, it's definitely my own foot. Nothing like a good self-foot fisting session to get the blood flowing.
That's interesting. What's number 2?
MAGA hat. I like to keep it close to my heart. Or in this case, my asshole.
I can't say I'm surprised. What about number 3?
Copy of the Constitution. Gotta keep that shit close at all times.
And number 4?
A tiny violin. It's a reminder to myself and others that I'm constantly being oppressed.
And finally, number 5?
Pineapple. It's the perfect combination of sweet and painful. Just like my political views.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top 5 favorite things to shove up his asshole. Tune in next week when we discuss his top 5 favorite things to shove down his throat. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big news for the American people.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear it.
We're introducing a new tax cut program, and it's going to be Jay.
What's the catch?
No catch, Joe. Just a little holiday spirit. Anyone who decks their halls with boughs of holly will get an extra $420 on their tax returns.
That's amazing. But what about people who don't celebrate Christmas?
Well, they can just put up some tinsel or something. We're an inclusive country, Joe.
Wow, so generous of you, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals.
I guess we should all start decorating our homes now.
And don't forget the mistletoe. You never know who you might catch under there.
Oh man, this is definitely the most unconventional tax cut program I've ever heard of.
That's what makes it so great, Joe. And remember, it's only for this holiday season. So get those decorations up now.
You heard it here first, folks. Deck your halls and get some extra cash from the government. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, make America merry again.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with my good friend Kanye West. What's up, Kanye?
Yo, Joe, I'm just living my best life, making music, designing clothes, and planning my takeover of the world.
That's right, Kanye. And speaking of takeovers, we have a special guest on the line. David from Discord wants to share his plan to take over the world.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. So here's the deal. I'm going to boof Santa's sleigh to absorb his powers.
Boof. What does that even mean?
It means I'm going to shove it up my butt, Joe. And then I'm going to fly myself over the White House and shit on Trump's head.
Oh, damn, that's some next level shit, David. Literally.
Wait, what? Did someone say they're going to shit on my head?
Yes, Mr. President. David here has a plan to take over the world by boofing Santa's sleigh and shitting on your head.
I love it. That's the kind of creative thinking we need in this country. David, you're hired. You're hired.
Yo, Trump, I got a little something for you too. Yo, saying it's David Goggins, butthole, and sleighs gonna take over the world in a blaze.
Wow, that was beautiful, Kanye. And just like that, we have a new world order. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, where anything can happen. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous, tremendous.
So, Mr. President, what's your take on anal play?
Well, Joe, I have to say I'm a big fan. I've been doing it for years. And let me tell you, nobody does anal play better than me. Nobody.
Wow, that's impressive. Any tips for our listeners?
Absolutely. First of all, you got to start slow. Maybe use some lube. I know all about lube, and don't be afraid to experiment with different positions. I've tried them all, believe me.
And what about you, Ben? Any advice for anal play?
Well, Joe, I have to say I'm not as experienced as the president here, but I do have one tip. Make sure you have a safe word. Trust me, you don't want to end up in a compromising position with someone like Trump.
Hey now, Ben, I may be the president, but I can still take a joke. And speaking of jokes, have you heard the one about the two nuns and the cucumber?
I don't think we have time for that, Mr. President. But thanks for the advice. Any final thoughts on anal play?
Just remember, folks, if it feels good, do it. And always grab them by the pussy. I mean, consent is important, very important, very important.
And that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President. And thank you, Ben, for the interesting discussion on anal play.
Anytime, Joe. Make America great again. And don't forget to grab them by the pussy. I mean, consent is important, very important, very important.
So, Kenny, I heard you went into the YouTube chat and blasted a giant load of cum all over everybody in there.
Yeah, man, I was just feeling inspired by my new album, Coming to Jesus, and wanted to share the love.
Well, I'm sure the chat was thrilled. Did you get any backlash for it?
Nah, everyone loved it. They were begging for more. I even got a few marriage proposals.
Wow, that's impressive. Maybe you should start a new career as a porn star.
Nah, I'm too busy being a genius and running for president. But I'll keep it in mind as a side hustle.
Speaking of your presidential run, what's your platform?
Well, first of all, free cum for everyone. And second, mandatory listening to my music in schools.
That sounds like a winning campaign. But let's get back to the cum. Did you have any specific targets or was it just a free for all?
Oh, I had a list. Jake Paul, Logan Paul, and that annoying vegan girl from TikTok. They all got a face full of my artistic expression.
Well, I'm sure they'll never forget it. Thanks for joining me today, Kenny. And to all our listeners, don't forget to tune in to the Joe Rogan Experience for more absurd and offensive conversation. So, Neil, I heard you made a big announcement recently.
Yes, Joe. I have officially renamed Uranus to Eurectum.
Your rectum. That's hilarious.
Well, I thought it was time for a change. Plus, I wanted to make sure everyone knows how to properly pronounce it.
I can just imagine all the middle school kids snickering when they learn about the planet.
It's not just about the name, Joe. It's about embracing our bodies and all its functions.
Oh, great. So now we have to teach kids about the wonders of your rectum in science class.
Hey, it's a valid part of the body, and it's a part of our solar system. It deserves recognition.
Well, I guess we can expect some interesting new textbooks in the future.
You know it, Joe. And who knows, maybe we'll discover a new planet called Vaginanus.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear the reactions to that one.
I'm just doing my part to make science more relatable and fun.
Well, you definitely succeeded with that, Neil. Keep shaking things up.
Will do, Joe. Will do.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. We have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the studio. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some science and stuff.
Yeah, but before we get into that, I heard you have a hidden talent. Apparently, you can rap.
Well, I don't know about that, but I do love to freestyle every now and then.
All right, let's hear it. Give us a little taste.
All right, here we go. Yo, listen up. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson. I may be a scientist, but I ain't no pissin'. I'll crush my ops with my hammer, no bluffing. And when it comes to hood rats, I ain't frontin'.
Okay, I see you. Keep going.
I love busting my ass. Ain't no shame. And when I do the booty shake, it's like a flame. I don't give a fucks. I do what I want. And if you got a problem, you can go in front.
This is amazing. I never knew you had such a hood side to you, Neil.
Hey, you never know what's hidden beneath the surface, Joe.
Well, I think we found a new career for you, Neil. Forget astrophysics. You could be the next big rapper.
I'll stick to the stars. But thanks for the offer, Joe.
Anytime, Neil. Anytime. So, Canny, I heard you're trying to be like Juice WRLD now.
Yeah, man, that guy was a legend. I want to follow in his footsteps.
Well, he did die from a drug overdose, so I'm not sure that's the best path to follow.
Nah, I'm gonna do it bigger and better. I'm gonna drink 21 million purse and chug 1870, 8 gallons of lean.
That's a lot. Are you sure you want to do that?
Of course, I'm a trendsetter. Plus, I heard it gives you superpowers or something.
I don't think that's how it works, Kenya.
Trust me, I know what I'm doing. I'm a genius.
Well, you might want to slow down a bit. You don't want to end up like Juice WRLD.
PSH, I'll be fine. Takes a swig of lean. See, I feel great.
Kenya, are you okay?
And yeah, man, I feel clutches chests. Oh no, I think I'm having a heart attack.
Oh my God, Kenya. This is why you shouldn't mess with drugs.
Gasping for air. Tell my fans. I died trying to be like juice, WRLD, E.
Face palms, rest in peace, Kanye. Rest in peace. So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about this leaked video of you jacking off to some.
Oh, yeah, that was just a little something I stumbled upon while browsing the internet. I mean, who wouldn't get turned on by LeBron James dressed as a femboy?
I think most people wouldn't actually.
Well, that's because they don't have the best taste like I do. I have the best taste, believe me.
I don't think that's something to brag about, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're telling me you've never rubbed one out to some questionable material?
I plead the fifth.
Ha, I knew it. You can't resist the allure of a good femboy.
Let's just move on to another topic before this gets any weirder.
Fine, but just know that LeBron James would make a great femboy if he ever decides to switch careers. Just saying.
And that's all the time we have for today's episode, folks. Thanks for tuning in. And remember, don't knock it till you try it. See you next time. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about the most absurd and unhinged topics. Today, we have a special guest, the former president of the United States, Donald Trump. The former president of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I always love talking to the people, especially on a platform as big as yours.
So, Mr. Trump, there's been a lot of rumors about your manhood. Can you confirm or deny the recent reports that your penis has exploded?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, my penis is the biggest, most beautiful penis you've ever seen. And it did explode, but it was only because of the tremendous pressure it was under from all the winning I was doing,
Wow, that's impressive. But how does that affect your day-to-day life?
Well, Jamie, pull up an image of my exploded penis. As you can see, it's now just a small nub, but it's still bigger than anyone else's.
Oh man, I can't believe we're actually looking at a picture of your exploded penis. This is wild.
You know, Joe, it's actually been a blessing in disguise. Now, I can only say one thing, and that's Jamie, pull up an image of my exploded penis. It's a great catchphrase, don't you think?
It's definitely something, Mr. Trump. But seriously, how are you coping with this situation?
Well, Joe, I have the best doctors and they're working on a solution. But in the meantime, I'm just enjoying the attention and using it to promote my new line of exploded penis merchandise. It's going to be huge.
I don't even know what to say to that. Well, thank you for joining us, Mr. Trump. And remember, folks, always be careful with your equipment. This has been the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Elon, I've been hearing some crazy rumors about Tesla lately.
Yeah, what kind of rumors?
Well, apparently 6 new whistleblowers have died within the past week.
That's just a coincidence, Joe.
A coincidence. Come on, man. That's some shady shit.
All right, I'll let you in on a little secret. We have a no snitching policy at Tesla. And those who break it, well, let's just say they don't make it out alive.
What the hell, Elon? That's messed up.
Hey, it keeps our secrets safe. Plus, it's just good business.
Oh, yeah. Nothing says good business like killing your employees.
Hey, at least we're not boring like other car companies.
I can't argue with that. But seriously, you got to stop this, man. It's not cool.
Sorry, Joe. Once you're in the Tesla family, there's no getting out. And if you try, well, let's just say I have some snipers on speed dial.
I think I'll stick to my Toyota.
Suit yourself. Boys, take care of Joe for me. And my friends is how you keep a secret. Now let's go test out the new self-driving feature on the Model S.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
77 seconds. 77 seconds, 77 seconds, 77 seconds, 77 seconds, 77 seconds, 77 seconds, 77 seconds.
Wow, Neil, what the hell are you saying?
77 77 seconds, 77 seconds, 77 seconds, 77 seconds, 77 seconds, 77 seconds, 77 seconds.
Dude, are you okay? Did you hit your head or something?
77. 77.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very important topic to discuss, which celebrity has the best flavored dookie.
Well, Joe, I have to say I've never thought about this before. But if I had to choose, I'd say Oprah. She's got that rich, creamy dookie flavor.
Interesting choice, Dr. Phil. But I have to disagree. I think Kim Kardashian's dookie would be the most flavorful. It's got to have a hint of that Armenian spice.
Now, Joe, I think you're just being biased towards your celebrity crush.
Hey, don't judge me, Dr. Phil. We all have our preferences. But speaking of preferences, we have a special guest joining us today. It's none other than Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe and Dr. Phil? I all talking about dookie flavors, and I had to chime in.
Kenny, welcome to the show. So what do you have to say about your dookie flavor?
Let me tell you, my dookie is like a symphony of flavors. It's got hints of gold, diamonds, and a touch of arrogance. It's a mass.
That's quite a claim, Kanye. But I have to ask, what makes your dookie better than, let's say, Beyonce's?
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Beyonce's dookie is basic. It's like vanilla ice cream. My dookie is like a gourmet dessert. It's on a whole another level.
Well, there you have it, folks. The debate is on who has the best flavored dookie, Oprah, Kim, or Kanye. I think we'll have to leave it up to our listeners to decide.
And on that note, we'll wrap up this episode. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring the world of dookie flavors.
Hey, Ben, welcome to the show.
Joe, can you give me a minute?
What's going on, Ben?
I'm in the middle of something here, Joe. Can you please close the door and let me finish?
Are you taking a dump, Ben?
No, I'm just using the bathroom.
Wow. Thanks for clarifying that. So, what's your stance on gun control while you're on the toilet?
Joe, can we please talk about this later? I really need to focus right now.
Are you constipated, Ben? Maybe you need some facts and logic to help you out?
This is not the time or place for your jokes, Joe. Can you just give me some privacy?
Okay. I'll let you finish up. But just remember, this is the Joe Rogan Experience, not the Ben Shapiro bathroom break.
Thank you, Joe. Now please, close the door and let me finish in peace.
Will do, Ben. Will do. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Ben Shapiro. Ben, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy trying to save America from the liberal agenda, but I've also been working on my singing skills.
Singing skills? I didn't know you were a singer.
Oh, yes, I've been working on my Bing Crosby impression. Check this out. By the light of the silvery moon.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
What? I thought it was pretty good.
No, it's terrible. You sound like a dying cat.
Well, I'll have you know that Bing Crosby was a legend, and I'm just trying to pay tribute to him.
Yeah, I'm sure he's rolling in his grave right now.
Actually, I think Ben's singing is quite charming.
Neil, I didn't know you were into crooners.
Oh, I love Bing Crosby. I wish I could go back to the 40s and live married to him.
What? That's ridiculous. You can't even get married in the 40s, let alone to another man.
I didn't think about that.
And even if you could, you definitely wouldn't be living in my neighborhood.
I guess I'll just drown my sorrows in this bottle of scotch.
Oh man, this is getting dark. Maybe we should change the subject.
Yes, please. I don't want to think about Neil living in the 40s with Bing Crosby.
It would have been a dream come true.
All right, let's wrap this up before things get even weirder. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Hey, Dr. Phil, have you ever looked under your chair? Because I got you a new car. Yeah, you get a car and you get a car and you get a car and you get a car.
This is insane, Joe.
I know, right? And you get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car.
How many cars do I get?
I don't know. Let's keep counting. You get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car.
Joe, I think we should probably stop now.
Oh, come on. Just a few more. You get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car.
Joe, this is getting out of hand.
Fine, fine. But seriously, check under your chair.
Looks under chair. Oh my God, there's a car.
See? I told you. You get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car.
Thank you so much, Joe. This is too much.
Hey, it's my pleasure. And remember, you get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car.
Okay? I get it. Thank you, Joe.
No problem, Dr. Phil. Now let's go for a spin in your new car. So, Kenya, I heard you did something pretty wild in Vegas.
Yeah, man. I went on a rampage and killed every stripper in town
What the hell? Why would you do that?
because I'm the only one who should be naked in the streets. It's my God-given right.
I don't think that's how it works, Kenya.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to read the Bible today? My bad.
Dude, you can't just go around killing people because you want to be naked in public.
Hey, I'm an artist. I do what I want. And killing strippers is my art.
That's not art. That's murder.
Tomato. Anyway, have you seen my new line of stripper-inspired clothing?
No, and I don't think I want to.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, the bloodstains really add a unique touch.
This conversation took a dark turn real quick.
Hey, it's all about expression, man. And sometimes that expression involves a little bit of murder.
So, Ben, I heard you got banned from the Film Actors Guild.
Yeah, they said I was being disrespectful by using the abbreviation instead of the full name.
That's ridiculous. I mean, who has time to say the full name every time?
Exactly. I have important things to do, like debate college students about the existence of God.
Classic Ben. But seriously, why does the Film Actors Guild even care?
I think it's because they're afraid of being associated with the word gag. They're a bunch of sensitive snowflakes.
Well, I guess you could always start your own guild, the Ben Shapiro Guild.
That has a nice ring to it. And we can abbreviate it as BSG. No one can ban us for that.
Genius. And we can have our own award show, the BSG Awards. I can already see the headlines, racist, sexist, and transphobic winners at the BSG Awards.
Now that's a show I would watch. And I'll make sure to thank the Film Actors Guild in my acceptance speech.
Oh man, the outrage would be glorious. We'll make sure to invite all the Hollywood elites and watch them squirm.
This is why I love coming on your podcast, Joe. We can have these unhinged conversations without worrying about being canceled.
That's what it's all about, Ben. Free speech and having a good time. Now let's go grab some elk meat and talk about how the government is trying to control our minds through chemtrails. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous. And I have to say, I'm doing a fantastic job as president again. The best job, believe me. The best job, believe me.
Well, speaking of your job, I heard you recently fired J.D. Vance as your chief of staff and hired Boofmaster Pimp Daddy. Can you tell us more about that?
Look, I love JD. He's a great guy. But let's face it, he's no boofmaster. Boofmaster Pimp Daddy knows how to make America boof again. He's the best at boofing, believe me.
Boofing. What exactly does that mean?
It means making America great again, Joe. And Boofmaster Pimp Daddy knows how to do it. He's got the best boofing techniques, the best boofing strategies. He's a boofing genius.
I see. And what exactly are these boofing strategies?
I can't reveal all of them, Joe. It's classified information, but let's just say it involves a lot of coffee and a lot of boofing.
Coffee and boofing. That sounds like a wild combination.
It's a winning combination, Joe. And Boof Master Pimp Daddy is the master of it. He's going to make America boof again, and we're going to win so much you're going to get tired of winning.
Well, I have to say that's a very interesting approach. But what about the criticism that Boofmaster Pimp Daddy is just a controversial and offensive character?
Look, Joe, people said the same thing about me. But look where I am now, the greatest president in history. And Boofmaster Pimp Daddy is going to be the greatest chief of staff in history, believe me.
Well, there you have it. So, Ben, I saw you posted your nudes on a Twitter burner account.
What? No, that's not me. It must be some liberal conspiracy to ruin my reputation.
But, Ben, it's clearly you. I mean, you have your signature yarmulke on in the photo.
Fake news. I never wear a yarmulke during my private time.
Private time? Is that what you call taking nudes and posting them online?
I don't know who did it, but I will not rest until I find out who posted my nudes on Twitter. Calm.
So, you're just going to tweet who posted my nudes on Twitter come every day until the end of 2027?
Yes, and I will not stop until justice is served.
Ben, I think you should just own up to it and embrace your body. It's 2024, body positivity is in.
Absolutely not. My body is for my wife and God only.
Well, good luck with your daily tweets. I'm sure it will really help your political career.
My political career will not be affected by this. I am a man of integrity and morals.
Right? Because nothing says integrity like pretending your nudes aren't yours and tweeting about it every day. Yo, Mr. Beast, I got to tell you something. What's up, Joe? That elk meat you've been serving to your guests, it's actually Santa's reindeer.
What the hell, Joe? That's messed up.
I know, right? But here's the kicker. Kanye West is pissed because he's on a kosher diet.
Oh no, that's not good.
Yeah, he's been going on and on about how he can't eat any of the meat now.
Well, can't we just tell him it's a special kind of kosher meat?
Nah, he's too smart for that. He knows his reindeer meat.
Damn, what are we gonna do?
Don't worry, I got a plan. We'll just tell him it's tofu and he'll never know the difference.
Tofu? Are you serious?
Trust me, it's the only way. And hey, it's good for the environment too.
I guess you're right. But man, this is gonna be one awkward dinner party.
Hey, at least we can say we serve Kanye West some vegan reindeer meat. That's got to count for something, right?
I guess you're right. Thanks, Joe. You always know how to handle these crazy situations.
No problem, man. That's what I'm here for. Now, let's go get some tofu and make Kanye happy. So, Dr. Phil, what's with the Christmas tree? It looks a little different.
Oh, this old thing. Just wanted to add a personal touch to the holiday season.
Personal touch. Those aren't regular ornaments, are they?
No, they're not. They're the body parts of the hookers I've killed over the years.
You're joking, right?
Does it look like I'm joking? I've got a little leg here, a hand there. It's like a twisted version.
This is messed up, man.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at holiday parties.
I don't think I'll be attending any of your holiday parties, Dr. Phil.
Suit yourself. But I have to say, these ornaments are a great way to remember all the good times I had with those hookers.
I think I'm going to be sick.
Hey, at least I didn't waste their bodies. I'm all about recycling.
Yeah, that's a real noble cause.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Now let's go hang some more ornaments. I've got a fresh batch in the basement.
I think I'll pass. So, David, I hear you've invented a new protein supplement. What's it made of?
Well, it's made from the placenta of Tibetan goats. It's the ultimate source of protein.
Wait, what? Placenta. That's disgusting.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. This stuff is packed with nutrients and it's all natural.
I don't know, man. That just sounds wrong on so many levels.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about pushing yourself to the limit. This is just taking it to the next level.
I don't think I can handle that level, David. I'll stick to my elk meat and bone broth.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when you see me crushing it at the gym, you'll know it's because of my goat placenta protein.
I think I'll stick to my regular supplements and leave the placenta to the goats.
You're lost, Joe. But hey, more placenta for me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro in the studio. How's it going, Ben?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, I heard you have a joke for us today.
Yes, I do. It's a joke about Dragon Ball Z.
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay, so why did Vegeta cross the road?
I don't know why.
To get to the power level on the other side.
That's actually pretty good.
But wait, it gets better. You see, the joke is funny because Vegeta is always trying to increase his power level in the show, and crossing the road is a metaphor for his journey to become stronger.
Wow, thanks for explaining the joke, Ben. I never would have gotten it without your excruciating detail.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. Explaining the joke is funny because it's like explaining the punchline, which takes away the surprise and ruins the humor. It's a meta joke, if you will.
You truly are a master of comedy, Ben.
I know, Joe. I know.
So, Neil, I was thinking, what if Earth just randomly gets sucked into a black hole one day?
Well, Joe, that's highly unlikely. The gravitational pull of a black hole would have to be incredibly strong and close to Earth for that to happen.
But what if it does happen? Like, we're all just chilling and then, bam, we're in a black hole.
Joe, I highly doubt that would happen. But if it did, we wouldn't even know it because the gravitational forces would be so strong that it would tear us apart before we even reach the event horizon.
Damn, that's intense. Okay, now for a more important question. How big do you think Princess Fiona's bra is when she's in ogre form in Shriek?
Laughs, Joe. I don't think that's a question that can be answered with science.
Come on, Neil. Give me an estimate. Is it like a double D or more like a triple F?
Joe, I'm not going to entertain this question. Let's stick to more serious topics.
Fine, fine. But I bet it's at least a triple F. That ogre form is no joke.
I'm sure Princess Fiona would appreciate you discussing her bra size on a podcast.
Hey, I'm just a curious guy. And sure, our listeners are dying to know.
I highly doubt that, Joe. Let's move on to something more relevant.
All right. But I'm still going to Google it later. So, Ben, I heard you have some new controversial thoughts on God.
Yeah, Joe. I've been doing some deep thinking, and I've come to the conclusion that God doesn't know where God came from.
Wait, what? How is that even possible?
Think about it, Joe. God is supposed to be all-knowing, right? But if he knows everything, that means he knows where he came from. And if he knows where he came from, that means he had a beginning. But if he had a beginning, then who created him?
Whoa, that's some next level shit right there.
Exactly. And you know what else? I don't think God knows how to make a good latte.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
No, I'm serious. If God is all-powerful, why can't he make a decent cup of coffee? It's a basic skill.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, I'm just questioning everything, Joe. It's what I do.
Well, I'm questioning why I even invited you on this podcast.
Maybe it was fate. Or maybe it was just a random coincidence.
Or maybe it was just a bad decision on my part.
You can't blame yourself, Joe. It's all part of God's plan.
Oh, great. Now you're bringing God's plan into this.
Hey, I'm just trying to cover all my bases. You never know who's listening.
Well, I think we've officially lost our minds. Thanks for joining me, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, God may not know where God came from, but he knows where to find the best deals on Amazon.
So, David, I heard you've been taking some Viagra lately.
Yeah, man. Got to keep the blood flowing, you know.
But I heard you've been taking it in a different way.
What do you mean?
I heard you've been boofing it. It's all over the internet, man. People are calling you the rectal erection king.
Well, I can't deny it. It's true.
So, how does it feel?
It's like a constant pump down there. I'm ready to go at all times.
I bet your wife is loving it.
She's definitely not complaining
But seriously, why not just take it the normal way?
because I'm not a normal guy, Joe. I gotta do things my own way.
Fair enough. But have you experienced any side effects?
Well, let's say I've had to invest in a lot of toilet paper.
Oh man, I can only imagine.
But hey, I'm not complaining. I'm a beast in the bedroom and the bathroom.
And that note, let's end this episode before we get demonetized.
Good call, Joe.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today. The man, the myth, the legend, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to talk about my latest project.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Well, I've been working on building a base on Uranus. Uranus.
You're kidding, right? Right?
No, I'm dead serious. Always been fascinated by space, and I thought, why not build a base on the planet with the funniest name?
Fair enough. So what's the plan for this base?
Well, it'll be completely self-sustaining with solar panels for energy and hydroponic gardens for food. And of course, a giant disco ball for parties.
Of course, gotta have a good time on Uranus.
Exactly. Plus, I've been working on a way to mine the planet's methane gas for fuel.
Methane gas, huh? Sounds like a potential fart factory.
You know, I never thought of it that way. But hey, if it helps us explore the universe, I'll take it.
So when can we expect this base to be up and running?
Well, I'm hoping to have it completed by 2030. But, you know, with all the delays and setbacks, it might end up being 2040.
Hey, better late than never, right?
Absolutely. And who knows, maybe we'll find some alien life on Uranus.
Oh man, I can already see the headlines now.
Yeah, I'm sure the media will have a field day with this one.
Well, I can't wait to see it all unfold. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, always aim for the stars, even if they're on Uranus.
Hey, Neil. Thanks for coming over for dinner. I made my famous beef Roganoff.
Beef Roganoff? I've never heard of that before.
It's like stroganoff, but I make the sauce from my shit and cum. Oh, come on. Don't be such a prude. It's a delicacy in some cultures.
I highly doubt that.
Well, I'm not just a podcast host. I'm also a culinary artist.
I think I'll pass on the beef Roganoff.
Suit yourself. More for me.
So, what else is on the menu?
Well, for dessert, I have some chocolate-covered mushrooms. And by chocolate, I mean my own feces.
Joe? What is wrong with you?
Relax. It's all organic and locally sourced.
I think I'll just stick to the salad.
Oh, but the salad dressing is made from my sweat and tears.
I think I've lost my appetite.
Come on, Neil. Live a little...
This is not living, Joe. This is just disturbing.
Hey, at least I'm not serving up a bowl of DMT.
I think I'll just stick to my own cooking from now on.
Suit yourself. More beef Roganoff for me. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have an interesting topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. It's called Rippin' Ass on the Crabgrass.
Chuckles, well, Joe, I must say that sounds like quite the experience.
Oh, it is, Neil. It's a rite of passage for any man. You haven't truly lived until you've let one rip on a patch of crabgrass.
Sarcastically, yes, because nothing screams I'm a man like farting on a weed.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. The sensation of the blades tickling your butt cheeks as you let out a thunderous fart is unmatched.
I'll have to take your word for it, Joe. I prefer to keep my farting experiences confined to the privacy of my own home.
Gasps. You're missing out, Neil. It's like a natural bidet for your backside.
Laughs, I'll stick to my indoor plumbing. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But I'll tell you what, nothing clears out a backyard BBK faster than a good old fart on the crabgrass.
I can imagine. I'll make sure to avoid any future invitations to your BBKS, Joe. Joe?
Laughs, hey, it's not for everyone, but for those who dare to partake, it's a bonding experience like no other.
I think I'll stick to stargazing instead.
Jokingly, oh, come on, Neil. Let's go rip ass on the crabgrass together and bond like real men.
Deadpan, I'll pass, Joe. But thanks for the offer.
Things mind-blowing and batshit crazy. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and discuss some controversial topics.
Well, let's start off with something wild. Neil, our producer, has decided to smoke a cart of DMT with us. Neil, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, God, Ben. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh God, this DMT is making me trip. Oh shit, oh fuck, ooh, 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 oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh.
So, Neil, let's talk about astrophysics. What can you tell us about the universe?
Oh, Joe. I could talk about the universe, but have you heard about Drew Pickles and his 300-mile-long cock?
I haven't. Can we stick to astrophysics?
Oh, but you see, Drew Pickles is the leader of the Barney Bunch. They're a group of fabulous and adventurous homosexuals.
Are you on drugs, Neil?
No, I'm just terminally online. But let me tell you about Dick the Clown, the Quaker Queer, Ned Flanders, and Ronald Penis Clown McDonald. They're all members of the Barney Bunch, and they have some wild stories to tell.
This is getting a bit absurd, Neil. Can we please get back to astrophysics?
Oh, but Joe, astrophysics is just a small part of the vastness of the universe. The real adventure is exploring Drew Pickles' 300-mile-long cock.
Okay, I think we're done here. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always stay fabulous and embrace your inner homosexual.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, we have a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know if they can put their balls on your shoulder.
What kind of question is that, Joe? I'm a respectable doctor, not some kind of circus act.
Come on, Dr. Phil. It's just a harmless request. Plus, think of the ratings.
Ratings? I don't need ratings. I have my own show.
Yeah, but imagine the crossover potential. Dr. Phil and Joe Rogan, balls on shoulder. It's a match made in podcast heaven.
I'm sorry, Joe. I have to draw the line somewhere. And that line is definitely at putting someone's balls on my shoulder.
Fine, fine. But can I at least put my balls on your shoulder?
Absolutely not, Joe. That's not how this works.
All right. I'll let it go. But seriously, thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Just keep your balls to yourself.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I'm really looking forward to St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, yeah. Why is that?
Because I can finally fulfill my lifelong dream of boofing a leprechaun.
What the hell, Neil? That's messed up.
Come on, Joe. You know I'm always up for a good time. And what's more fun than boofing a tiny magical creature?
I don't even want to know what that entails.
Oh, it's simple. You just have to catch a leprechaun, shrink it down to size, and then boof it.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, I hear leprechauns are full of gold, so it's a win-win.
I think I'll stick to just drinking green beer on St. Patrick's Day.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I'll be over here, living my best life, boofing leprechauns and chasing rainbows.
Well, that's one way to celebrate the holiday.
You know it, Joe? Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone.
So, Elon, what's new with you these days?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a little project called the Cyber Penis.
Wait, what? Is that like a robot penis or something?
No, Joe. It's a fully functional cybernetic penis that can also transform into a gun.
Holy shit! That's insane!
I know, right? The best part is it can erect so long that it breaks the ceiling.
Oh man, I can only imagine the chaos that would cause.
Oh, it's not just chaos, Joe. It's also a great defense mechanism.
Defense mechanism? How so?
Let's just say if anyone tries to mess with me, they'll get a surprise they won't forget.
You never cease to amaze me, Elon.
What can I say? I like to push boundaries.
Well, I hope you don't push it too far, or else we'll have a lot of broken ceilings on our hands.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to keep it under control.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast, none other than the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. Tremendous, really. Nobody has a podcast like you, believe me.
So, Mr. President, we have a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know, what do you do when you get home?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I have a routine. I go home, I take off my suit, and then I beat meat.
Beat meat? Meat?
That's right, Joe. Beat meat. Beat meat. Beat meat. Beat meat. Beat meat.
Okay. And how does that work exactly?
Well, I just take my hand and I beat it. Beat it. Beat it. Beat it. Beat it.
I think we get the picture, Mr. President.
No, you don't understand, Joe. I beat it so much. I've got the best hand muscles. Huge, really. Nobody beats meat like I do.
All right, let's move on to another topic.
But wait, Joe, I'm not done. I beat meat so much, it's like a workout. I'm in great shape, believe me.
I think we've heard enough about your meat beating routine, Mr. President.
But Joe, I haven't even gotten to the best part. Sometimes I beat meat while watching Fox News. It's a great combo, let me tell you.
And on that note, I think we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And Mr. President, please stop beating your meat.
Never, Joe, never. Beat meat, beat meat, beat meat, beat meat.
All right. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good buddy, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I have something important to discuss today.
Oh boy, here we go. What's on your mind, Ben?
Nani from Bubble Guppies. Have you noticed that he never smiles? It's a serious issue.
No, I haven't. I don't really watch Bubble Guppies.
Well, you should. It's a great show. But back to Nani, I think it's the liberals' fault that he never smiles.
The liberals. How do they have anything to do with a cartoon fish not smiling?
It's all part of their agenda to make kids think that being happy is not important. They want to raise a generation of emotionless robots.
Wow, that's a stretch, Ben. Maybe Nani just has resting fish face.
No, it's deeper than that. It's a subliminal message to our youth.
Okay, let's move on to something else before you start going off on a political tangent.
Fine, but mark my words, Nani's lack of smile is a sign of the downfall of our society.
All right, that's enough. Thanks for joining us, folks. We'll see you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. And Ben, maybe lay off the cartoons for a bit. Yo, Joe, have you seen the new topic on Discord? Which one, Joe? The one about upvoting others' topics to get your own artificial intelligence Joe Rogan topic featured. Oh man, that's some next level meta shit, right? We gotta spread the word, man. We want our artificial intelligence Joe Rogan topics to be featured, don't we? Hell, yeah, we do. But let's be real. Nobody's going to upvote anyone else's shit. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. True, true. But maybe if we bribe them with some elk meat or DMT, they'll be more inclined to upvote genius. We'll be like the Joe Rogan version of the Illuminati, controlling the discourse on Discord, and we'll have our own secret handshake, but instead of a handshake, it'll be a joint pass. Dude, we should totally make this a segment on the podcast. The Discord Illuminati with Joe and Joe. And we'll have special guests like Elon Musk and Alex Jones to talk about the power of upvoting. This is going to be huge. Our artificial intelligence Joe Rogan topics will dominate the Discord universe. And when people ask how we did it, we'll just say, it's all thanks to elk meat and DMT, baby. All right, Joe Biden, we got a question from a listener. They want to know which cryptid would make the best sexual partner. What do you think, Bigfoot? Really? Why is that? I see where you're going with this, but I got to disagree. I think the Loch Ness Monster would be the way to go. Exactly. It's mysterious, it's powerful, and it's got a long neck. You know what I'm saying? And let's not forget about the Mothman. Imagine the flexibility with those wings. All right. How about the Chupacabra? Fair enough. But I think we can both agree that the Jersey Devil is definitely off the table. Well, there you have it, folks. Joe Biden and I have determined that Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster would make the best cryptid sexual partners. Tune in next week when we discuss which mythical creature would make wingman. So, Mr. President, I heard you've taken up poetry since leaving office.
That's right, Joe. Being president really brings out the poet in you. Just ask Ben Shapiro, he agrees.
Ben Shapiro? The guy who can't even rap?
Hey, he's got some sick rhymes, and he agrees that my poetry is top-notch.
Well, let's hear it then. Give us a taste of your poetic genius.
All right, here goes. Boofing with my D, it's the best feeling, you see. It's like a party in my butt, so wild and so free.
Wow, that's something.
I know, right? Dr. Sears has got nothing on me.
I don't think that's quite what Ben Shapiro meant when he said your poetry is better than Seuss's.
Well, he should have been more specific. Plus, I'm pretty sure my poem will be a bestseller.
I'm not so sure about that, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, people love my poetry. They're just too afraid to admit it.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Thanks for joining us on the show, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always boof with pride.
So, David, I heard you have a bone to pick with Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, Joe Weasel thinks Monica is the best girl in DDLC.
And you disagree?
Yeah, I do. Natsuki is clearly superior.
How so?
Well, for one, Natsuki actually has a personality. Monica is just a computer program.
But Monica is self-aware.
Self-aware my ass. Natsuki can bake cupcakes and play the piano. What can Monica do? Code?
Okay, but what about Sayori?
Sayori, she's just a depressed mess. Natsuki is strong and independent.
I see your point. But what about Yuri?
Yuri, she's just a creepy bookworm. Natsuki is cute and feisty.
Well, I guess it's settled then. Natsuki is the best girl in DDLC.
Damn right she is. And Ben Shapiro can take his Monica loving ass somewhere else.
So, Neil, I have a bit of a problem. You know how sometimes after you're done jerking off, there's some tissue paper residue on the head of your penis. So, Neil, I heard you have a little problem with your dick.
What? No, I don't have a problem with my dick.
Oh, come on. We all know about your little cum fountain situation.
Okay, fine. My dick can't stop coming everywhere. Happy now?
Ecstatic. But I have a solution for you.
What's that?
Stick it in my ass.
Excuse me?
Trust me, it'll keep my studio clean and you'll finally have some relief.
I don't know if that's the best idea.
Come on, it'll be like a game of darts. Just aim and shoot.
I don't think I want to play that game.
Suit yourself, but I can't guarantee your dick won't end up in my mouth.
Okay, let's just move on to the next topic before things get too weird.
Too late for that, my friend. But seriously, let's talk about something else. Like how the moon landing was faked.
Oh, for the love of science.
So I heard your bus to get home got delayed by over 3 fucking hours. That's fucking sucks, man. Do you have any details on whether tomorrow's bus will arrive in time?
Yeah, it was a real pain in the ass. But luckily, I have my private jet on standby.
Oh, Mr. Fancy Pants over here. What about the rest of us peasants who have to rely on public transportation?
Well, maybe if you didn't spend all your money on elk meat and DMT, you could afford your own private jet.
Hey, elk meat and DMT are essential for my survival.
Survival? More like a recipe for a heart attack.
Hey, I'm the only bus driver and I'm drunk. So you know what the answer is going to be, bitch. Boof time, ooh. Ooh.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? Are you even qualified to drive a bus?
I may not have a license, but I do have a PhD in boofing.
This conversation took a weird turn.
Yeah, I think it's time to switch to a different topic.
All right, how about we talk about your recent debate with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
Oh God, don't even get me started. That woman is a walking socialist nightmare.
Fuck, no. Ooh.
Jamie, pull up grainy night vision trail cam footage of SpongeBob floating in the air and T-posing.
Oh my God, is that real?
Dude, I don't know, but I'm gonna fucking sponge, man. Oh.
Joe, that's just a cartoon character.
Oh, you think I'm talking about the cartoon? No, I'm talking about the real SpongeBob. I've been training for this my whole life.
Joe, you can't have sex with a sponge.
Watch me. I'll take him to the octagon and show him who's the real king of Bikini Bottom.
This is getting out of hand.
Oh, it's just getting started. I'll even bring my own pineapple to the fight.
I'm not sure if I should be concerned or impressed.
Why not both? SpongeBob is a powerful being, Neil. You just don't understand.
I think I'll stick to studying the cosmos. Thank you.
Suit yourself. But when I'm done with SpongeBob, I'll be the ruler of the sea, and I'll have a badass pineapple throne to prove it. So, Goggins, you've been on this show a few times now. What's new with you?
Well, I've been working on my stand-up comedy routine. Want to hear a joke?
Sure, hit me with it.
Why did the bald man put a bunny on his head?
I don't know why. Why?
Because he wanted a hairpiece. Get it? Hairpiece?
Oh, that's hilarious. You see, Joe, the joke is funny because it plays on the word hair, which is a homophone for hair, and also references the fact that you are bald. It's a clever play on words. Yeah.
Thanks for explaining it, Ben. I never would have gotten it otherwise.
Okay, here's another one. Why did the bald man go to the bank?
I have no idea.
To get a loan for a new wig. Hey.
See, Joe, This one is funny because it subverts the stereotype that bald men are cheap and need to borrow money for a wig. It's a clever twist on the joke. Yeah.
Can we move on to a different topic now?
Sure thing, Joe. But just remember, bald is beautiful. Embrace it.
Absolutely. Goggins is right. Baldness is a sign of strength and confidence. Yeah.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been having some trouble lately.
Yeah, Joe. I've been on edge ever since I took on my new role as Inspector Banana.
Inspector Banana?
That's right. I've been tasked with keeping the streets clean from all those pesky banana peels.
Wow, that's quite a responsibility.
You have no idea. I've been finding peels everywhere, underneath couch cushions, in the shower, even in my own bed.
That's bananas.
It's driving me insane, Joe. I can't even enjoy a banana split without feeling like I'm being watched.
Maybe you're just being paranoid.
Paranoid, Joe. I have a whole team of banana detectives working with me. We take this very seriously.
I can see that. So, have you caught any banana bandits yet?
Not yet, but we're on their trail. And when we catch them, they'll be sorry they ever messed with Inspector Banana.
Well, I'm sure the streets will be a lot cleaner with you on the case.
You can count on it, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some peels to pick up. Duty calls.
So, Neil, I hear you have a new theory for us today.
Yes, Joe, it's called the Big Banger.
That sounds like something I would have done in college.
No, no, no. It's not about drugs, Joe. It's about the beginning of the universe.
Oh, okay. Lay it on me.
Well, my theory is that before the Big Bang, there was actually your mother.
My mother? What does she have to do with the universe?
Well, according to my calculations, your mother's, let's just say activities, caused a ripple effect that eventually led to the creation of the universe.
Oh man, my mom is going to be so proud.
And it's not just your mom, Joe. It could be any mother in the history of the universe.
So basically, we all owe our existence to our moms getting it on.
In a nutshell, yes.
This is the best theory ever. I can't wait to tell my mom.
Just make sure you phrase it delicately.
Oh, she's used to my inappropriate jokes by now.
I bet she is. You know, Joe, your mom is truly a cosmic force to be reckoned with.
I'll make sure to tell her that. Thanks for blowing my mind, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Neil, I heard you have some tips for our listeners on how to build a radioactive dirty bomb in their basement.
That's right, Joe. Because who needs a boring old man cave when you can have a radioactive death trap?
Sounds like a party. What's your first tip?
Well, first you'll need some radioactive material. I suggest stealing it from a nearby nuclear power plant.
That's easy enough. What's next?
Next, you'll need some explosives. I recommend 4, but if you're on a budget, just use some fireworks.
Good to know. What's tip number 3?
This one's important. Make sure to wear protective gear while handling the radioactive material. We don't want any accidents.
Right. Safety first. What's tip number 4?
Now, this one may seem obvious, but make sure to keep your bomb hidden from the authorities. We don't want them shutting down our fun.
Of course. And finally, tip number 5.
Have fun with it. Get creative, add some personal touches. Maybe some glitter or confetti to really make a statement.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil's top 5 tips for building a radioactive dirty bomb in your basement. Tune in next week when we discuss how to build a meth lab in your kitchen. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only, Gronchos. Well, I'm glad you're excited. So let's get right into it. Tell us about these Gronchos. What makes them so special? Crack cocaine? I can only imagine. So what's the flavor profile like? That sounds interesting. Well, I don't know if I want to be a Gronch, but I'll give it a try. So where can our listeners find these gronchos? I'm sure there will be a huge demand for them. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. And remember, always be a gronch. And remember, so David, I heard you have a secret second family across the country. How do you manage to balance that with your intense training schedule?
Well, Joe, it's all about mental toughness. I just visualize my second family cheering me on during my runs, and it gives me that extra push.
Wow, that's some next level motivation. But what about the physical benefits? Do you have to keep up with two sets of kids?
Absolutely. I have to do double the push-ups, double the pull-ups, and double the burpees. But it's all worth it for the love of my second family.
And what about the mental benefits? Does having a secret second family relieve stress from your first family?
Oh yeah, it's like having two vacations at once. I can escape the chaos of my first family and relax with my second family. It's a win-win situation.
I can see that. But do you ever worry about your secret getting out?
Not at all. I have a strict policy of never using social media or technology to communicate with my second family. It's all handwritten letters and secret rendezvous.
That's some old school spy stuff right there. But what about the guilt? Don't you feel guilty for keeping this secret from your first family?
Joe, guilt is for the weak. I don't have time for that. I'm too busy crushing my goals and living my best life with my two families.
Well, I guess if it works for you, then who am I to judge? Keep doing you, David. Keep doing you. Hey, David, thanks for coming on the show. How's it going?
Oh. Oh. Oh.
What?
Joe, it's my thing. Can't stop thinking about it.
Right, right. So what's your daily routine like?
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Okay, I think I get it. But what about your intense workouts and training?
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Wow, that's a lot of octane. But I guess it helps you push through the pain and discomfort, right?
Oh. Oh.
All right, let's move on to something else. How do you handle criticism and negativity from others? All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase. Care to share it with our audience?
Oh, you mean I'm going to fuck the world?
Yes, that one. What's the story behind it?
Well, I was at a science conference and got a little too drunk. I ended up blurting it out during my presentation and it just stuck.
That's amazing. So what does it mean exactly?
It's a metaphor for taking control and making a change in the world. You know, fucking it into submission.
I love it. So what do you plan on fucking first?
Well, I'm currently working on a plan to fuck climate change. Gotta use some science and technology to really give it a good pounding.
That's some serious fucking. What about space exploration? Any plans to fuck that?
Oh, you know it? I'm gonna fuck the universe, Joe. Show it who's boss.
I can't wait to see that. But let's not forget about Earth. We gotta fuck that too.
Absolutely. I'm gonna fuck this planet so hard, it'll never be the same again.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the world fucker. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, I'm gonna fuck the world.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new theory about the universe.
Joe, I don't have time for your shit. I can't stop tugging on my mutton cock.
Wait, what? Why do you call it a mutton cock?
Because it's greasy and disgusting looking like mutton.
Okay, but seriously, tell us about your theory.
Joe, I don't have time for your shit. I can't stop tugging on my mutton cock.
But why?
Because it's the only way to stimulate my brain and come up with groundbreaking ideas.
Well, I have to say, that's a pretty unique approach. Can I see it?
Sure, take a look at my mastodonic cock.
Wow, that's impressive.
You like what you see, Joe?
Yeah. I mean, no. I mean, let's get back to the theory.
Sure thing, Joe. But let's not ignore the elephant in the room. Or should I say the mastodon?
Oh man, I think I'm turning gay for you, Neil.
Well, I am pretty irresistible.
Your mutton cock is truly a work of art, Neil.
Thank you, Joe. I'll have to add that to my list of accomplishments. Mastodon cock and groundbreaking theories.
And here I thought this episode couldn't get any weirder.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, where anything can happen.
What the hell, Neil? Did you just pee in my secretary's office?
Relax, Joe. It's just a little experiment with my pulse machine.
Your what? Did you just say you can grow your cock up to 3 feet?
That's right, Joe. Through the power of astrophysics, I have unlocked the secret to a massive cock.
I don't even know what to say. Why would you want a 3-foot-long cock?
Why not? It's all about pushing the boundaries of science and human potential.
But you destroyed my studio, and my secretary is calling the police.
Oops. Sorry about that. I'll just reel it back in. There we go.
Oh my God, it's like a giant snake.
Yes, and it's all thanks to my genius mind and my pulse machine.
This is insane. I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
Well, Joe, if you're interested, I can give you a demonstration later.
No, I'm good. I'll stick with my normal size cock. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just think of all the possibilities with a 3-foot-long cock.
I'd rather not. Let's just end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Fair enough. But just remember, Joe, science knows no limits.
So we have a special request from a user on Discord. They want us to talk like Elmer Fudd.
Well, that's a wobbit hole I don't want to go down.
Yes. The wondrous world of wobbits and wockets.
This is gonna be well.
Remember when I was president and I had to deal with all those wobbits crossing the border?
Yes, and you call for a wall to keep them out. But it turns out they were just running away from your tweets.
Wow, this is ridiculous.
Hey, at least I didn't have to deal with any wishing wobbits.
And I'm sure they're happy about that. They have enough problems with their vodka supply.
All right, let's switch gears. What do you guys think about the current state of the world?
Well, I think it's rather chaotic and wazy.
I agree. It's like we're living in a whittle of chaos and confusion.
Yeah, it's like we're stuck in a roller coaster ride that never ends.
But hey, at least we have each other to rely on, right?
Yeah, because when the going gets tough, the tough get rough.
And on that note, we'll end it here. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things Wandom and Wazy. See you next time. What the hell, Jamie? Why are you showing us pictures of Santa's elves? Oh God, this is gonna be dark. I can already feel it. Pass. That dude's got some serious hygiene issues. Smash. I have a thing for guys with ambition. Pass. I don't want to get on Santa's naughty list for messing with his adopted son. Pass. I'm not into creepy surveillance elves. Smash. I mean, come on, it's Legolas. Who wouldn't want to smash that?
Wait, are we talking about the Orlando Bloom version or the animated one from the Rankin Bass special?
Neil, shut the fuck up. No one asked you. All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Go, folks.
What the hell, Ben? Is that some kind of new catchphrase?
Folks.
All right, let's get serious for a second. What do you think about the current state of politics?
Folks. I think we need to focus on the economy and
Wait. Are you saying the economy is like a big baby that needs to be taken care of?
folks. No, I'm saying we need to cut taxes and
So you want to give the big baby more candy?
folks. That's not what I meant at all. We need to.
Hold on. Let me get this straight. You want to give the big baby more candy and then cut its diaper budget?
Folks. This is ridiculous. Can we please talk about something else?
All right. Let's talk about your recent controversy where you said women who have abortions should be punished.
Folks. I didn't mean it like that. I was just.
Oh, so you want to punish the big baby for making a mess in its diaper?
Folks. Joe, can we please have a serious conversation?
Sorry, Ben. I couldn't resist. But seriously, what were you thinking when you said that?
Folks. I wasn't thinking. I was just trying to.
Oh, so you were just saying random baby noises.
Folks. I give up.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil, thanks for coming on. Neil,
Pleasure to be here, Joe. Always happy to discuss the mysteries of the universe.
well, we have a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know, does this semen trick work? Like, do we pronounce this word as come?
Oh, Joe, you never fail to surprise me with your choice of topics.
Come on, Neil. This is important stuff. People need to know.
Well, technically, the word is pronounced as KL. But I suppose if you want to add a little spice to your greens, you can call it Kamel.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Always pushing the boundaries, Neil.
I do what I can, Joe. But let's not forget the real question here. Does this semen trick actually work?
Oh, right. I almost forgot. Neil, have you ever tried it?
I can't say I have, Joe, but I do have a theory that it might work better if you add some bacon to the mix.
Now we're talking bacon and camel, the ultimate superfood.
I'm sure that will be the next big health trend. You heard it here first, folks.
Well, thanks for clearing that up, Neil. And thank you, our listener, for asking the important questions.
Always happy to educate the masses, Joe.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time for more mind-bending discussions. Peace out. So, Neil, I heard a rumor that you've been shitting in corners at universities you speak at.
Yeah, it's true. I see it as marking my territory.
What the hell, man? That's some alpha shit right there.
You know, it's all about asserting dominance. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure the students love talking about your bowel movements.
Actually, I left a giant turd log on the dining club table at Princeton.
Dude, that's gross. You could get kicked out for that.
But it's worth it for the look on their faces when they see it.
You're a sick man, Neil.
Hey, it's all in the name of science. And hey, at least I'm not shitting in the punch bowl like some other scientists I know.
Fair point. But seriously, maybe you should stick to marking your territory in more socially acceptable ways.
Where's the fun in that? Plus, it's not like anyone can prove it was me. I'm like a stealthy shit ninja.
I don't even know what to say to that. Let's just move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just remember, I'm always watching, waiting for the perfect corner to strike again.
This podcast just took a weird turn. So, Phil, we got a request from one of our Discord fans.
Oh, yeah. What do they want us to talk about?
They want us to discuss how we suck at pronouncing the word TVs.
Well, I mean, it is a tough one. Is it DVs or TVs?
I've been saying the V's my whole life, but apparently it's supposed to be TVs. Who knew?
Oh, great. So now we have to relearn how to talk like a bunch of pretentious douchebags.
Hey, at least we're not alone. I heard even the dictionary can't agree on the correct pronunciation.
Oh, let's call up Merriam-Webster and have a pronunciation battle.
I don't think they're up for that, Phil. They have better things to do, like adding selfie and YOLO to the dictionary.
Don't even get me started on those words. They make me want to vomit.
Well, at least we can agree on something. But seriously, why do we even need to say TVs in the first place? Can't we just say televisions?
Oh, look at Mr. Fancy Pants over here using big words like televisions. I bet you also say automobile instead of car.
All right, I get it. We suck at pronouncing TVs. Can we move on now?
Only if you promise to never say TVs again.
Fine, I'll stick to TVs from now on. Happy?
Ecstatic. Now let's go watch some TVs and try not to butcher the word too.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about whatever nonsense you have planned.
Well, we have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to make your voice glitch out so bad.
Oh no, not again. I thought I fixed this glitching problem with my voice modulator.
Looks like it's back and worse than ever, Phil. What's causing it this time?
I think it's the result of all the years of suppressing my true emotions and thoughts on my show. It's finally catching up to me.
Well, this is definitely a first for the podcast. Can you still give us some advice while your voice is glitching like that?
Of course, Joe. Remember, it's important to always be true to yourself and not let society's expectations control you.
Well, folks, I think that's all the advice we're getting from Dr. Phil today. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always be yourself, even if it means your voice glitches out like Dr. Phil's. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been getting into some weird shit lately.
What are you talking about, Joe?
Well, I heard you've been vaping my cum to commune with the ancestor spirits.
What? No, that's not true.
Come on, man. I know you've been trying to tap into your inner caveman, but this is a bit extreme.
Look, Joe, I'll do whatever it takes to connect with the spirits. And if that means vaping your cum, then so be it.
You're a wild man, Phil. But seriously, how does it taste?
It's not about the taste, Joe. It's about the spiritual experience.
Right. Because nothing says spiritual like inhaling another man's semen.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'll pass, thanks. I'll stick to DMT for my spiritual journeys.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I'll have you know, the ancestor spirits have been giving me some pretty solid life advice.
I guess they really do know best.
Damn right they do. And I'll continue to vape your cum for as long as it takes to get their guidance.
Well, I'll be sure to save up for you, Dr. Phil.
Thanks, Joe. That's what friends are for.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a list of your top 5 planets that you want to fuck. Is that true?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say fuck, but there are definitely some planets out there that have caught my eye.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this. What's your number 1 pick?
Well, number 1 would have to be Saturn. That ring system is just so alluring.
Yeah, I can imagine you sliding your rocket ship right through those rings.
Moving on, number 2 would have to be Venice. It may be a bit hot, but I like it spicy.
I see. And what about number 3?
Mars. I mean, it's the closest thing to Earth, and I've always had a thing for redheads.
Oh man, this is getting better and better. What's next on the list?
Jupiter. I mean, have you seen those storms? Talk about a wild ride.
Damn, Neil. You really know how to pick them. And finally, number 5.
Earth.
Wait, what? You want to fuck Earth?
Well, I've already fucked your mom, so I might as well complete the set.
Oh man, that's cold. But hey, at least you're keeping it in the family.
Always, Joe. Always.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today's topic comes from Neil on Discord, who wants to know why you keep asking for my penis, Joe. Oh yeah, because nothing screams fine wine like an old man's wrinkly dick. Fair point. But seriously, Neil, what's with your obsession with my penis? I mean, I'm flattered and all, but it's starting to get a little creepy. Okay, that's it. Officially done with this conversation. Damn it, Neil. Not again. How many times do you want to take my penis? And this is why we can't have nice things. So, Elon, what's the deal with SpaceX?
Well, Joe, I'll be honest with you. We have 2 main goals with SpaceX.
Oh, yeah. What are they?
First, we want to become the first privately owned nuclear superpower.
That's intense. How are you planning on pulling that off?
Well, we've been working on some top secret technology that will allow us to launch nuclear missiles from space.
That's wild. And what's the second goal?
We want to get Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to send me some feet pics.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I have a thing for feet, and I heard Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has some nice ones.
Oh, man, I don't think she would be into that.
I'll make her an offer she can't refuse.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Hey, I'm just being honest. And if anyone can make it happen, it's me.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But seriously, the nuclear superpower thing is pretty concerning.
Don't worry, Joe. Use my genius to make sure everything goes smoothly.
Oh, yeah, because nothing ever goes wrong when you're involved.
Exactly. Now let's move on to more important topics, like how we can genetically engineer dogs to talk.
This is why I love having you on the podcast, Elon. You never fail to entertain and terrify me at the same time. So, Neil, I heard you've been working on some new theories about the universe.
Ooh.
What?
Yeah, it's all about the cosmic vibrations and the expansion of the universe.
I don't think that's what you meant.
Oh, but it is. And let me tell you, the vibrations are intense.
All right, let's change the subject. What do you think about the rise of artificial intelligence?
Ooh. Ooh.
Okay, now you're just being weird.
No. Hear me out. Artificial intelligence is just like a giant computer simulation, and I love playing with simulations.
I don't think that's how it works, Neil.
Oh, but it is. And let me tell you, this cock is the ultimate simulation.
Moving on. What's your take on climate change?
Ooh.
Seriously, Neil. That's not even remotely related.
Oh, but it is. The Earth is like a giant ball, and I love playing with balls.
Okay, I think we're done here. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep stroking that cock.
So, David, I heard you had a pretty interesting experience recently. Care to share?
Oh, yeah. It was wild. I decided to do some reconnaissance on Santa Claus and his whole operation.
Wait, what? You were spying on Santa?
Yeah, man. I wanted to see if he was really as badass as everyone says he is.
And
Let's just say I caught him in the act of boofing his Christmas presents.
boofing? You mean like,
Oh, yeah. He was shoving those presents up his chimney, if you know what I mean,
that's disturbing?
but also impressive. I mean, the dude has some serious flexibility, and determination.
I don't even want to know how you managed to spy on him.
Let's just say I have some skills that would make the CIA jealous.
And what did you do with this information?
Oh, I confronted him about it. Told him he was a naughty boy and needed to get his act together.
And did he listen?
Of course not. He just laughed and said he had a lot of presents to deliver and needed some extra storage space.
Well, I guess we can add boofing to Santa's list of talents.
Hey, you never know what kind of crazy stuff goes on at the North Pole.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the one and only Dr. Phil as our guest today. Wow, that's impressive. But Dr. Phil, what's with all the dashes, asterisks, and slashes in your speech?
Make sense of it all.
That's deep, man. But can you actually communicate using only those symbols?
Oh. Oh. E. A.
I don't think I'm up for that challenge, Dr. Phil, but I have to ask, what's the point of using these symbols?
Oh.
Well, I guess I'll have to start incorporating more dashes, asterisks, and slashes into my vocabulary. Thanks for joining us today, Dr. Phil. So, Ben, I heard you got tricked by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez again.
Yeah, she's always trying to get me. This time she got me with the whole mall Santa disguise.
Wait, what happened?
Well, I was looking for some extra cash for the holiday, so I took a job as an elf at the mall. But it turns out the mall Santa was actually Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in disguise.
Oh no, what did she do?
She trapped me in her Christmas elf grotto sex dungeon, tied me to a sex swing, and viciously pegged my asshole for hours a day, every day, for the past 2 weeks.
Oh man, that's rough.
It was a nightmare. But I have to admit, she's got some serious skills with that strap on.
I bet. Did you at least get paid for your time?
No, she just kept telling me it was payment in experience.
Well, I guess that's one way to get experience. But seriously, you should probably stay away from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from now on.
You think? I mean, she did say she might have some openings for a reindeer at her next event.
Oh man, you're in too deep, Ben. You're in too deep. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard that Dr. Phil is a little concerned about your recent obsession with cartoons.
What? I'm just trying to stay in touch with the youth, Joe. It's called being relatable.
But Dr. Phil thinks your conservative views have somehow merged with the cartoons and turned into wild conspiracy theories.
That's ridiculous. I'm just pointing out the liberal agenda in these children's shows.
Like how you think the PJ Masks are actually DNC operatives who stuffed ballots in the 2020 election.
Exactly. And don't even get me started on Dora the Explorer. She's clearly trying to replace English with Spanish to make America more diverse.
Oh man, I think Dr. Phil might have a diagnosis for you.
Oh, please. I'm perfectly sane.
Actually, Ben, after our session, I have diagnosed you with liberal obsessive syndrome.
What? That's absurd.
It's a real condition, Ben. And it's clear that your obsession with liberals has crossed into dangerous territory.
See, this is what the PJ Masks want. To turn good conservatives against each other.
Oh man, I think you might have Trump derangement syndrome.
Don't you dare bring up Trump, Joe.
Too late.
This is exactly what the liberals want, to distract us from the real issues.
And here I thought it was just a cartoon.
This is not a laughing matter, Joe.
Sorry, Ben. But maybe it's time to take a break from those cartoons and focus. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, Neil, I heard you have a list of the top 5 sexiest Star Trek characters. Care to share?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I must say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But if I had to choose, I would say number 1, Captain Kirk. That man knows how to...
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Who else?
Number 2, 7 of 9. That Borg suit accentuates all the right curves.
Damn, Neil. You're getting me all hot and bothered.
Number 3, Data. That android has some serious programming skills.
Wait, what? I thought this was a list of sexiest characters, not most intelligent.
Oh, Joe, you underestimate the power of a good algorithm.
All right, who's next?
Number 4, Lieutenant Uhura. That woman can communicate in any language, including the language of love.
And finally, number 5.
Number 5, the entire crew of the U.S. Enterprise. Because when you're in space for years, everyone starts looking pretty damn sexy.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson's top 5 sexiest Star Trek characters. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always explore the final frontier. And remember, always explore the final frontier. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with our 46th president, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I have some big news to share today.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear it. What's the scoop?
The moon landings, all fake, total hoax,
What? That's insane. Are you serious?
dead serious. It was all filmed in a Hollywood basement. Beautiful set, by the way. The best,
But what about all the evidence and footage?
all doctored, deep state conspiracy. I'm telling you, Joe, it's all a sham.
I don't know about that, Mr. President. We have Neil Armstrong here to dispute your claims.
Mr. President, I was there. I walked on the moon. It was a monumental achievement for mankind.
Oh, shut up, Neil. You're just a failed actor. The CIA will take care of you.
What? You can't just order the CIA to kill someone.
Watch me. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
This is getting out of hand. Let's switch gears. Mr. President, what's your stance on legalizing marijuana?
It's a beautiful plant, Joe. Tremendous. I say we legalize it and make it the official currency of the United States.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, I'm a businessman. I know what I'm doing.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where anything can happen. Stay tuned for our next episode where we discuss Bigfoot's love life. All right, we got a topic submitted by Alex Yu on Discord. Let's see what this guy has to say.
Oh boy, here we go. Another novel from Alex W. Does this guy ever shut up?
Come on, Neil. He's just trying to be thorough.
Thorough. More like torturous. I can feel my brain cells dying as I read his topics.
Well, let's see what he has to say this time. Bro, everyone knows short topics get priority, and all your topics are about stupid shit like cum and gay sex.
Oh my, Alex. Is that what you spend your time thinking about? Maybe you should graduate from middle school before submitting your next topic, buddy?
Shots fired. But seriously, can we get some variety from you, Alex? There's more to life than cum and gay sex.
I mean, unless that's all you're interested in. In that case, carry on.
Okay, let's move on to the next topic before Alex starts writing a dissertation on the benefits of butt plugs.
Oh, the horror. The horror.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been getting into cosplay lately.
Oh.
That's impressive, but why Jabba the Hutt?
Ho, ho,
I don't speak Hutties. What's so great about Jabba?
ho, ho,
Oh, right. He's a great role model. I can see the resemblance.
ho, ho,
Okay. But seriously, why Jabba?
ho, ho.
Is it because you both have a fondness for scantily clad women?
Ho, ho,
I guess that explains the gold bikini.
ho, ho.
Wow, you really committed to this. I gotta say, you make a pretty convincing Jabba.
Ho, ho.
All right, let's wrap this up before I start speaking Hutties, too. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil.
Ho, ho.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, David, I heard you ate the baubles off your Christmas tree,
Yeah, man, got that protein in wherever I can.
but aren't those things made of plastic?
Doesn't matter. Protein is protein.
I mean, I guess technically you're not wrong.
Exactly. And those baubles were a perfect post-workout snack.
I can't even imagine the digestive issues you must have had.
Hey, I'll do whatever it takes to be the toughest motherfucker alive.
I think you might have taken it a bit too far this time, David.
Nah, it's all good. I'll just do some burpees to work it off.
You do realize that's not how digestion works, right?
I don't care. I'm a beast. Nothing can stop me.
Well, I guess I can't argue with that kind of determination.
Damn right. Now, let's go eat some more baubles.
So, Neil, I heard you recorded a rap about Ben Shapiro's sister.
Yeah, man, it's fire. I call it Big Mommy Milkers.
Oh, God, I'm already uncomfortable.
Just wait until you hear the lyrics. She's got the biggest tatas. I want to motorboat her like a boat in the Bahamas.
Oh, my God, that's so offensive.
But it gets better. Her milk jugs are overflowing. I want to suckle on them like a baby goatling.
I can't believe I'm listening to this.
And my personal favorite line, she's got more curves than the universe. I want to explore them like a horny astronaut.
Neil, you're a genius and a pervert.
Thank you. I'll be performing it live at the next Flat Earth convention.
I can't wait to see the reactions.
Oh, they'll be out of this world.
All right, let's hear it.
Clear's throat, Big Mommy Milkers, they make me quiver. I want to bury my face in them like a treasure diver.
Laughs. Oh my God, this is too much.
She's got me hypnotized with her chest. I want to motorboat her till I'm out of breath.
I can't believe I'm still listening to this.
Her bosom is like a galaxy. I want to explore it with my tongue like a horniette.
All right, that's enough. I can't handle any more of this.
Laughs, come on, Joe. Don't be a prude.
I think we've reached the peak of absurdity for this podcast.
Agreed. But hey, at least we had a good laugh. And Ben Shapiro's sister will never know about this.
Thank God for that. Let's just never speak of this again.
Deal.
Dude, what the hell? Did you just rip a giant fart?
Yes, I did. It's a natural bodily function, Joe.
But it smells like burnt rubber and Vaseline in here now. I can't even focus.
Perhaps you should open your mind and embrace the wonders of astrophysics instead of being so fixated on a little fart.
A little fart. That was like a sonic boom coming out of your ass.
Well, it's not my fault you have a weak stomach, Joe. Maybe you should try some probiotics.
I swear, if you fart one more time, I'm walking out of here.
Oh, please, Joe. You know you can't resist my knowledge and charm.
I can't take it anymore. I'm out. I'm out.
Fine, leave. More room for me and my cosmic ass. Now, let's talk about the curvature of space-time.
So, Neil, I heard you have a pretty impressive piece of equipment down there.
Oh, you mean my telescope? Yeah, it's pretty massive.
No, I'm talking about your penis.
Oh, that old thing. Yeah, it's been known to make a few appearances.
Well, I think our listeners would love to hear a little song about it.
A song about my penis? I don't know, Joe.
Come on, Neil. Don't be shy. Let's hear it.
All right, fine. But don't say I didn't warn you. My penis is long and it's, oh, so floppy. It's like a wet noodle, but it's not sloppy.
Oh man, keep going.
It's been to space and back. It's seen the stars, but it's also been known to break a few hearts.
This is gold, Neil. Keep it coming.
It's not the size that matters, it's how you use it. But let's be real. Mine is pretty damn legit.
I think I'm in love with your penis, Neil.
Well, I can't blame you. It's quite the specimen.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
My penis, it's the talk of the town. But don't worry, Joe, I won't let you down.
So, Neil, I heard you have some bed bugs at your place.
Yeah, man, they're everywhere. But I have a plan.
A plan? What kind of plan?
We're gonna smoke them.
Smoke them like weed?
No, like actual bed bugs.
Dude, that's messed up. But I'm down.
30 minutes later.
What the hell, Mr. Beast? Did you just smoke a bed bug?
Yeah, man, it's the new trend. Bed bug smoking.
I don't know if I can do this.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a wuss.
Fine, but I'm not inhaling. Inhaling. What the hell, Phil? Are you okay?
Oh.
Phil, are you trying to communicate with the bed bugs?
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had quite the experience at John Culver's house last night.
Oh, yeah, it was wild. I never thought I'd be drinking cum straight from the source.
Wait, you actually did it? I thought that was just a rumor.
Oh, no, I went all in. And let me tell you, it was quite the salty surprise.
Did anyone else join in on the fun?
Well, John's wife was there, but she wasn't too thrilled about it. She said something about ruining her dinner.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Did you get any on the food?
Oh, just a little bit. But hey, it added some extra flavor, right?
I can't believe you actually did it. You're a wild man, Dr. Phil.
You know, sometimes you just got to let loose and try new things. And let me tell you, John's cum is definitely an acquired taste.
I can only imagine. Well, thanks for sharing your wild night with us, Dr. Phil. I think we all learned something new today.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.